All right. What up, perps? Good morning, everybody. See who all shows up for this freaking clown show. This is going to be a clown show. It is definitely going to be a clown show when this actually gets rolling. Let's refresh this, make sure we're live. So they haven't got it rolling yet. It should start here in a couple minutes, though. So we shall see. Shit, don't hit pause, jackass. Blue Curtain, what's up, my brother? Fire Otter, what's happening, my brother? That's some perps in the house. Hopefully everything holds nice and steady today. Let me get rid of the light. It'd drive me nuts. Let's see. I'll tell you what, hold on.
I think some of that has been caused by the fact that we've heard different people use the same term to mean completely different things.
Let me know if the sound's okay on this.
But as an institution, it seems like you and your colleagues at NIH,
this is with the NIH, the National Institute of Health, who was
fairly consistent in that
definitely
your North Star with
involved
respect
with the
to
COVID.
proposed research has consistently been the context of the federal regulation. Is
yeah, Fire, you know how it's going to be, man. It's definitely going to be more pain.
And I'd like to turn to the definition of gain of function research that Republicans raised at your transcribed interview. Republican questioning referred to it as a, quote, broad definition. And it defined gain of function research as a type of research that modifies a biological agent so it confers new or enhanced activity to the agent. I believe that the definition existed at some point in a digital media kit on NIH's news and events webpage. And I understand that you made several had several levels
defend AG Garland
from where the assessments like this are made, but for the purpose
come here,
of the
Goober.
NIAID staff assessing whether the proposed research is or is not gain of function research, did that very broad definition have any regulatory significance?
Put your shirt on.
It does not.
Killing me, kid.
Is unregulated because those types of experiments are conducted in virtually every lab across the country with no consequence of safety to anybody.
And in your experience as Deputy Director of NIH, you were interested in reading government guidance or if you were interested in getting government guidance or regulations relevant to an issue, would that news and events webpage maybe be your first stop?
It likely would be one of the stops, yes.
And with respect to EcoHealth Alliance's grant, program staff had to assess at different points in time whether the proposed research was or was not gain-of-function research. At those different points of time, did staff refer to government guidance and regulation such as the P3CO framework when making their assessments?
Yes, once it was instituted, that's correct.
And the definitions for gain-of-function research provided in government guidance and regulations were very much different than that broad definition we discussed earlier. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did NIAID staff ever use the broad definition when assessing proposed research as far as you know?
No, it wouldn't be applicable.
So I think there's a natural logic to that
gain of
process.
function according to
NIAID as the regulator refers to regulation when determining whether proposed research is within the scope of the regulatory term of art.
Nobody's ever going to be held accountable for that shit. at
Each
all.
time NIAID program staff was asked to answer whether the proposed research on the EcoHealth grant met the regulatory definition of gain of function research, the answer was no. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm just going to end by saying that I believe it's a disservice to our nation's scientific enterprise when there are attempts to make regulators judge research outside of the regulatory context. And if we want to have a serious conversation about regulation, we can do that. And the Democrats support those conversations. That's why the Biden administration recently announced a new policy for overseeing high-risk research
Vanessa
that
Kitty,
could
what's up, my sister? Good
otherwise
morning.
cause the next pandemic. Dr. Tabak, I want to thank you for
Don't
your
hold up any
many
AR
years
lowers.
of service
Is that
and
what
for
happened with
appearing
Rich?
before the committee today. And I yield back.
Now recognize Dr. Joyce from
That
Pennsylvania.
YouTube's
for
getting
5
to be a
minutes.
bunch of douchebags, man.
Thank
There
you,
ain't no
Chairman
lie about
Winstrup,
that.
for convening this hearing, and to you, Dr. Tabak, for taking time to speak with us this morning. I think it's time to really reset the table of what the core agenda of this select subcommittee is. We want to evaluate
Oh, there's
how
no
the
doubt.
effects of the COVID virus
There's a
affected
possibility
America. We
that the
want to come up
House
with
could
best
actually vote
practices.
to
We
hold
want
him
to
in
see
contempt because
what
Republicans are in charge of the
investing
House.
in a Chinese Communist Party
But it is going to be
guided
interesting to see
Wuhan
them just
Institute of
fight this
Virology,
out
what those
with
effects
the
were,
Democrats
and how our
because A.J. Garland is
taxpayer
about as
dollars were
crooked as they
spent.
fucking come.
Earlier
So
this month, we heard from Dr.
just imagine
Peter
if that dude had
Daszak
actually
before
been
this
put on the
committee and
Supreme Court.
examined how he was misled, how he misled the NIH to secure taxpayer funds, which were used to perform gain-of-function research
I hear that,
at the
Vanessa.
Wuhan Institute of Virology. The important work of this committee
We went
has
through a
led
stretch a while
HHS
back where it was
suspending
just
all active
freaking
grants to EcoHealth and commencing formal debarment
nasty.
proceedings. We must now scrutinize the system that allowed the reinstatement of federal funds to.
Oh, they're gonna assert every
During
damn privilege
questioning
they
about
got.
the term of EcoHealth's renegotiated grant with NIAID.
And with them dragging
Dr.
ass like
Daszak
this starting
revealed
this
that
hearing,
EcoHealth continues
it's
to
normally a
communicate
sign it's
with
going to
the
be
Wuhan
pretty
Institute
damn
of Virology
spicy.
and relies on them for the data required to
It's
carry
going to be a
out the
clown show. We
mandated
know it's going to
grant.
be a clown show.
This level of communication and reliance on Wuhan Institute of Virology to meet grant terms is alarming. And based on this information, I question how EcoHealth could have fulfilled grant requirements.
You got the trike all ready to go. We
violating
can't
the
ride
terms
right now.
of the Wuhan Institute of Virology's debarment.
Now I know
Dr.
that sucker.
Tabak, at the time NIH certified EcoHealth's compliance and NIAID renegotiated the grant, was NIH aware that EcoHealth would still be in communication with the Wuhan Institute of Virology?
Not to my knowledge.
At the time that the NIH certified EcoHealth's compliance and NIAID renegotiated the grant, was NIH aware that EcoHealth would rely on data from the Wuhan Institute of Virology to meet the aims of the grant?
Yeah, you definitely, if you're going to be out there and try to ride in the rain, you definitely got to have some more gear.
Or data that they had yet to gain.
Both.
Otherwise, it ain't going
Some
to be
would
no
say
fun
this
at
data
all.
was already in their possession, but we did not assume that they were still interacting about data that they did not yet have.
So there was no awareness of continued interaction.
I had no awareness of that. No.
Does the NIH consider that ongoing relationship and reliance
Look at
on
the
the
pretties in the
WIV
background.
as a violation of the WIV's debarment?
I would have
Warsaw,
to
what's up,
consult
my
with
brother?
attorneys, but it would seem to me that that would be inappropriate.
It certainly seems to this subcommittee member that it is. Is the NIH certain that no
I missed
federal
Bishop
funds have been
again this morning,
obligated
man.
to
I
the
slept
WIV
in.
or in furtherance of the WIV's
Pretty much woke
research
up with my
activities
4-year-old bouncing
since
around the
it
living
was
room like a
debarred?
terror.
I have been told that there have been no funds issued to the WIV since their debarment by NIH.
I think one of the key components of what we've learned from the select subcommittee hearing is that no taxpayer dollars should go towards research by the Wuhan Institute of Virology or EcoHealth. The NIH must improve their grant processes.
Well,
to
why
ensure
were
that
we playing around with
information
gain-of-function research
relied
on the
on for
COVID virus
funding
in the
is
first fucking
truthful
place, you bunch of
and that
douchebags?
information is complete? While it is apparent that Dr. Daszak and EcoHealth did make false statements during the grant negotiations, NIH
Yeah,
must
that's pretty
ensure
steep,
that the
Vanessa.
grants that they
450 for
provide
pants and
are
450 for
responsible
jacket.
use of the
Yeah,
taxpayer dollars. This select
But
subcommittee, I will
for good leather
reiterate,
gear.
looks to learn the lessons and be prepared for best practices in face of any future attack by a virus from within these borders or from outside these borders.
Good deal, War.
I thank
Yeah,
you
we'll keep
again
an
for
eye out,
being
man.
here
If
to present to us
soon
this
as Todd
morning.
posts,
And
if
Mr.
you don't,
Chairman,
if I don't
yield.
send it to you, send it to me if you see it,
Now recognize Dr.
and then we'll
Jackson from
send it out.
for 5 minutes of questions.
Share it out off of
Thank you,
YouTube
Mr.
too.
Chairman. Thank you, sir, for being here today.
I'll
Just
be
wanted
interested to see where
start off
things are
with,
at.
just to make a point that, federal money doesn't grow on trees around here in D.C., despite what people around here sometimes
I
think.
tried to
Provided
find
by
the oral
hardworking
arguments that were
Americans, and
going
the
on
Constitution
today
trusts Congress with the responsibility to
in
utilize
between
public dollars
Texas
to
and
provide for
the
the national
ATF,
defense and
and
to create programs that benefit those who
right
paid
now
for
it's in
them
the
in the first
Northern
place, in the
District of
case of
Texas,
NIH and critical
and I
research
can't
that's
find a link for it.
beneficial to the citizens of this country. Dr. Dazik and EcoHealth Alliance were dishonest in their stewardship of taxpayer dollars, and ultimately they were caught and tried to find ways to cover this up, and that's pretty obvious from what we've heard today. Dr. Dazik's testimony in front of this committee contradicted statements of the National Institute of Health and the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, and we appreciate you, Dr. Tabak, for taking time to clarify the record today. However, we're having this hearing today because NIH's failed policies and procedures and lack of oversight that granted EcoHealth Alliance dollars to conduct dangerous gain-of-function research in the first place. And despite what you hear from colleagues on the other side of the aisle often here, I'm astonished that they continue to bury their head in the sand on this issue. The evidence is overwhelming from what we've heard on this committee that the virus did not evolve naturally, but was a result of some sort of gain-of-function manipulation.
No, nothing really
It's
new,
not
man.
logical to assume at this point that this is a total coincidence and that it just happened to emerge
Last
in
thing I
Wuhan,
really
China,
did
and
was
just
the
happened to be with
Cerakote
Dr. Fauci, Peter Daszak, and
on
NIH and
that
EcoHealth
AK
Alliance just
pistol.
happened to be funding gain-of-function research on
I've got a couple of
coronavirus
bills
with U.S. taxpayer
pretty well
dollars.
ready to
And that's
go.
becoming more and more
I
obvious.
need a
every day.
19
We saw
slide,
that
and I can
funding was
finish out
suspended
a
by
simple
HHS just
simple
yesterday.
build.
I have an article here that I was
And
reading
then I'm
online.
still
It's
trying to
report coming in here
decide
that was
whether the
published
next
last night.
AR build I
It
do is
says,
going to
for
be
years
in
now, EcoHealth has generated immense
like
controversy for its
6.5
use of
Grendel
federal
or something
grant
like
money
that.
to support gain-of-function
A buddy of
research
mine's
on
almost
bat
got me talking to
coronaviruses
doing
in
a
the Wuhan
6.5
lab.
Grendel build.
It goes on to
which I've
say,
got the lowers
in a
for it.
memo justifying its funding suspension, HHS said that EcoHealth had failed to properly monitor the work it was supporting at Wuhan.
So we'll
It
see.
also failed to properly report the
I
results
really
of
and
experiments
truly want to
showing
kind of
that the
wait,
hybrid viruses
and I
it was
want to
creating
get
there
all the
had
stuff together,
improved
do a
the
set me
ability
build.
to infect human cells. That was from HHS.
So
Yeah,
I don't know
and
when
it goes on
that's
to describe some of the research and what it was intended to
that's
do.
probably
And
a
it says,
couple
soon
months
enough,
out, but
EcoHealth used some of
that's
the
going to be my
viruses
next
that they collected to create chimeric or
big
hybrid viruses
ground
that
up
might be better
build.
able to
More than
infect
likely is
human
going to be
lung
a set
cells
me.
in genetically engineered
I got to
humanized
fire my
mice.
printer up and print some stuff from Night Strike for the jig
I
for
think
it,
that
and
in my
all kinds of
particular
shit.
opinion, it's become obvious that NIH has become too independent, too rogue, and too unregulated at this particular point. There needs to be a complete audit of the policies and procedures and proper oversight from outside entities at this point. It's become obvious that NIH is just another government bureaucracy to some extent that's too large and refuses to hold those who do wrong accountable. This is evidenced, in my opinion, by what we've heard today from you. Unfortunately, by your with the continued employment.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
Dr.
get. I got to get with Dark
and
over a
your
couple
insistence
things. I
that
want.
you have no obligation to discuss personnel matters, quote, personnel matters, with
Well,
members of Congress that provide millions and millions of dollars.
there's a couple things that I want to do to
perform
kind of
research and
change
pay
up
for
a
the
couple
salaries
guns.
of employees such as Dr. Moran.
And Dark's one of my
I
go-tos
want
when
to
I'm
ask
trying to
you,
figure something
in
out.
August of 2021, the NIH
He's
finally
just
received
spent so
EcoHealth
much more time
Alliance's
building than I
5-year
have.
annual progress report nearly 2 years after September 2019 deadline. In
So
September
I got to bend his ear about some
2023,
stuff.
the Wuhan Institute of Virology was funded by EcoHealth Alliance, was disbarred from receiving federal funds
Come on,
because
man.
of the
When are we
implications
starting the
in the
hearing?
development of the COVID-19. Then on November 14th, Dr. Dassey testified that Sam and the states are in possession of the Chinese Communist in the custodian or under the custodianship of the CCP. Dr. Tabak, in your opinion, and with this information, was Dr. Daszak a good steward of taxpayer dollars?
Come on, connection. Will you freaking wake up?
Okay. I'm running out of time here, so I'm not going to ask the following questions I have. I'll just submit those for the record. But I just want to reiterate that one of the things.
So they're just getting rolled. They're just starting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
Hell yeah, fire.
under God, liberty and justice for all.
So to notice, I
Hopefully,
call up the report recommending the House of Representatives cite United States
My
Attorney General
circuit
Merrick
connection will
Garland
hang
for
in.
contempt of Congress and move that the committee report it to the House. The clerk will report the report.
Resolution recommending that the House of
Without
Representatives.
objection, the report will be considered as read and open for amendment
It's
at
already
any
looking
point. The chair
freaking
now
screwy,
recognizes
guys,
himself
so
for
I'm
opening
sorry.
statement. Special counsel Robert Hur stated on page 1 of his report, quote, "Our investigation uncovered evidence that President Biden willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency when he was a
this.
private citizen. Joe Biden not only kept information he wasn't allowed to keep, he shared it with people who weren't allowed to see it. He shared that information with his ghostwriter. Special counsel Hur said that President Biden had strong motivations to do so and to ignore the rules of properly handling the classified information in his notebooks. In fact, he had 8 million reasons to ignore the rules. Joe Biden shared some of the classified materials he kept with his ghostwriter, who was writing a book for which Joe Biden received an $8 million advance. So we have motive, $8 million motive, and we have the elements of the crime.
Do you really
knowingly
think Joe
keeping,
Biden
knowingly disclosing
It's worth
classified
$8 million on a
information.
book advance.
But all this, and special counsel Hur declines to prosecute Joe Biden because he is, quote, a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory. And that brings us to today. Following the release of special counsel Hur's report, we subpoenaed the transcript and audio recordings of special counsel Hur's interviews with President Biden and his ghostwriter, Mark Zwanitzer. To date, Attorney General Garland has failed to produce the audio tapes. To determine whether special counsel Hur appropriately carried out justice by not prosecuting, not recommending for prosecution the president, the recordings are necessary. The transcripts alone are not sufficient evidence of the state
Oh, I
of
so
the
want to
president's
hear
memory.
these recordings.
Frankly, because the White House has a track record of altering the transcripts. Just weeks ago, during a public speech, President Biden read a teleprompter instruction to pause. He stated, "Imagine what we could do next, 4 more years, pause." But when the White House put out the transcript, it didn't include the word pause. In that case, and in this case as well, the video and the audio recording is the best evidence of the words that President Biden actually spoke. The department's refusal to produce the audio recordings of special counsel Hur's interviews with President Biden amounts to a demand that the committee trust that the department created and produced interview transcripts are actually accurate and complete. Transcripts that the White House and President Biden's personal counsel likely had access to before they were finalized. The department has a legal obligation to turn over the requested materials pursuant to the subpoena. Attorney General Garland's willful refusal to comply with our subpoena constitutes contempt of Congress. Now today, this morning, we get an 11th hour invocation of executive privilege. President Biden is asserting executive privilege for the same reason we need the audio recordings. They offer a unique perspective. This last-minute invocation does not change the fact that the Attorney General has not complied with our subpoena. With that, I would recognize the ranking member for an opening statement.
Oh, this ought to be fun.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 20 million taxpayer dollars. Chairman Jordan consistently opposes government spending on everything from feeding children to education and healthcare. He spent 20 million taxpayer dollars of this Congress to investigate his various conspiracy theories. And what exactly has he delivered to the American people on their $20 million investment? Exactly nothing.
How much
No
did these
evidence
guys
that the
spend trying to
conspiracies are
impeach
true.
Trump twice?
No indictments, no impeachment, no wins of any significance. If the chairman of a board of directors took $20 million from the shareholders of a company and delivered nothing, he'd be fired at the next board meeting. And the chairman knows that if he doesn't come up with something to show for the $20 million he spent, the MAGA political base may stay home next November. So he and Chairman Comer are scrambling in a desperate attempt to look like they have accomplished something.
Russia, 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 Russia.
Chairman wants to make it seem like he uncovered some writing by the
Tiger
Attorney
Riser,
General.
what's up, my brother? Good
In
morning.
reality, The Attorney General and DOJ have been fully responsive to this committee in every way that might be material to their long-dead impeachment
And
inquiry.
this stream is brought to you
Sometimes
by
they've been too
ibuprofen.
responsive, in my opinion, given the obvious bad faith of the MAGA majority. The chairman was desperately hoping that Special Counsel Hur would indict President Biden for mishandling classified documents, so that the chairman could attack President Biden and misdirect the American people away from Trump's treacherous handling of classified information. In reality, the special counsel cleared Mr. Biden of wrongdoing.
No, they didn't.
The chairman hoped he could intimidate prosecutors out of indicting Donald Trump for his crimes. But Donald Trump has been charged with 88 felonies. The list goes on and on. The chairman digs and searches and
That report
intimidates.
basically said that Joe
There's just
Biden
no there there. So what do
had
our
been
Republican
breaking the
friends
law
do
for
when an
decades.
investigation turns up short?
but they wouldn't prosecute
Simply
him because
put,
they didn't think they
engage
could
in
get a
fantasy.
conviction. They
That's
did
what they're doing here
exonerate him.
today. They accuse the Attorney General of withholding key evidence, but the Attorney General has substantially complied with their
that's
every
it, Fire.
request. DOJ has produced 92,000 pages of documents this Congress alone and made dozens of witnesses available for interviews, hearings, and briefings before the committee. That's more pages of documents and more witnesses than the Trump Justice Department produced to this committee in 4 years. With respect to the February 27th, 2024 subpoena, the department turned over all the information Republicans asked for. There's been no obstruction, only cooperation. This morning, the president exerted executive
anybody with
privilege
half a
over the
brain
audio files at issue.
realizes
In the
how
letter
bad
informing
Joe
the committee
Biden
of
is.
this assertion, the Department of
But
Justice noted
I
that producing
submit to
the
the
audio
audience,
recordings
Exhibit
quote,
A is
raise an unacceptable
the
risk of
brainless
undermining
one
the department's
talking now.
ability to conduct high-profile criminal investigations. In particular, investigations with the voluntary cooperation of the White House officials is exceedingly important. Close
That's a
quote.
good point, Ag.
Chairman Jordan claims that he needs this records to understand the pauses, pace, and tone of the conversation. This is absurd and clearly pretextual, and in any event does not outweigh the substantial concerns expressed by the president and the department. Moreover, with respect to the recording at issue in this report,
Again, it's like everybody
a
said
complete
in the
transcript
last
has already
hearing.
been provided to the
He's sitting
committee.
there reading a
The
statement
only
that
thing
his
that has not
staffers
been
wrote.
produced is the recording itself, which can be easily manipulated. This is not an idle concern. Last year, a witness testifying in a closed-door deposition told us that she was the victim of a manipulated video amplified by Republicans on this committee and that it contributed to a flood of death threats against her. This isn't really about a policy disagreement with the DOJ. This is about feeding the MAGA base and getting Donald Trump reelected. But don't take my word for it. Take it from the chairman's mouth. Quote, I'm busting my tail to get Donald Trump reelected. Quote, we need to make sure Donald Trump wins. Quote, it's so important that we stay engaged and help Donald Trump get back in the White House. Close quote. And clearly, Donald Trump needs the chairman's help to win the White House. Because Trump has been indicted 4 times. Right at this very moment, he faces 34 charges in a New York State court for falsifying business records and making hush money payments to catch and kill information that could be harmful to Trump's reelection
They
campaign.
try to frame that in
He
the
faces 40 charges
negative
in a federal court in Florida for his mishandling and withholding of classified documents that put national security at severe risk. 4 charges in a federal court in Washington, D.C. His attempt to fuel the insurrection.
How dare you
United
question
States
your
Capitol.
masters?
10 charges in Georgia State Court for attempts to intimidate and force officials to overturn the lawful election results in the 2020
Come on,
presidential
connection. Don't
election.
be a douchebag today.
And that's not all. You're going to hear a lot about President Biden's memory today. Republicans won't mention that Biden has been ranked as one of the most successful presidents of our time. They won't mention the once-in-a-generation transformative legislation he has ushered into law.
China and
They
Russia?
won't mention special counsel
they
Hur's
know?
comments to President Biden about his, quote, photographic, unquote, memory. They'll just go on and on about a couple of gratuitous widely contradicted comments in the Her report that suggest the president has a poor memory. What Republicans won't show you is the mounting evidence that
Oh
Trump
man,
is
I didn't
mentally
realize it
incompetent
was going to
to
be a
hold the
straight up
office of the
comedy
president.
routine.
The late, great Hannibal Lecter. I can't even begin to understand how Republicans have chosen this man as their champion, but they have. And now House Republicans are paying for it by flocking to the sidelines of his criminal trial, sacrificing their integrity to defend them against, frankly, indefensible acts. Almost everybody who worked public
Luke, I think
humiliation
it's
on his
still
behalf
taking
are
time.
wrong. What more evidence do my colleagues need?
Connection.
Trump once said that he could shoot someone standing on Fifth Avenue and would still keep his supporters. Well, at least in this chamber, that's obviously true. And it truly saddens me. I've been in this body for many years. And although we've always had our disagreements, I've never seen members of Congress so readily turn on democracy itself
It would
in
be
service to
this
one man.
morning. My connection.
I never in my life thought I'd see members of Congress readily attack law enforcement officers to protect a criminal. I never thought I'd see members of Congress defend and minimize a coup attempt, as if the rioters who stormed this building and the Trump associates who led them here were somehow patriots. But here we are.
Thank you, Warsaw.
I think Chairman Jordan knows that this markup will amount to nothing. Like most of the bill's House Republicans have pushed on purely partisan lines, this contempt resolution will do very little, other than smear the reputation of Merrick Garland, who will remain a good and decent public servant no matter what they say about him today. This markup may give Donald Trump something to watch on Fox when he gets home from his criminal trial tonight, but it will almost certainly not convince the Department of Justice to produce the one remaining file in question. Like the broader impeachment effort before it, this contempt resolution will have been a partisan stunt destined to fail from the very start. It is a total waste of time. The American people actually need us to do important work, to fund the government, to secure affordable health care, to reduce inflation and housing costs, to help them take care of their children and families, and to keep our nation safe. I'm tired of these games, and so are the American people. I urge my colleagues to oppose this measure.
Prince, what's
and I
going
yield
on,
back.
my brother?
Gentleman yields back. Chair to recognize himself for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute we
Typically what I
consider as
hear
read
about
shall
that.
be considered based on the purposes of amendment. The chair now recognizes himself to explain the amendment. This amendment makes a small grammatical change on page 10 of the report. It does not affect the substance of the report. I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Question. Gentleman from
Come
North
on.
Carolina is
Jesus
recognized.
Christ.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very simple matter. There is no ground whatsoever to withhold the audio tape. That tape be something. If the administration, if the president has decided to assert executive privilege to keep
Hey,
it from
what's going
the
on, brother man?
committee in the course of an impeachment inquiry, think about it. The basis for withholding the audio recording when the transcript has been furnished must rest on something about the recording that is distinct from the information contained in the transcript.
Yeah, that is one big
For example,
steaming pile.
what if the committee had made a
What if
request
you
for
three,
just a
what's
different
up?
copy of the transcript? Now, that's unlikely to happen, but no reasonable person would ask for it either. The president and the White House have contested what was said in the interview. The special counsel, in his report, predicated his decision not to prosecute an obvious violation of statute in the president's reader to satisfy the terms of his $8 million book retainer on his finding that the president was elderly and forgetful. In other words, he placed tremendous reliance on what is called demeanor evidence. The president and the White House have viciously attacked the special counsel's characterization of the demeanor evidence. That is, whether and to what extent the president appeared to have limited capacity as a witness to testify from memory.
Limited
The
capacity, one way to put it.
transcripts do not capture demeanor evidence. Transcripts are often imperfect, especially to convey the timing of question and answer and disfluencies of a witness or hesitations, among other things. All of that is demeanor evidence. That's the reason, among other things, that it is absolutely standard practice in litigation in American courts for parties to be entitled to record testimony by more than one means, through a transcript, and then if they choose, through another method, an audio or video recording. Here's a reading from Rule 30b-3b of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Any party may designate another method for recording the testimony in addition to that specified in the original notice. It's pretty straightforward. Given that the evidence is contradicted by the special counsel and by the president as to the reason the president has escaped criminal prosecution for an obvious violation of statute, and because this committee sits by vote of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry about the potential impeachment of the president, this committee needs the demeanor evidence the same way any party would in any such matter being litigated. And the notion that there is a basis for a claim of executive privilege here, and what has been articulated by the Justice Department, by the Attorney General, is that it would deter future occupants of the White House from cooperating with criminal inquiries because the interview would be made available and therefore it was going to be exposed, but the transcript's already been provided. What possible basis could there be that would
don't want people to see
impair future White House cooperation with criminal investigations if what the department is contending is just the same information in an audio recording form is also furnished? That is an incomprehensibly absurd position. And there's nothing to it whatsoever. This committee cannot be deterred in proceeding with the contempt resolution, in my view.
If you took and investigated Biden like they have,
one can question motives or attack motives or whatever, but it's just as straightforward as it can be.
And we're honest about it.
A simple presentation of demeanor evidence that is important to this committee's investigation, inquiry into the potential impeachment of the president, and it should be accomplished and done forthwith. I'm for it. Let's go. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from the ranking member is recognized.
It's the reason they've completely buried all the damn sexual
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives.
All the women that have
Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment adds language from the most recent correspondence with the executive branch to the report. Today, the Justice Department and the White House wrote to the committee
thing before Biden got elected
to inform us that the president was
talking
exerting
about him wanting to swim naked in the swimming pool around
this
female
assertion of privilege is used to protect important law enforcement interests.
Service agents,
the Attorney General wrote,
and almost getting his ass.
The Justice Department has a vested interest in protecting, quote, materials related to a closed criminal investigation where disclosure is likely to damage future law enforcement efforts, close quote, which is the case here. The Attorney General further explains that producing the audio recordings to the committees would raise an unacceptable risk of undermining the department's ability to conduct similar high-profile criminal investigations, in particular investigations where the voluntary cooperation of White House officials is exceedingly important. The White House also wrote to the committees to explain that the president's exertion of executive privileges is based on his, quote, long-standing commitment to protecting the integrity, effectiveness, and independence of the Department of Justice and its law enforcement investigations. Chairman Jordan claims he needs these recordings to understand things like tone or pauses. This is absurd, and the chairman has made no attempt to explain his reasoning. His claim in no way overcomes the executive branch's substantial interest in protecting sensitive law enforcement investigations. What high-profile witness would ever voluntarily cooperate with a law enforcement investigation if they knew that audio files of their conversations would be released to committees who are seeking those files for purely political purposes. This amendment simply ensures the report is complete and up to date. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California withdraws his point of order. The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to speak in opposition to the amendment. They don't get to choose. They don't get to choose. We spend a lot of time in this hearing, in this room, talking about, I've been an advocate for recording interviews, recording arrests, doing all of this. There's a pretty known legal precedent and legal rule of the best evidence rule, and it exists everywhere. The person providing the evidence doesn't get to choose the manner and form in which the evidence is provided. And this also happens to be a pattern. 5 minutes before the Her hearing, we got the transcript. 5 minutes before this hearing, we get the invocation of executive privilege. There's a difference between a transcript and a video and audio. And I don't possibly understand the argument of, we'll release the transcript, but we won't release the tapes. And that's going to determine whether or not somebody participates.
Well, we know what the fucking deal is. They do
Which, by the
not
way,
want
that can be
to
compelled
everybody
be
to
done as
see
well.
Biden having to
The
try to
argument
answer
that
questions
this is
on his
somehow
own,
anything other than the DOJ trying to pick and
being
choose
completely fucking
which
senile.
pieces of evidence or which parts of evidence are what they determine is the best evidence to our committee is just quite frankly not based in any precedent with under law. I spent 10 years doing this. I spent 10 years doing discovery requests. I never asked for permission. I'm entitled to what it is. They don't get to determine what we get. That is not how the system
I mean, if
works.
Joe Biden, sign
And it
language
can't be how the
interpreter,
system works. Because
had
otherwise,
to follow
the
everything
people
Joe
who you are
Biden was
trying to
saying,
conduct oversight
oh
on
God, that'd be the worst
determine
job
what
in the world.
information you get to conduct
But
that
instead, they're
oversight.
basically
It
reading
is
off
just
the
simply
same
not how the
teleprompter
separation
Joe
of powers
Biden.
is set up. It's not set up in how any legal investigation in any jurisdiction in any form exists anywhere in the country. The audio tape exists. That is the best evidence in which to conduct oversight, and this committee is entitled to it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I
Who
wouldn't
seeks
put it
recognition?
past
The
them to
gentleman
lose
from
the recordings.
California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In support of the amendment. But first I want to talk about
Mid-interview diaper
what this
change.
committee and what this Congress is doing to the rule of law. Earlier this week, we
Oh,
witnessed the
this lies
spectacle
Shit.
of the highest ranking Republican in the country, the Speaker of the House, someone in line for the presidency, standing outside a Manhattan courthouse.
Fluffy, what's up, my brother? Good morning.
In a hush money payment to a porn star trial, vouching for the good moral character of the defendant. Now, I would imagine if you asked
lied for years,
a younger
saying,
Mike
yeah, all
Johnson
evidence
some 10 or
from
15 years ago,
alluding
could
to
you
what-
ever imagine you would stand outside of a courthouse in a hush money payment to a porn star trial and vouch for the moral character of the defendant? He would never imagine that possible. But like the proverbial frog in the boiling pot, what we have seen, not just with the Speaker, but with so many of the Republican leadership over the last several years, is one surrender of moral authority after another surrender after another surrender, one betrayal of what one once stood for, followed by another betrayal, followed by another, until you find yourself standing outside of a Manhattan courthouse, vouching for the moral authority and character of someone who possesses none. And not just
bit of projection
not just
going on there.
losing yourself and losing any sense of right and wrong in the process, but here denigrating the very institution of justice, making the false claims, the patently false claims that this trial in Manhattan was somehow about keeping Donald Trump off the campaign trail, something the Speaker knows is patently false, but willing to repeat. And this is where we are, where our highest ranking official, Republican official, is essentially telling the American people, don't trust our system of justice. Don't trust the rule of law. And here in this committee, we see something very similar. We see a Republican U.S. attorney brought on to investigate the president. We see him make a report to this Congress that there is nothing prosecutable in what he was able to find. We see him at the same time failing to make a prosecutable case deciding the next
not
best
what he
thing he
said,
can do is
dumbass.
lob a political grenade in his report and politically
He said he had a
belittle the
prosecutor's
president.
case. He just didn't think they could get a conviction because
And we see
all the
this
criminal
committee
status.
unable, after months and months and
Oh.
millions of dollars to make any kind of an impeachable case, decide to follow Mr. Hur's tainted example. We can't make a case for any impeachment. There is no high crime. There is no misdemeanor even. And so we will do the next best thing, and we will use this to political advantage by subpoenaing tapes of an interview we already have the transcript for. And why? Because the Republicans in this committee have moved from being the criminal defense firm for the president to being essentially an adjunct
Schiff is such
of
a
the
lying
president's
sack of shit.
media advertising firm.
Mind blowing.
They want the video for Donald Trump's campaign commercials. That's where this committee has become. The committee on the judiciary, the committee that is centered or supposed to be centered on the rule of law and on justice. And what are we doing? We're holding the Attorney General of the United States in contempt. And for what? Because he won't give video material for a campaign commercial to this committee. On behalf of a president who is a criminal defendant in a hush money payment to a porn star case in New York, the first of many criminal trials that he will face. This is where we are. This is where we are. You know, I first joined this committee, now it's been over 20 years ago. And I suppose like a young Mike Johnson, I could have never imagined this committee would engage in such a thing. It's not as if 20 years ago this committee was some bastion of bipartisan comity. It wasn't. We might and did disagree on abortion and on guns and on the whole host of other policy issues. But I don't think any Democrat or Republican on this committee would have ever imagined it would be brought so low as to hold an attorney general in contempt because it can't get a video for a campaign commercial when it was already given the transcript. But this is where we are. And I think just day after day, moment after moment, year after year, we lose sight of how far we have fallen and any sense of what we are supposed to be about in this committee. And I don't imagine anything I have to say is going to change that, but I do think every now and then the country needs to be reminded that there is nothing okay about this. There's nothing right about this. There's nothing normal about this. We need to get back to demonstrating some devotion to our constituents and the rule of law. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. Will the gentleman yield for a second? Yeah, I just want to point out, we're not seeking a video tape. We're seeking the audio tapes to correct the statement from the gentleman from California. And the Democrats, I believe, held the Attorney General of the United States in contempt a couple Congresses ago when they held Bill Barr in contempt. I yield back to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, we got to get focused here. The gentleman from California, he's kind of, again, trying to take our eye off the ball. This has nothing to do, this particular issue right here, what we're doing with the courthouse in New York City. This doesn't have anything directly to do with what is going on with President Trump there. And I would be glad to engage in a colloquy or a debate or discussion about how awful what's happening to President Trump is. But that's not the issue here right now. It has nothing to do with the campaign. It has nothing to do with the fact that the speaker did go as he should have to support President Trump. But this isn't the issue. It has to do with Special Counsel Hur. And it has to do with what he said. And by the way, he never said it wasn't prosecutable. He decided not to pursue the charges due to the assessment that a jury would find President Biden's age and poor memory as an excuse for mishandling those documents. I didn't say that. Our chairman didn't say that. The special counsel from the Department of Justice said that. The subpoena of the Attorney General is necessary because the Department of Justice has refused to provide the audio recordings of interviews that are crucial for determining the special counsel's assessment of our current president. It's essential for this Congress and the American people to determine whether Special Counsel Hur's assessment is accurate or not. And I'm going to tell you why. And the folks on the other side and the left here are in a bind. Because if our commander-in-chief is so incompetent that he cannot stand trial, he's not fit to stand trial, then he's too incompetent, for God's sake, to be the leader of the most powerful nation on the face of the earth. If President Biden is competent and special counsel Er's assessment was incorrect, then President Biden should face a jury for his crimes of mishandling classified materials. You know, President Trump's facing the full weight of the Department of Justice in his own case on this issue, even though he had the authority to declassify documents because he was the President of the United States when he did it. President Biden, on the other hand, mishandled classified documents, both as a vice president and then as a senator. Guess what? Members of Congress, vice presidents, U.S. senators don't get to take classified documents and remove them from the SCIF. They just don't get to do that. They don't get to declassify documents. He didn't have the authority to declassify. So the audio recordings, why do we want them? Because they're going to reveal whether special counsel Er's assessment was correct and our president mishandled classified documents, or it will reveal he's incompetent and he's not competent enough to even stand trial and therefore not competent enough to be the president of the United States. That's the choices we have. We've got two choices here. He was competent and he broke the law, or he's incompetent and he's so incompetent, he's such a bumbling old man that he can't even stand trial because they wouldn't really be able to do much with him. So we want to find out. That's what we need to know. Either way, it'll be clear our president is unfit to lead, in my opinion, and likely why the DOJ is so damn hesitant to share it. I'll tell you what, anybody else, probably anybody on this committee, if you ask them to share the audio of something we said, believe me, anything I'm saying now, you can share anywhere. And you can share anything the chairman says or any of our esteemed members say here on either side. So why don't they want it? They've got a reason, because they're in a bind. And am I willing to set the precedent that subpoenas from Congress and this committee can be ignored? Are you willing to do that? I don't think so. I don't think that we want that to happen.
Watch, they'll start talking about
Are we willing to perpetuate,
ignoring subpoenas
if the president is competent, a two-tier justice system? Again, we see it again, being wielded against one person, but not another. The answer to the question should be no. The information requested in this subpoena is crucial. We need the information, not just for uncovering whether our president has acted in a manner deserving of impeachment, but also because the American people deserve to know the answers. We shouldn't be hiding the answers and the truth from the American people. For those reasons, I don't support this amendment, and I do strongly support holding the Attorney General in contempt of Congress. Let it loose. Give us the information. If there's nothing there to worry about, you should have no problem letting us know and letting us see. Let the light in. Let the sunshine in. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to address a couple of things quickly before I get to the amendment. But one of the arguments I'm hearing from the Republican side over and over again is essentially questioning Mr. Herr's conclusion not to move forward with a prosecution. But I did want to remind my colleagues that under, Mr. Barr, the Department of Justice has taken the position that the committee, referencing this committee, the House Judiciary Committee, has no legitimate role in demanding law enforcement materials with the aim of simply duplicating a criminal inquiry, which is, of course, a function that the Constitution entrusts exclusively to the executive branch. So to the extent you're arguing that you don't agree with his findings and you want to sort of replicate them or go through them again, Mr. Barr argued against that 5 years ago. With respect to the underlying amendment or the amendment to the ANS, there's a major problem here with moving forward with the language in the amendment, because it's based on the predicate that, and I'll read it, to the date the department has refused to produce the audio recordings despite not having invoked any privilege to justify its failure to comply with the subpoena. And one of the conclusions that it reaches at the end, as a justification for moving forward with contempt, the Attorney General has further invoked no constitutional or legal privilege relieving his obligation to fully respond to the committee's subpoenas.
Gentlemen, yield.
Sure.
Yeah, we're drafting an amendment. We understand that has to be dealt with in light of the last minute executive privilege assertion coming from the White House. So we are drafting that amendment, but we are running it past House Counsel. So the majority intends to offer an amendment for the specific language that the gentleman cited.
Will the committee then adopt the ranking member's amendment?
No, we have our own.
Well, I guess we'll have to take a look at it when it gets here. But, you know, moving forward on this basis, even if you amend the language and add that, I want to remind
What's
the
up, brother
committee
John?
that where there's an assertion of executive privilege, according to Nixon, which is the
What's
case
happening, my
that
brother?
you all have cited, I don't know if you're going to strike that too, but upon receiving a claim of privilege from the chief executive, it became further the duty of the district court to treat the subpoenaed material as presumptively privileged and required the special prosecutor to demonstrate that the presidential material was essential to the justice of the case. And that's because it was a pending criminal case. So moving forward at that point, so there's an expedited process. We obviously don't have an expedited process here, but just to point out and be clear about this, the court said this is presumptively privileged. And so moving forward as if that's not the case, I think is deeply problematic. One of my colleagues over there a minute ago said something about you don't get to choose. But that's exactly what happens when you assert a privilege, especially executive privilege. And the references from the other side with respect to regular civil litigation, which is fine. I engage in regular civil litigation too. But this is litigation between the Article 1 and Article 2 branches of the United States.
Again, remember, kids,
constitutional
the
magnitude.
stream is brought to you
So
by
rushing through this quickly, I think, is misguided. And I think it'll lead to, hopefully, a court telling the committee that we're going down the wrong track. We're abusing our power for oversight, especially in the instance where we've got a special counsel that's already been appointed, has reviewed the issues, has come back and stated clearly that there's insufficient evidence in his view to move forward with the prosecution. And I think it's especially problematic too if we have to take it to a court again, that there's no evidence here of a refusal to cooperate. In fact, you got the exact opposite. The above and beyond language in the bar language and the bar letter is clearly met here too. We've got Mr. Garland. He wasn't legally required to release the report,
like this one,
but he did. He wasn't required to release the transcript, but he did. And as was pointed out a minute ago by the ranking member, the department's produced 92,000 pages of documents. We've had, I don't know, 40 or 50, lawyers from the Department of Justice come and testify, a couple of them in the middle of a criminal prosecution, which is totally unprecedented. So for these reasons and more, I'm urging my colleagues to rethink this approach.
I still got
because I think ultimately it's going to end up
Well,
undermining
I put that on that
the
AK
of
pistol.
this
I still gotta
committee
test that
to
off
conduct legitimate oversight
just to run it and
at the
see.
times when that's appropriate. So I've exceeded my time. With that, I yield back, and I thank the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you. Couple things. One, I would be happy to argue this because and to my colleague from Maryland, I wish you'd have been here in May of 2019 because we legitimately, as the chairman said, we held the Attorney General in contempt after extreme privilege, but it was more than that. We held him in contempt for not violating the law.
Right.
Like there's actually a statutory requirement that you can't disclose grand jury testimony. So if we talk about the path we're going down and continue in talking about oversight, we don't have to go back to Nixon. We can go to May of 2019.
Yeah, that's what I heard you say, man.
And so to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that are arguing about this, I would love to get that transcript.
I've heard a couple people say they hold up good.
Come back out here, but we're not duplicating a criminal proceeding. There is no criminal proceeding. We got the answer from where we're at. And if you talk about I'd argue this if we go in front of somebody and say, of course they're doing it. They're running out the clock. Like he could have exerted executive privilege, I don't know, a week ago, a month ago, 6 weeks ago. It's a pattern that is going on with this DOJ and this White House, that as we come up to the precipice of when you're actually going to do something, then they say at the absolute last minute, they drop all of this. And we have a right to do these things. And I fully am aware that the difference between a criminal prosecution and a civil litigation and a congressional hearing are the same thing. But the basic premises of what is the best evidence, what we are entitled to versus what the opposing side says we are entitled to, is something I think the people on my side of the aisle are completely willing to have that conversation with whoever is an independent and neutral arbitrator of those facts.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
You know, the best evidence standard.
Heard that, G. Have a good day at work, brother.
Applicable here because it's not a court proceeding. And the demeanor evidence things, I think, fell on the face for the same reasons. But the point here, I think, though, is with respect to the 6E issue, it can be waived and routinely is as a matter of practice. And certainly has been for Congress. So, you know, I don't know that that's a real good analogy. But the bottom line here, though, is
you could be right about that, Blue Curtain.
You need it for demeanor evidence, which again has no applicability here because it doesn't go to the finding that came from her or the impeachment transcript. And really, this altering.
I can't say anything. I got me and Dark shut down one night for showing off a frame.
But there's absolutely no evidence of that. In fact, it's a certified transcript. This isn't one that was somebody typed it up on the side. These are the transcripts that we generate on a routine basis in Congress and the Department.
I didn't know about it until the next morning.
Reclaiming my time. That's not my. I mean, that might be somebody else's argument.
I fired
That's
up
not
to watch
my
the stream that
argument. My
morning.
argument
Like, oh
is
shit, it's not.
if I have the version of going through something, and dealing with something, and all of those different things, I have watched witnesses in this committee.
Right, you know how that goes.
Say things because they know they've agreed to it not being released on video. How something reads and how something sounds is different. That is true. And I'm not arguing that I'm not saying what they're entitled and not entitled to give me. I'm saying I'm entitled to this evidence, and I think this hearing is entitled to it, and I'm willing to have that fight. I have never been in my entire life said, okay, you tell me what I get, and I'll just agree to that. And that's not the point. And regardless of all of the other issues, you don't get to say at the last minute, we're exerting executive privilege because nobody will ever come and voluntarily come into an investigation ever again. Because if we release the audio recording instead of the transcript, that's going to have a chilling effect. That is a ridiculous argument. I don't care what the burden of proof is. It's just a ridiculous argument.
Will the gentleman yield again?
Yeah.
I mean, that's an argument that's been raised administration after administration after administration, including by the Trump administration on multiple occasions. The assertion of executive privilege is at least 50 to 60 years old. And that is based on a decision by the executive branch, usually the Department of Justice, to make a decision as to what they'll turn over and what they won't. And if it has to get litigated in court, then the court decides. But this is exactly how it's supposed to go.
Except executive privilege is usually done whether or not you get the information or not. I was here. I remember when the Attorney General came in and said, I can't turn this stuff over because I will be breaking the law. This isn't a matter of whether they're turning it over or not. We already have whatever you think it is. They're saying, we're only going to give you the piece of it we want to give you. We're not going to give it to give you what you guys want. And that's the fundamental disagreement that exists here. We want the evidence of what happened, and the best evidence available is the audio tape. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee.
You have to make Rich have his hands visible at all times on stream. You know,
I have
act
been
like he's in a
disparaging the
surgical
state of
room.
our
We can
country,
never
but
drop
even
him
more
below
so
his
the
chest.
state of this committee and the judiciary for the last several months. This committee is becoming the Eileen Cannon Committee, the Trump anointed group to support him.
Here we go with Cohen.
For conduct that is not defensible, and the roadblocks, the path of justice where he should be.
Trying for that strike industry sponsorship.
On trial in Florida for his.
I'm still trying for my Tylenol or ibuprofen sponsorship.
Keeping classified records. He didn't declassify them. He just kept them. And this is a man who several of our colleagues went to New York and said that our rule of law was false, that this case in New York was political and shouldn't have taken place. the thing we're most respected for around the world is the rule of law. People envy us for our rule of law.
Wear boxing
To have
gloves.
people who know better go and trash it is despicable.
That way you
Almost
can't hold
treasonous.
nothing.
And then this committee, the hypocrisy that this
Damn, if I
committee
had one of my
questioned Merrick
mittens up
Garland,
here.
who appointed a Republican to look
Make
into
them wear oven mitts.
President Biden's conduct. A man who Mr. Hirsch said, and he was here to be questioned. Anybody here could have questioned him about the conduct of what Mr. Biden said and why he came to that conclusion. But he said he was a sympathetic elderly man with a poor memory. The fact that he was sympathetic is why he would not be convicted.
You got it on lock, huh?
Forthcoming opponent and past opponent, who is a despicable,
Hey, I got to try.
audacious
I'm, repping the
man with a
SDI.
poor
so-
knowledge of history and government and a poor memory to boot. A man who his own Secretary of State said was a moron. Yes, Tillerson said he was a moron. Kelly said he admires, John Kelly, his chief of staff, said he admires autocrats and dictators and has no conception of the rule of law or concern for it or for democracy in our country. His defense secretary, Mark Esper, said he was a threat to democracy. John Bolton declared him to be unfit to be president. And of course, Mike Pence said they had profound differences. All folks coming up here and defending what's going on in New York. This is a man who had just his wife gave birth to his child. And he was playing golf and fornicating in Nevada rather than being with his wife and his newborn
buddy.
child.
I'd love to see
What an
your record
example
for
we have for the
fornication,
American
you-
public and for young people. Joe Biden is, as Colin Yost said at the correspondence dinner, a decent man. He's sympathetic and a decent man. And the idea, one of the gentlemen said, we're in an impeachment hearing.
This is the
We're
only
not
way I
in
can
an
take
impeachment
that.
inquiry.
The only way I can take
These
that
are
is
just
it's
things
just a
they've
fucking
thrown out
stand-up
there to try to
routine.
take the facts away that he
Straight
was twice
comedy.
impeached and to try to impeach
The gentleman yield.
Biden and Mayorkas. Both were wrong. And the hypocrisy that almost, I think every Republican on this committee voted against
Yeah,
holding Barr in
decent,
contempt. And
I'd
that one
like
of
to
our
see his
members, my
definition
friend,
of decent.
Chairman, was cited for contempt because he refused to appear before a committee dealing with January 6th and the overthrow of the government. The hypocrisy is voluminous, and I yield to Mr.
If
Nadler.
January
Thank the
6th
gentleman
almost
for yielding. I just
overthrew
want
our
to point out
government,
that the
no
discussion we
fucking
heard
wonder you
before
guys are worried about me
about
having
best
ARs
evidence and so forth between Mr. Armstrong and Mr.
or the M1
and Mr.
sitting back
Ivey.
there, or the AK
Is fit for
pistol
criminal trial.
sitting there.
This is not a
or the
criminal
9mm pistol
This is a
sitting
dispute between the executive branch and Congress.
there.
And in such a dispute, Congress must show a need for the evidence that we seek. Republicans have not made that showing. They've shown no need for
Or the
these
spooky
files.
ghost gun
So
sitting
the
there.
discussion we heard
which-
before is irrelevant.
A lot of
because
those
it was
ghost
dealing with
guns
a criminal
too.
trial.
Ghost guns.
This is not a criminal trial. This is a dispute between the executive branch and Congress. And in such a dispute, Congress must show a need for the evidence that they seek. Republicans have not made that showing.
Sam, what's up, my brother? Good
They have
morning.
not shown any need for these files.
But yeah,
And,
it
that
amazes
renders
me
this
how
whole,
well these
thing
people just
ridiculous.
lie
And I
straight to
thank
your
the gentleman
face.
for yielding, and I yield back to him.
Thank you. In my last 10 seconds, all I can say is, God bless America, because we need somebody of that authority to bless us with the way this committee and these folks have dealt with this case and ruining a constitution and democracy.
Oh, I want to
Gentleman yields
ruin your
back. The gentleman from
democracy,
California
motherfucker.
is
I want to ruin the shit out of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
'Cause I
Since
wanna
the
get back to
discussion's
being a
drifted into the
republic.
Manhattan trial, I just have to say that it's ironic to hear my colleague from California speak to the integrity of our legal system. Like most Americans, I am appalled that our justice system could become so dangerously politicized. It started with the IRS harassing members of the Tea Party years ago. Then we had the FBI and intelligence agencies using what they knew was a completely fabricated
I hear
story
that,
by the
Sam.
Clinton
Then you showed up
campaign
for this
over
fucking
Russian
clown show.
collusion. My colleague played a large role in that and was censured by the House for his role in it. Then we had the intelligence agencies concoct a lie that the Hunter Biden laptop was a Russian hoax, and that may have decisively affected the outcome of the 2020 election. And now we have these sham cases against Donald Trump on the flimsiest of legal grounds that have never been charged before, and with the obvious intent.
Yeah, Bart, you're probably right about that, brother.
Presidential campaign. That the sinister nature of these cases is that it doesn't matter that they're falling apart. That's not the point. The point is to drain Trump of his time and resources and throw the election to the Democrats. Now, the cornerstone of our justice system is equal justice under law, that no matter who
Not
we
for
are,
forever,
we're
it
treated
hadn't
the
been.
same. That's why justice is depicted as blindfolded. And in each of these cases,
Justice ought to be
seem
depicted with a
three
fucking
standards of
heroin
justice,
needle in her
one for
damn
Donald
arm
Trump,
right
one
now.
for the rest of us, and then
Never
one for the
mind.
Democrats. And that strikes at the heart of the matter before us, the decision to prosecute Donald Trump for mishandling classified documents and the decision not to prosecute Joe Biden for the same offense.
Money bags on one
Now,
side of the
executive
scale.
privilege is an important concept, has an enormous bearing on the separation of powers. The discussion, in fact, it goes back to George Washington's administration. And the discussions that a president has with his advisors or subordinates in the executive branch on any matter within the powers of his office are no more the business of the legislative branch than the discussions among members of Congress are the business of the executive. The president cannot compel Congress to divulge its deliberations any more than Congress can compel the president. So it's crystal clear to me that any official discussion between the president and any subordinate cannot be pierced. But this case is very different because it's not a conversation between the president and a subordinate over policy or the discharge of his official duties. Rather, it's an interview in the course of a criminal investigation.
Oh, you
To
know
me,
it
this is
was.
far
Dark, I know
closer
it
to the
was.
Nixon
Most
tapes.
sane people know it was.
Nixon tapes were not conversations as part of a criminal investigation.
It's the reason they will never
Conversations that
come
had
out and
bearing
say or admit
on one.
how many feds were
The
in that crowd.
conversation in this case is even further from the root of the executive privilege. This was an interview in a criminal investigation that clearly falls within the legitimate legislative function. It's not only a legitimate inquiry, it's a vital inquiry. How is it that there are two cases in class as President Donald Trump had absolute authority to declassify material at will, as Vice President Joe Biden did not? Under the Presidential Records Act, President Trump had absolute discretion to determine what papers to retain in the course of his presidency, as Vice President Joe Biden did not. And yet a decision was made to prosecute Donald Trump and yet not to prosecute Joe Biden by the Joe Biden administration. So it bears repeating, the foundation of our judicial system is equal justice under law. Without this, the law loses its moral authority, it becomes raw political force. And it's apparent to me that we are moving dangerously away from this principle of equal justice. Congress has an essential role to play in setting things right before we lose the very principles that define us as a free people. And central to this is to understand why these two cases were treated so.
Morning, brother. Nice try.
The request of the administration is legitimate, and the contempt citation for its refusal to provide this information is entirely appropriate. With that, I yield back.
Well said. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California. I have California, then I'll come there. The gentleman from California, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, the actions of this committee chairman in ignoring a bipartisan congressional subpoena has hurt the ability of this committee to get information and hurt the rule of law. It is a height of hypocrisy for the chairman of this committee to try to enforce a contempt subpoena against Merrick Garland when this chairman himself ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena. Now, I've been to a number of proceedings in my time in Congress and in the state legislature that have been relatively stupid. But this proceeding goes beyond stupidity. It is a waste of taxpayer resources. Why is that? Because we have the transcript. We have the transcript of the interview between Special Counsel Robert Hur and President Biden.
At least the thing with this is this is,
that
I
this
think,
transcript
all
was made
stays
up,
in
that
the
it's
House.
fake, that it's been doctored. This transcript was produced by Robert Hur's office. Robert Hur was appointed by Donald Trump. He is a Republican appointee. The notion that's a wild, insane conspiracy theory. You know what I think is really going on? Joe Biden stutters. He's always had a stuttering problem. He was made fun of as a child because he stuttered. He was bullied as a kid because he stuttered. He overcame stuttering to become president of the United States. And Republicans in the past have used his stuttering to smear him.
Freaking connections going.
I think that's what they want to do again.
again.
This audio. I think that is
That's what they're
despicable,
going
and
with
if Republicans
because
are going
Biden
to
stutters?
back.
Are you fucking
Let's
serious?
talk about Donald Trump. I agree with the Republican from New Jersey who said if a person cannot stay on trial,
They're
he
serious.
should not be president of the United States. Donald Trump has fallen asleep multiple times at his own criminal trial. I'm a former prosecutor. I can tell you that is not normal.
Dude, I'd
I think there
pull
may
up
be
a
some
cop to
physical
go
and
to
mental
sleep.
health issues that should be investigated. I'm going to tell
Wake
you
me
what
up when you're
people
ready
in
to
the
tell me if
courtroom
I'm
are
guilty or
writing about
not.
Donald Trump falling asleep.
Yeah.
Here's a reporter who has been observing this. One reporter observed, quote, that Donald Trump has nodded off a few times, his mouth going slack and his head drooping onto his chest, end quote. Another reporter said, quote, that Donald Trump slowly dropped his head. His eyes closed, it jerked back upward, he adjusts himself, then his head droops again, he straightens up, leaning back, his head droops for a third time, he shakes his shoulders, eyes closed still, his head drops.
Because it's all bullshit. He knows it.
If a person is so weak and feeble, if Donald Trump is so weak and feeble, he cannot stay awake at his own criminal trial, he can't be president of the United States.
Any respect for their horse shit?
So instead of going around trying to smear different people,
I didn't realize this was going to be a straight up comedy routine.
How about let's do
I got to agree with Barton
bipartisan
thing.
hearing.
Does stuttering
Let's
make
do
you
some
accidentally
bills
take
to
millions
fix
of
a
dollars
broken
from the CCP in
immigration
Ukraine?
The Republicans here don't want to do that. They don't want to work on a bipartisan basis. They don't want to fix this. Why? Because
Maybe I need to start stuttering.
Maybe I need to start stuttering.
A couple million.
Let's talk about high prices.
Maybe I should start doing
Prices
business
are
with China.
high. We did get a good report yesterday that inflation has now slowed down. That is good, but prices are still high. Why don't we work on bipartisan basis to look at price gouging?
You know
We
what?
have
You're
companies
right.
making
I'm
record
going to
profits,
sell
they're
out.
gouging consumers. Let's have a hearing on that. Why don't we have a hearing
I'm
on
going
that?
to sell out right now.
Republicans don't want to fix this issue. They want it as a campaign issue. Okay, then
I
how
want
about
all
let's
your
do
Norinco.
a topic
I
that
want it
isn't
now.
a campaign issue. Artificial intelligence has now become prevalent in many
All right,
places.
I've officially
Has
sold
privacy
out.
implications. It could do amazing things.
Get me all
It
all the
also
Norinkos,
harm us in a variety of ways in terms
all
of
the
bias and so
Chinese
on. Why don't we do a
custom
hearing on this?
custom guns
Yes,
you've
in
got
this
right
committee.
now.
Instead, we're here doing this stupid stuff to try to get audio of a transcript we already have. And it gets even worse than that. There is a second committee.
If you don't get me millions,
It's going to do an
totally
exact
sell
same
out.
hearing on this contempt proceeding. Let me just put in that, you know what? At least the chairman of that committee did not ignore a congressional bipartisan subpoena. It might be more appropriate for that committee to do it, and we should end this proceeding right now. I yield back.
Well, finally, hallelujah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After that 5 minutes, I was starting to get a little sleepy. I would like to yield my time to Mr. Van Drew.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And here we go again. So the gentleman, my friends from Tennessee,
You know, yeah.
Maryland, are eye on the ball. They want to look.
You
and
know,
we talked about this
something
before in
wrong,
this committee,
father
the
of
shiny
nothing
object
wrong
over
and
here.
anything wrong.
When you're really in trouble on the other side of the aisle, when you've really got a problem, let's go after Donald Trump. Let's make it a campaign stunt.
I like this
speech.
guy.
Let's talk about what a bad guy is. Let's talk about all these. Again, if we want to have a separate debate, a colloquy, a discussion.
This guy is good, Coop,
formal,
because he's the one who
informal,
lost, the
we'll do
ATF
it,
director.
man. I'm ready to go
If,
at it.
If he felt it in his
Most of us
blood that he
here
had to
are.
commit a crime with that
That
pistol
is
in his
not
firearm.
the issue is this
This
committee
guy's good.
feels that it needs
I love his sarcasm.
an audio transcript because the charges, the concerns are so serious. Current president is cognitively impaired, incompetent,
I am a huge fan of
unable to
sarcasm.
stand trial, even though he broke the law So the Department of Justice decides
And if
that
you
they
don't
will
remember
go
what he
after
said,
him for those
just
reasons.
go to my YouTube channel and look up
And
my
if that's
shorts.
true,
I've
we
got
need
one
to
of
hear
him
the
grilling
audio
the
tape.
ATF director.
You're going to be
It's
able
great.
to understand if he truly is that
I've got to
cognitively
start
impaired,
clipping out
if he
shit like that
truly
and do it
has
a
those
lot more
problems,
short.
if he cannot deal with these issues, if he didn't
I had
know
to because
what
that
he
one
is
was just
doing,
golden.
we are going to
That
learn
was
a
the
lot
golden
more. And
opportunity.
by the way, if it's no big deal, as the other side says, because we have the transcripts, well, we do have the transcripts, so why do you care so much about us getting the
Like when
audio?
David Cicilline tried
What's
to say
the
that it
big
was
deal?
way back in like a bump
I
stock.
just want to finish this first. I will
Yeah.
yield. We already have the transcript, so why don't we have the audio? Because we can find out whether he is in that much trouble, if the country is in that much trouble. This has got nothing to do with what's going on in New York. This has to do with what's going on right here in the White House in Washington, D.C. with this president. Or if he is not cognitively impaired, if he is with it, if he is capable, then he broke the law as vice president and as a U.S. senator, not allowed to take these classified materials out, kept them in a garage by his home next to a collapsed dog kennel,
Dude,
and
if
then
you're
used them.
average,
I want everybody to understand
average
that.
person
Then
in the
use
armed
them,
forces had done
read
that,
them
they'd be in
to
Fort
his
fucking Leavenworth.
ghostwriter to use in his multi-million-dollar book deal. Was he competent? Did he know what he was doing when he made this deal and used these papers to make money on the presidency? That's what we need to know. That's why we're going through all this. It's got nothing to do with the other stuff. And that's what we need to find out.
Gentlemen, yield now.
And that's why I will in one moment. And that's why we're having this discussion, because this committee has an oversight responsibility and needs to know that.
Well,
It's
the
not only the
Chinese
committee.
Bitcoin
Most
bots are
importantly,
working
the
hard.
American people need to know it. We need to know if we have an incompetent, incoherent president, or if we have a president that is being helped through the two-tier system of justice again, just like they tried to help
Yeah,
his
those scams are going
son.
overtime.
Justice for thee, not for me. God help us, the American people, whomever are watching and listening to this, don't have those opportunities, but he keeps getting them over and over again. Which is it? I know it's a bad spot for you.
I'll know I've
folks.
made it when
I
the
get
sex
it.
bots start
It's a
showing up.
really uncomfortable place to be, but we need to find out the truth. And I yield to the gentleman from Cal. Actually, yeah, I'll yield to you, the gentleman from Cal.
Thank you. I just want to comment the following. The special prosecutor decided that there was no reason to prosecute for his own good reasons. He stated them in his report. He made what I regard as a
That's not what he
gratuitous
said.
smear of the
That's
president
not
by
what he
his
said.
comment on cognitive impairment. We will see.
He
You
said
don't
he
need the
didn't think he
transcript
could get
to
a
see if the
conviction
president's
because the
cognitively
jury
impaired.
would feel
The
sorry
president
for
speaks
Joe
all the
Biden.
time. There are going to be two debates. The American people can decide whether the president is cognitively impaired. They can decide whether
I want him
his
drug
opponent
tested
is
before the
cognitively
debate.
impaired. They're going to see plenty of evidence of that in the debates and in the campaign. So we don't need the transcript to know.
Well,
whether the
then get rid
president
of the trials
is
if you
cognitively
say
impaired
that's
or
going to
not. The
happen in the
evidence is
campaign,
before
because
the American
using these
people.
trials
reclaim
is
my
actively going
I reclaim my
against
time.
and
And look, this doesn't
breaking
have anything to do with the debate.
election
So
laws.
I get it, and I know everybody's going to enjoy them, me included. But this has to
Yes.
do with the actions that took place regarding
interfering with
classified
elections.
materials. And either, as the special prosecutor said, he is cognitively impaired and unfit for trial, or he knowingly did this and made money off of it. I yield back to Mr. Nels. I think Mr. Nels yields back to you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing is a continuation of what this Congress has been about under Republican
Hank
authority
Johnson,
since
Jesus
January
Christ.
3rd of 2023.
Did Guam tip
We
over yet?
started out trying to elect a speaker. It
Mm.
took, I think,
No, that's
19
is that
ballots
Mr. Johnson?
before this Congress
that is
back
Mr.
in
Johnson.
2023
Yeah,
January
no,
was
I don't
able
think
to
Guam's
elect
tipped
a
over yet.
speaker.
The Chinese are
And that
trying, though.
speaker,
They're trying.
presided over what is agreed upon by most people who are observing this committee's functions as well, this Congress's functions. This has been the least productive Congress in the history of
And I am
Because
completely cool with
Democrats
them
have the
being
Senate.
unproductive.
arguing.
I'm
And
cool with them
my
not making any
friends,
more
on
laws
the
and
other
killing our
side of the
rights.
aisle
I'm down
on
with
this
that.
committee are a
If
part of
the
that.
only thing
They
you have to
spent
gripe about is
$20
you've done
million
nothing, you've done a damn good job
investigating
then, doing nothing.
President Trump. This committee alone,
You got that right.
spent $20 million during
Lightning
this
Scott. I thought that was corn pop.
118th session of Congress, which began in January of 2023, investigating President Biden. They suffered the indignity of their leader, former President Trump, being indicted for withholding
So the
classified
Bitcoin bots
documents.
are from
Guam
damn.
hasn't tipped over, so your point is mute
In July of 2023,
or moot.
during the
I'm not sure. I'm
height
not
of
sure.
this
It's either
Do
mute
Nothing
or moot.
Congress, and
Well,
not
either
long
way,
before
you know,
this,
in
this
Hank Johnson
Congress
fashion.
expelled the speaker. It took so long to
Yeah. I would,
elect
every
in
hearing he was
January. They
in,
put
I'd have to
out
ask
in
him that question.
October.
Hey,
And
Hank,
then
before
we
you
went
start,
for 3 weeks.
has Guam tipped over yet? I
while
want to make sure I ain't
even
missed it.
people on this committee
Not
were
tipped over,
vying
capsized.
for the speakership. It took 3
Has
weeks.
Guam capsized?
Yes,
Because,
capsized.
Ran
Well,
through a
that
number
may
of
be too
candidates
big of a word
before
for him. He had trouble pronouncing it.
Well,
this
that's what what's
Congress
the word he used?
elected Mike Johnson as
That's the
its
word he
speaker
used.
formerly of this committee. And
I know, but
he has
he
not
tripped
fared
all
much
over
better.
Okay, Barton
Neither
Fink,
has the House under his reign.
he's hit it right on the head. I wish he was
Still
mute, but
nothing
his point is
accomplished,
mute.
and we get to this
Yes.
point now where after spending
Yes.
$20 million,
Thank you,
this
Barton Fink.
committee has absolutely nothing to show for it.
Barton's on top of it.
They tried to pin a classified documents
Yep,
case
he's a good guy.
on President Biden. They had a special counsel Her, who spent a lot of money investigating, couldn't find a thing, had to write a report that cleared the president from
Report did
illegally
clear him.
withholding classified documents. And then he was summoned to this committee to deliver the findings of his report, which included a derogatory reference to President Biden being having a loss of memory,
Tell you, if
disparaging
Kamala
him.
Harris
And that was
wasn't
the
so
only
fucking
thing that
unlikable,
Republicans could
Biden
get
would have stepped down
out
already.
of Her's report. And so they made hay
Yeah,
of
because
that
she'd get as impeached
for
in a
while,
heartbeat.
and then that went away, and now it has come
Oh, yeah.
back. We're seeking to hold the Attorney General
No one
in
likes her.
contempt of this committee,
Not even her own
for
party.
refusing to produce an
Say,
audio
man,
file.
she was nothing but a diversity
When
hire.
you already have
Well, not a
the,
diverse. Well, it was more so because
voluminous
she was a woman than a
document,
diversity hire.
the entire unredacted Her report, the
That's exactly
transcript
what it
of
is.
the
She was
interview
a
with the
woman of color.
president, even
She checked
talking
off
to the
enough
president's
boxes.
ghostwriter. It was an exhaustive investigation.
They thought that they could
And the
probably
only
get
thing
her
we
in
can do
there,
now is come
and
up
then
with
she would actually do the
additional
job properly,
information to
and
show
that they could
Biden
retire
is
Biden early, and she
cognitively
could take over.
impaired. That's what this
And it
committee
didn't
is
work out
trying
like
to
that
do today,
because
according
apparently
to
she's
my
more
friends
hated than
from
they
New
thought she
Jersey.
was.
Get the evidence that Biden is
Which tells you just how
cognitively
fucking retarded
impaired.
they are.
So this is political.
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
a do-nothing Congress. It's the product of a do-nothing committee. The American people deserve more, and they're seeing what's happening.
Well, Hank,
And I
if we
think they're
deserve
gonna
more,
sweep this
why don't
committee
you step
out of
aside and
its
let someone
perch,
younger take your
and
place?
Democrats will be back in control.
Let
so that
someone
we
more
can
in
do
tune
the
with
work that the
reality.
American people need us to do to keep them
Hell,
safe,
same thing to
and
Nadler.
to
You've been there 30
make
years.
sure that
Give it up.
costs are down, make sure that our economy is humming along, jobs, rebuilding America. That's what this committee needs to be about, not a fishing expedition trying to show that this president is cognitively impaired. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have no idea what I'm going to say.
A lot of us sit here when we listen to the special counsel, I think, respond to many questions that day, sitting right there in front of us. And I began to wonder kind of what were the conversations behind closed doors? What were the discussions amongst the attorneys on how are we ever going to dismiss the idea that the President of the United States holding substantial positions within our government had absolutely secured on his own person sensitive documents and then was able to take them back to his residence, move boxes of them to offices.
Remember, it was the staffers that did
in
that.
multiple locations, and obviously willingly and knowingly mishandling secret, sensitive U.S. government documents, and just dismiss this.
Mike, what's up, my
And
brother?
there had to have been a conversation with the special counsel behind closed
Hey,
doors
Mike.
about, well, let's see. They just did a raid on the former
All right, I feel really bad about selling out to
president's
China. I'm going to
home
stop.
in Florida. Lights going.
The sponsorships just weren't happening,
securing
were they?
specific
No, it
areas of that
wasn't. It wasn't
residence,
going as fast as it was for Biden.
and really kind of ransacking the place. And now we find out, probably, a little bit of orchestration on what they wanted those documents to look like when the photos were taken. But I can't imagine what the special counsel and his assistants were trying to dismiss by simply saying that the president, he's not all there. And we've seen it on TV. We see it every day.
They're supposed to, but they really
He's
don't, Fire Rodder.
completely
They really don't.
incompetent from handling a simple
There's no rub here.
So that became their way out. That became what they thought could justify letting him off the hook. And I'm not sure where that would have gone as a criminal prosecution. None of us are ever going to know that, right? I mean, my own personal opinion is that Herb blew it, because he's the one who set up this juxtaposition of the President of the United States, who, by the way, just agreed to 2 presidential debates, okay? But at the same time, we're supposed to believe that, he had a few boxes in the garage and he lost track of them, and he's just not up to standing trial for this. He's just not up to actually having an attorney ask him poignant questions about what he was doing with the documents. And was he aware what were in those boxes that he had all over the place? And now, today, we get a letter from Mr. Siskel. So again, I wonder what was going on behind closed
All right,
doors
I'm
at
back.
the White House yesterday
Oh, welcome back.
in the discussions on how are we now
hell'd
going
that
to
come
make
from?
sure that we protect the president again from having to disclose anything of substance. And the paragraph that strikes me is, the absence of a legitimate need for an audio recordings lays bare your likely goal. Now they're telling Congress what our goals are in trying to secure evidence. And that is to chop them up, distort them, and use them for partisan political purposes. Okay, and that's not part of our process either, right? That you have to run for re-election. So if something like this was actually utilized in that way, which that is not the committee's intent, but clearly one of the attorneys over at the White House dropped the ball when they wrote that paragraph. Because it just went from us not being able to do oversight to now we've come up with a way that we're actually going to execute a little bit of a cover-up. We're going to move towards cover-up to make
A little bit of a
sure
cover-up?
A
that
little bit?
the special counsel's
Just a little.
conclusions are not questioned beyond what was done in this room when he was here a month ago. So, Mr. Chairman, this
Barton, I
entire
tried. I
day
tried,
is not
but
only
no luck.
warranted,
No luck.
but the American people see what's going on here. we're not going to elect Donald Trump. The other side of the aisle in the White House is going to elect Donald Trump. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Swallow.
Oh, here's Swallows,
Nice to
Will.
see that some of my colleagues on the other side can make it today. I don't know if that means that there weren't enough seats in the courtroom in New York, but I know that the Oversight Committee canceled a hearing that was supposed to happen right now on this matter so that they could be at the president's trial. I know some members will miss this vote because they want to be at the president's trial, and I don't think that anything could animate the phrase "do nothing Congress" more than missing votes and canceling hearings to go up and be a spectator at your cult
yourself
leader's
already.
trial.
Go Jack
That
Biden
is
home.
the definition of do nothing Congress. But I'm here for a celebration because let's raise a glass. It's been about 2 years this week. May 12 is when Jim Jordan, our chairman, was subpoenaed and asked to comply with his subpoena for his role, his interaction with the former president on the January 6th attack of the Capitol. And so we are now 735 days in. It's 2 years, and this committee has the nerve. This committee has the temerity to seek compliance from the attorney. I actually think you should not be able to bring any subpoena of another person if you are out of compliance of your own subpoena. That seems to make a lot of sense to me, and we'll have an amendment to address that a little bit later.
It'd be real awful if someone subpoena hit him for
this
something,
particular effort to hold the
and
Attorney
then
General
thrown it in
contempt.
his face during a
Because what is
procession.
this really about?
Yeah.
After all, it was Donald Trump's appointed prosecutor who the Attorney General deputized to be the special counsel here to look at President Biden's handling of classified documents. So it was Donald Trump's prosecutor who cleared President Biden. He said, there's nothing to see here. And in fact, although he did not put it in the lead memo for his report, there was an exchange that he acknowledged in the interview with President Biden where the special counsel told the president, your
Can you
recall
see the
is
Chinese spy that was actually
photographic.
assigned to sleep with this
He didn't
dude?
say your recall is good. He didn't say your recall is
Just
decent.
going home and
The special
rubbing
counsel
herself
said
with bleach,
your
crying
recall
in the
is
shower.
photographic.
Can we sue her?
So what is this really about?
Not for being a spy,
This is
but
about you
for
all
associating with
not
him.
accepting the
I
outcome
think that was
of the
enough
2020
punishment, actually.
election. You rooted on the
Oh, he
rioters
get past
as
the
they sought
plan.
to attack the Capitol on January 6th. If that wasn't enough, you all went back to the floor and relitigated the issues that brought the rioters to the Capitol just 8 hours later. Many of you go and visit the convicted criminals who assaulted the police officer at their jail cells. And during police week, as a bunch of officers yesterday testified in the Homeland Security hearing that those officers are heroes and those rioters are criminals, you call them hostages. And the former president calls them hostages. So this is entirely
I've
about
read a
not
lot of their
accepting the
charging
outcome
documents you
of the
did get
January
exactly what they
6th vote here, rooting on the rioters, and doing everything you can to try and affect the outcome of the upcoming election. And so then I thought to myself, is there like a parallel? Is there another investigation where your side was completely incurious about what that investigation yielded? Turns out there was. Turns out it happened
Yeah, I
recently.
bet you got
Turns
to
out
look
somebody
over that one
on
up.
your side was investigated for sex trafficking. Now you're going to say, well, he was cleared. He was cleared. They dropped the charges. Yes, the Biden Attorney General dropped the charges.
That's because they had
Didn't
no
pursue, didn't bring
evidence.
charges.
And it was against Matt Gaetz.
That's exactly
Go ahead
what
and say it,
happened
motherfucker. I'd love
with
to see Matt
President
punch you
Biden.
right in your fucking face.
But you all have shown no interest to go to the Attorney General and say, well, we want to learn more. We want to see the notes and the audio recordings and the evidence of our own colleagues' sex trafficking investigation. Not a peep from any one of you. So if you wanted to do that,
I would love to
if
see
you wanted to
Matt
show
Gaetz
just a
walk
little
right in
bit of
there and just
consistency,
dart him in the jaw.
I would be willing to entertain that you have a genuine interest in understanding what happened in that hearing. But that's not what this is about. This is about doing everything to help Donald Trump, who you see as your client,
Barton.
who a New York criminal trial sees as a defendant, to help him win an election. So I have no interest in playing this game. The American people have no interest in playing this game. And all this does, for those of you who have graced us with your presence animates that it's a completely do-nothing Congress. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd yield to the gentleman from California.
I'll be very brief before my colleague from California leaves. I've been on this committee
Howard
long
Town,
enough
what's
to
up,
know
brother? How you
why we
doing?
mark up contempt. This committee and the committee that he referred oversight, we've held people in contempt for not doing things. This committee successfully held in contempt the chief counsel to the president under George W. Bush for not showing up. We next door held in contempt Eric Holder for withholding information that he said he had 200 and some pages. Ultimately, over 10,000 pages turned out to be delivered. What's interesting and very similar is the president's old boss, President Obama, claimed executive privilege on exactly the day we were about
I
to
wish
do
we
this.
could get back to
And
some old
ultimately,
school
none of
card
those
instead of-
10,000 pages stood the
Me too.
test under a judge appointed by President Obama for executive privilege. So the false claim of executive privilege today is just as much a ruse as it was under President Obama. And that's the piece of history that I hope my colleagues will observe as we hold this Attorney General in contempt. And I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Yeah, I thank the gentleman. I mean, I would note that my colleagues are decrying the fact that some of our colleagues are in New York. Let's remember what's happening in New York. We have a clear sham trial being perpetrated by a judge with clear bias. We have a situation where the entire thing relies on Michael Cohen, who, I mean, just to say the least, is a convicted felon, has been disbarred, has pled guilty to perjury and various financial crimes. The judge, his own daughter, is a known Democrat political operative, has clients, including some of our Democratic colleagues, I think even on this committee, including some Democratic colleagues who are in fact advising Michael Cohen at this particular moment. All of that is occurring at a time when they're calling Michael Cohen when they could bring forward Alan Weiselberg, who is sitting over in Rikers, but for some reason they're not bringing him forward, which one could guess because it wouldn't help. And the fact is, this is all playing out while bootstrapping a federal law into a state crime in order to try to navigate statutes of limitations. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's patently absurd what we're seeing unfold with our system of justice, the politicization of it. And now here we sit, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't like that we simply want to see the best evidence available, when in fact it is not, as one of my colleagues talked about, trying to effectively get a second stab at criminal proceedings. This is an impeachment inquiry. That is inherently not a criminal proceeding. It is a unique function of Congress under the Constitution of the United States. And we're investigating very legitimate questions, conflicts of interest of the Biden family, the significant amount of money that has flowed to the Biden family, the extent to which the president has had material that he's not supposed to have in his possession, which the special counsel firmly pointed out, and in fact, in this committee, testified to. And in fact, the president and his lawyers have contested Special Counsel Hur's assessment. But the truth is, Special Counsel Hur in this committee stood behind his sworn testimony. We've got evidence that we can see in transcripts, but all we're pointing out is it is a both impeachment function and legislative function of this body to be able to use the power to be able
Dark,
to go
take care of
to
your
the Department
packages.
of Justice, which is supposed to be overseen by us in the first place, by the way, and to say, we simply want to see the best evidence, because if you look in the terms of the criminal proceeding, which is not an impeachment inquiry and is not the legislative function, it is an independent, unique function in the criminal inquiry that they're carrying out at justice. That clearly what you saw from
Spot
Special
on,
Counsel
Mike.
Hur was a great
We
deal
have
of
a legal
dependence
system. We don't have a
on the
justice
demeanor
system anymore. We haven't
of
had
the
a
president.
justice system for a very long
An
time.
extraordinary amount of dependence in terms of his determination on whether to pursue charges depended on how he assessed the demeanor of the president of the United States. That's all this is about. It's not political. It's not about something that might show up later for political purposes. It is very much to the heart of whether or not and what the president knew about the materials that he had, which the special counsel firmly acknowledges and wrote were illegal for him to possess. And the question is what was his intent? And it is critically important for the purposes of this body to determine where we're going to go with an impeachment inquiry or any legislative inquiry to determine what the president's demeanor was during that interview. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm disappointed. I moved to strike last word.
Who's recognized?
I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised that we're getting a letter from the White House citing executive privilege the day before the hearing, the day before the markup. And as my colleague from California knows, who's the ranking member on the subcommittee that I chair, responsiveness and accountability to oversight, this is common behavior for this White House. Wait until the last minute and then throw either an excuse or a few pages of documents that have been subpoenaed, much of which is publicly available, to us to try and fend off exactly this, a contempt citation for failure to comply.
The Democrats don't want everybody to see
one thing
they're
if it were
absolutely
the
inept
subcommittee that I
president
chair. It'd
being
be one thing if it
questioned,
were documents subpoenaed,
tripping over his
the
words,
Department
not
of
remembering shit, and
Health and
looking
Human
like an
Services
absolute
or,
dementia fucking patient.
education, or the FTC, about collusion with big tech, about the COVID information that they tried to limit availability on the internet. There are so many different ways in which this administration has failed to be accountable, failed to be held accountable, and failed to provide the information that we've requested, that we're not surprised. But this is under an impeachment inquiry. Last year, we approved an impeachment inquiry in this body, which heightens that standard and actually increases the burden on the administration to show that there is some reason why they should not be providing this information. And executive privilege is not applicable here. We have a request for a recording. As was stated earlier, the White House doesn't get to decide how that information is provided, which transcript is better, which transcript is appropriate. If we want one transcript, they give us that one. If we want the other one, they have to give us that one. This investigation is about whether the president willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. Actually, that was a conclusion.
Fix and say that was all concluded in the report.
HER's investigation also concluded that Vice President Biden had, quote, strong motivations, unquote, to ignore the rules for properly handling classified materials. Those strong motivations included an advance of $8 million that Biden had planned to receive for writing his memoir, a book he had decided to write, quote, months before leaving office. But why has the DOJ not sought to bring charges against the president for his actions, both as vice president and a private citizen? Well, for one reason, Special Counsel Hur noted in his report that although there was sufficient evidence that Biden had willfully retained classified information, he wouldn't recommend taking it to trial because the president would appear to a jury to be, quote, sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory. But Hur knew that to make the $8 million book advance, he would need reminders. But many of those reminders are classified, and yet he shared them with his ghostwriter, Mark Zwaniter, who holds no security clearance. As part of the impeachment inquiry in the Judiciary Committee's legislative oversight, the committee has sought
that $8 million book advance
among other
and the
things,
money he's
President
making off
Biden's
that book
mishandling of
is
classified
nothing more than
information.
money
And,
laundering.
The DOJ refuses to provide the committee with these
These
recordings,
politicians do that shit
and
constantly.
Attorney General Garland not only confirmed that this material has been turned over to the White House and not us. He said this during an appropriations testimony, but failed to see the hypocrisy in allowing the White House access to these recordings, but not the Judiciary and Oversight Committees. So he rejected the notion that DOJ should release the recordings and said they needed to remain confidential, but at the time had no response as to how to provide the recordings to the White House, as to how he provided the recordings to the White
Dude,
House.
those walk-in showers are
So,
pretty damn nice.
These recordings are important to our investigations because of the superior evidence that the recordings provide, because transcripts do not capture demeanor evidence. And there's evidence that the White House has doctored official transcripts to hide a verbal slip-up from President Biden already. So if they're already doctoring official transcripts, we need the tapes. We need the tapes, and they have an obligation to provide them to us. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Well, we know good and well they're doctoring
Question
transcripts
occurs
because
on the amendment
he
offered by
mumble
the
raps his
gentleman
way through
from
every
New
damn
York.
thing.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The roll call being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Isa? Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock?
See, these
Mr.
Republicans,
McClintock votes
every
no.
one of them
Mr.
should have been
Tiffany?
sitting there
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey
this
votes no.
entire
Mr.
time. There
Roy?
shouldn't be an empty
Mr. Roy
seat on the
votes no.
Republican side.
Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald?
But it goes to show you
Mr.
how much
Benz?
of a joke some
Mr.
of the
Benz
stuff
votes
is. They
no.
come in
Mr.
there, they
Klein?
get their little 5-minute
Mr. Klein
sound
votes
bite,
no.
and then they're out.
Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen?
Oh, yeah, we
Mr.
haven't
Johnson?
even heard from Jackson
Mr.
Lee
Johnson
yet.
votes
So
aye.
that ought to
Mr.
be
Schiff?
fun.
No, because she's
Schiff
over at
votes
the
aye.
Trump trial.
Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu?
Is
Ms.
she really?
Jayapal?
Well,
Mr.
Coop,
Correa?
did you know that?
Scanlon?
Oh, God, don't
Ms.
start.
Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Goose?
Had you heard that?
I'll find a way to choke you through the internet.
Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
Now I'm having
Ms. Escobar votes
flashbacks.
aye.
Thanks.
Ms. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Oh, God, that
Mr.
woman
Ivy
was
votes
so
aye.
annoying.
Ms. Ballant?
Oh, I know. That's why I do it,
Oh.
because it gets to you.
Definitely
Mr.
got
Isa,
to
you're
take
not
more
recorded.
Motrin now.
Mr. Isa votes no.
Fucking man, I'm gonna grab something to
Mr.
drink because I'm
Fitzgerald
gonna
votes
need it.
no.
I'm gonna have to wash down some
Mr. Gooden
Tylenol
votes no.
and Motrin at the same
Mr. Fry
fucking
votes
time.
no.
My recommendation is use bourbon.
No, well, it's too early in the day for that. Root beer's gonna
Alrighty.
have to work.
One beer. Oh, that's mighty brave of you.
Mr. Chairman, there are 8 ayes and 17 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. To the-
Objection, the amendment be considered as read. The
I
gentleman.
object, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a
I
subpoena duly
object
issued
to
by
his
the Committee on
his
Legislation
objection.
offered by Mr. Johnson of Georgia. On page 13, at the end of the second full paragraph insert, the committee also notes serious concerns about the competency of Donald Trump. The weekend before the committee took up this contempt report in a speech delivered in Wildwood, New Jersey, Mr. Trump praised the fictional serial killer from Silence of the Lambs, quote, the late, great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man, unquote, and quote, congratulations, the late, great Hannibal Lecter. We have people that are being released into our country that we don't want in our country, end quote. Mr. Trump also confused the Chinese city of Beijing with the self-governing island of Taiwan and confused the famous tennis player Jimmy
No, he
Connors
didn't.
with President Jimmy Carter.
You're
At a
just
rally
you're
in
just
Iowa
making up
last
lies.
January, Mr. Trump declared, think of it magnets. Now, all I want about magnets is this: give me a glass of water, let me drop it on the magnets. That's the end of the magnet. During a series of March campaign rallies, Trump mistook the country of Argentina for a person, telling the crowd, you know, Argentina, great guy. He's a big Trump guy. He loves Trump. I love him because he loves Trump. Anybody that loves me, I like them. He also claimed that a poll was a legislative bill called our country the United Stage, and made a series of unintelligible noises when describing himself.
All
Ding,
right, I'm
boom,
back.
this is me, unintelligible thing.
Where's my
It is
note?
not even clear if Mr. Trump knows which of his political opponents he is running against. Mr. Trump has mixed up President Joe Biden and former President Barack Obama on at least 8 different occasions. He confused presidential candidate Nikki Haley with former Speaker Pelosi, inferring that Ambassador Haley was responsible for Capitol security. Mr. Trump has also been confused with respect to foreign leaders. For example, in October 2023, Mr. Trump referred to Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban as a great leader of Turkey. These examples and more raised serious concerns about
And
Mr. Trump's
fucking
mental
President
competency
Biden thought
and
the
ability
damn
to serve another term.
whatever Egypt
Gentleman is recognized.
was the
Thank
president
you,
of
Mr.
Mexico.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman,
this contempt report that is
Guam
being
hasn't
considered
capsized
today
yet.
is
Move
full of
on.
misleading references to President Biden's age and his mental competency. And throughout this hearing today, I've heard the false allegation made that Special Counsel Hur found that Biden was incompetent to stand trial. That is not
That's exactly what he said.
Hur found. He simply questioned the president's memory. And so let's not get it twisted. And speaking of,
man.
you know, cognitive impairment,
It's no wonder this
report
motherfucker's a lawyer.
that we're considering today conveniently omits serious evidence that the standard bearer for my friends on the other side of the aisle, Donald Trump, is the only candidate who shows any evidence of competency problems. Just this past weekend, in a speech in Wildwood, New Jersey, Mr. Trump bizarrely praised a fictional serial killer from Silence of the Lambs, the late great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man, is what the president said. And congratulations, the late great Hannibal Lecter. We have great people here that are being released into our country. We don't want our country. We don't want in our country. Hear it for yourself. Play the tape.
Silence of the Lamb. Has anyone ever seen the Silence of the Lamb? The late great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man, Presidency of China.
See, why do
talking
you
about
have to-
Beijing.
Oh,
Now, they've got ships
Talk about
circling,
your
they have planes,
selective
but they
edit.
never were doing anything. I could have pressed Hillary a lot harder. You know, she broke up her phone, she broke them up, she acid washing. Bit bleach, right? Bit bleach. Nobody even knows what it is. All done by Biden. Carried out by Ray. That's right. Jimmy Connors is Jimmy Connors is good. He's also happy. Congratulations, the late great Hannibal Lecter. We have people that are being released into our country that we don't want in our country. I'm up here screaming like a lunatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, that sad display took place just this past weekend with the former president. He appeared to confuse the Chinese city of Beijing with the self-governing island of Taiwan. He confused Jimmy Connors, a famous tennis player, with Jimmy Carter, the 39th president of the United States.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I won't. This rant is not a singular event. Last January at a rally in Iowa, Mr. Trump incoherently stated, quote, think of it, magnets, end quote. And now all I know about magnets is this: give me a glass of water, let me drop it on the magnets, and that's the end of the magnets, end quote. During a series of March campaign rallies, Trump mistook the country
This
of Argentina
grinning gay boy
for a
behind
person
Hank
telling
Johnson
the
has killed
crowd,
me.
quote, you know, Argentina, great guy. He's a big Trump guy. He loves Trump. I love him because he loves Trump. Anybody that loves me, I like them, end quote. He also claimed that a poll was
What's
a
wrong with that?
legislative bill
What's wrong with being
calling-
happy and
he
friendly?
called our country the United Stage. and he made a series of unintelligible noises when describing himself. Ding, boom, this is me, bing. It's not even
All this,
clear
I'd have to
if
ask him. Hey, Hank,
Trump
Hank,
knows
Hank,
which of his
has the
political
island of Guam
opponents he's running
capsized yet or
against.
tipped
Mr.
over?
Trump
Um,
has mixed up President Joe Biden and former President Barack
because you do
Obama
realize that
on
they're
at least
anchored to the
8
sea
different
floor, right?
occasions.
They're not
He
floating around like
bizarrely
bobbers.
mixed up presidential candidate Nikki Haley with former Speaker Pelosi, inferring that Ambassador
PLA,
Haley
what's
was
up, brother, man? Good
responsible for
morning.
Capitol security.
Well, almost
He
afternoon.
can't keep straight the names of world leaders. In October of 2023, Mr. Trump referred to
Yes,
Hungarian
PLA, that's what we were
Prime
just
Minister
talking about.
Viktor Orban as the, quote, great leader of Turkey, end quote. Republicans are intellectually and morally dishonest to criticize President
So are
Biden
Democrats.
when their dear chosen leader, Donald Trump, presents with symptoms which are quite frankly scary. The American people can see through this Republican charade. This is just an ugly exercise to hurt President Joe Biden. Let's move on. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I just wonder if the gentleman
Yes,
from the other
Lord,
side of the
what's
aisle is
up, brother, man?
concerned that the additional aid that was voted on to go to Taiwan would cause that island to tip over in any point in the future.
You know what?
I love it.
I hope that the island of Guam
love it.
is floating on water and not on diesel fuel. That's the point I was making.
Well, this
and I think that the gentleman might question my mental acuity, but let's look at your dear leader. Let's look at your dear
reclaiming
leader,
my time.
Time belongs to
former
the gentleman
President
from
Trump. Let's look
reclaiming
at
Time
my
belongs
time.
to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Reclaiming my time. I have the utmost respect for my colleague on the other side of the aisle. The point I wanted to make is that sometimes we make statements tongue in cheek that we are metaphorically speaking, and
No, Hank
that
really
the
thought the
president
island would tip
most
over.
certainly in most of those cases was doing that, as we all have, Republican and Democrat, made statements that if you're taken out of context seem indefensible or ungrounded,
Ridiculous.
if you will. Let me give an example. So the comment on the magnets here, if you give me a glass of water, let me drop it on the magnets at the end of the magnets. I've actually heard the former president talk about that. And what he's talking about are electromagnets. So there was a discussion about whether the catapults on aircraft carriers should be steam driven or electromagnetically driven. And it is true that steam is more reliable, that water would not affect the hoses, for instance, but salt water could affect wires that are driving electromagnets. So I think it's disingenuous here to offer this and take many things out of context, to take things that were said tongue in cheek, to take things that were said on the campaign trail, and act as if they were meant to be taken literally, because we all on both sides of the aisle have said things before that were not meant to be taken literally. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yield.
I'll yield, Chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I think the point is well made. No human being's ever said everything exactly right. We've all made mistakes, whatever. But the fundamental question in front of us is: was the
Has
decision
Guam tipped over yet?
was the decision not to prosecute
It
consistent
has
with
not.
the Department of Justice's commitment to impartial justice? That's the fundamental question. President Trump is getting prosecuted for a classified documents concern. Joe Biden isn't. Biden isn't because this is what the special counsel said. He said, Mr. Biden's memory appeared to have significant limitations, both at the time he spoke to his monitor in 2017 and as evidenced by their recorded conversations, and today as evidenced by the recorded interview with our office. That's why we want the audio tape. President Trump is the department being impartial. President Trump is getting prosecuted. We know what's going on in Miami. President Biden isn't, and he isn't because of that statement from the special counsel. That statement from the special counsel in light of the facts of the case. The elements of the crime have been met. Mr. Hurst sat right at that table and told us Joe Biden knowingly kept classified information and knowingly disclosed classified information. Special counsel told us in his report why Joe Biden did it. He said he had strong motivations to release classified information because he was writing a book for which he got paid $8 million. So we have motive, we have the elements of the crime, but he doesn't get charged, and yet President Trump does. And so this committee, the committee that oversees the Justice Department, has oversight of the Justice Department, wants to know if they are impartially administering justice. And the best way for us to figure all that out is to get all the evidence that the special counsel had at his disposal so we can figure that out and see if there's something we need to do legislatively to change the special counsel statute. But it's all part of our oversight. That's the fundamental question. We can get into things people say. I've said things that taken out of context. Mr. Massey has. Mr. Johnson has. We've all said it. So that's not the point. The point is that fundamental question. Was it the administration of impartial justice? Were they being consistent? That's what we want to know. I yield back. Thank you, John, for yielding.
Yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Tiffany.
Yeah, and just to add on to the chairman's comments in regards to impartial, I mean, if you go back to the Senate confirmation hearing for this Attorney General, he said, I'm going to conduct justice without fear or favor. And he's getting a chance now to live up to those words. Will he provide impartial justice without fear or favor to the American people? That's a question that's before us. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Did the gentleman yield?
We're out of time. I can go to Mr. Ivey, and I'm sure he'll yield you some time. Or I'm not sure, but I would bet.
Let me go first, and I'll
Well,
give you
just
time if I get
15 seconds.
All right, go ahead.
All right, thank the gentleman. The previous two speakers are concerned about me taking President Trump's comments out of context. This is exactly what they plan on doing if they can get their hands on this audio file. They want to take President Biden's comments out of context.
It's fair play. You can't just take Trump out of context and not be taken out of context yourself. That's not fair. That's unfair competition.
With that, I'll yield back.
I think the gentleman. I do wanna,
go ahead. I'll get time later.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's just not accurate. That's just not that's not our goal.
Well, I got to say, my colleague from Georgia raised the point about taking something out of context. There's certainly a concern about that, and I think it's a legitimate one. To not have the audio tape, but have the transcript, which again, nobody has actually alleged is incorrect in any way. It's not a verbatim transcript, that the person who took the transcript, violated her oath of office or his oath of office and taking the transcript. No allegations of that over there at all. So I think at this point, it's, you have to assume that it's factually accurate. But I had to get to this point though, because I've got so many colleagues over there talking about the contrast, Biden wasn't prosecuted, but Trump was. But Hurst sat right here. He issued a report that laid all of this out. But just to remind my colleagues, that Hurst pointed out the distinctions between Trump's case and Biden's case and said, quote, they are clear. There are serious aggravating facts in the Trump case, most notably after being given chances to return classified documents and avoid prosecution. Mr. Trump allegedly did the opposite. According to the indictment, he not only refused to return the documents for many months, but he also obstructed justice by enlisting others to destroy evidence and then lie about it. And he goes on, in contrast, Mr. Biden turned in classified documents to the National Archives and Department of Justice, consented to the search of multiple locations, including his home, sat for a voluntary interview, and in other ways cooperated with the investigation. That's the distinction. And that's the distinction the Department of Justice draws frequently in making decisions about whether to move forward with a criminal prosecution. And, the obvious fact that you guys are ignoring when you talk, well, it's a Democrat versus a Republican, former Vice President Pence was not prosecuted as well for the same sorts of issues for the same reasons. There's a reason Trump sits alone or will sit alone at this criminal trial that's upcoming. It's because he acted to obstruct justice. Biden and Pence did not. And I got to say this too, just along those lines, because there's sort of this ongoing claim that the Department of Justice is somehow biased.
Now we're back to the
only
absolute
going after
stand-up comedy
Republicans,
routine
but
from the Democrats.
I love the comedy routines.
Democrat.
Did you know that? Have you
Started
heard
jury
that?
trial. I don't know if they're still picking the jury or
Oh
not, but
man,
they were last time that I looked.
Yeah.
There's an indictment against a Democrat in
the
Texas,
motion ain't kicked in yet.
right now as well that just came down.
Well,
It's a
just
tough argument. It
keep
really
at it.
flies in the face of all of these open
800
cases
milligrams
or
of Motrin
cases that
and
are
about
moving forward to
600
suggest
milligrams
that
of Tylenol.
for some reason the Department of Justice is only targeting Republicans when it's clear they aren't. And then the last point that you all keep kind of avoiding, her sat here and testified. You guys are making allegations today that you did not confront him with at the time. To the extent you raised it, he said, no, I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm not trying to protect the president. We're not trying to slant anything. I did this. I called the balls and strikes as I saw them. And, you know, I think it's a bit of a smear to sort of suggest otherwise. And it's a little unfair to do it now when he's not here, when you had the chance to do it when he was here. And, you know, I don't know, it's kind of frustrating to me. The Judiciary Committee is supposed to be about upholding the rule of law. And I know we have their political issues, it's a presidential year and all of that stuff, but you're deliberately distorting the facts over and over and over again. And it really should stop. It really should. And then just one final point on these
Hey, well,
issues.
we ain't drinking yet, Mike.
Not yet.
Attorney General
We should
here,
be.
Merrick Garland, 92,000 pages that he's produced over and over, presented witnesses to the committee that other AGs would have refused to permit, especially, you know, lawyers who were in the middle of a criminal
I wouldn't doubt
investigation
it.
or a pending trial. All of you all are ignoring that and trying to act like he's obstructing justice, even though you've got the verbatim transcript of the statement that he gave. With that, my time's expired and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I'll just respond briefly. Our motivation is exactly what I said 5 minutes ago. Is this the impartial administration of justice by the Justice Department? It's nothing else. That's our objective. That's our goal. And the best way to figure all that out is to get all the evidence. That's why we've asked for it. The gentleman from Maryland referenced when Special Counsel Hur was here. I did confront him. I laid out the same things. I know what to ask him. Did Joe Biden knowingly keep classified information? Yes. Did he knowingly release classified information? Yes. And why did he do it? Because he was writing a book. And how much did he get paid for the book? And he told me $8 million. So we laid all that out.
Will the
We laid
gentleman
all
yield?
that out
Will the
in that
gentleman yield?
testimony. So I did confront him.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
You confronted him with the facts those facts, but nobody said, you know what? You're not telling the truth. You're not charging him, and you should, because you're trying to protect him. None of you said that. Not one.
Of course, I confront him with the facts. That's what you're supposed to do in these hearings. With that, I will yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me just say, I think you really encapsulated what this is about. You all are good at this. Seriously, and I mean that as a compliment. You're really good at it. You're good at politics. Because again, we're speaking about the rally in Wildwood, which I happen to be in. As you probably know, that's in my district. I spoke at it. And by the way, you're probably feeling a little bad about it because we had 100,000 people that were from all walks of life, from plumbers to pipe fitters to professionals to engineers and architects and doctors to young people to old people, all excited to be there. With 100,000 people, we had no incidents. Nobody got drunk. Nobody got hurt. There were no fights. It was
You
a
are probably
celebration of
right about
America.
that. Yes.
For an hour and
I
a half,
remember when breakdancing
Donald Trump
was
stood
big.
up there, mostly extemporaneously speaking about a whole bunch of stuff, having a little bit of fun, sometimes being sarcastic, sometimes being very serious and speaking about America and America freedom and what's happening to our borders, our cities, what's happening to our country in so many different ways that isn't good. But my point is, that's not what this hearing is about. So once again, and the chairman encapsulated it, you're leading us astray. You're good at it. We're getting into a debate about Donald Trump. You're damn good at it. But that is not what this is about. This is about that we have existing transcripts and we want to know what the demeanor of the current president was. We know what the demeanor of Donald Trump was because you can watch the whole hour and a half on tape. You can look and see what he said, what he did. You don't even need to do anything. I wish we didn't have to have this hearing either. I just wish they turned it over. The chairman wouldn't, I will in a minute. The chairman wouldn't have called this hearing if simply they had said, yes, you can have the video recordings. You can actually check out his demeanor. The problem you have, as good at it as you are, the problem that you have is either that he is cognitively impaired and doesn't know what's going on and what he's doing, or he's not, and he knowingly took all this classified material out and then basically sold it to a ghostwriter to
And
make
against
$1 million.
masses.
And I
Good
know you're in
morning,
a
well,
tight
good
spot,
afternoon
but
now.
that's the reality.
What's up, my brother?
And so we kind of want to know what it is. And so do the American people want to know what it is. They just want to know the truth. This isn't a big deal. Tell the truth. It sets you free, man. So you can go through this inside out over and over. And I know probably the next speaker on your side is going to have another amendment that's got to do with Donald Trump, but that's not what this is about.
Will the gentleman yield?
Focused on the ball. I will yield.
I hadn't planned on bringing up Donald Trump today. You did it. You're the one that came in and said, and tried to, say that Trump was mistreated because he's on trial, but Biden is getting a pass. You brought it up. I just read back to you.
Reclaim my time. No, what I brought up was that we were taking our eye off the ball. We still are. We're into this discussion. There's a real serious issue here. And by the way, they obviously don't think, since you've brought it up, that Donald Trump's cognitively impaired, because they're prosecuting him in different venues across the country.
Yeah, man.
Politically motivated. But I don't want to have that debate now, man. Mr. Ivey, I'd have that debate with you anywhere, anytime.
I need to get
you
out.
want to do it.
Serious.
I will yield back in a minute.
It's my time. If the gentleman yield back, the gentleman's done with yield back.
I will yield back.
Yeah, gentlemen, I would just point out the Jack Smith mishandled the evidence. We don't want to bring up Trump, but in that case, you got the prosecutor who seized the documents and changed the order that he seized the documents. The physical documents don't match up with the actual scanned documents. Some people might say that's tampering with evidence. That happened, and the judge down there said, wait a minute, we got to hold on here. What's going on? And of course, the irony is Jack Smith mishandled documents while he's charging President Trump with mishandling documents. You can't make this stuff up. So I think in some ways, a reference to what's going on with President Trump is entirely appropriate. My time is up. Who seeks recognition? Question occurs then on the amendment from the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Roll call vote.
Gentleman's asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Gates?
So far, this clown
Mr.
show
Biggs.
has not disappointed.
Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes
You
no.
are all about clown shows.
I would
Mr.
not
Pickney
let
votes
Hank
no.
Johnson
Mr. Massey? Mr.
sit a
Massey
minute
votes
in
no.
this hearing
Mr.
anytime
Roy?
I spoke without asking him about Guam.
Mr. Bishop?
Mm.
Ms. Sparks?
How wide is that
Votes
island
no.
again, Hank?
Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes
Or asking
no.
Swallows well
Mr.
about
Gooden?
Fang Fang.
Mr. Van
You
Drew?
sat there and talked all that shit
Mr.
about
Van Drew
Gates.
votes
I'd have
no.
popped off
Mr.
with him.
Nels?
Hey, you're the
Mr.
one
Moore?
who got
Mr.
caught
Moore votes
sleeping
no.
with a
Mr. Kiley?
Chinese agent cheating on
Ms.
your
Hageman?
wife.
Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Ms.
A little
Lee?
bit rich of you trying to accuse
Mr.
someone
Hunt?
of something else.
Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson
Well,
Lee?
that's exactly what they're scared of, Fluff.
Mr. Cohen?
Because they know it's going to be everywhere.
Mr. Johnson?
If it comes out,
Mr.
they
Johnson
know
votes
it's
aye.
going to be
Mr. Schiff?
everywhere. Which,
Mr.
to
Swallow?
see it, all you got to do is watch one of Joe Biden's
Mr. Liu?
campaign stops.
Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa?
There was
Ms.
one the other day,
Stanley?
he was speaking to a bunch of election
Mr.
volunteers, and the fucking
McBath?
incoherent mumbling
Ms.
that
Dean?
comes from
Ms.
that
Dean
dude.
votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms.
Okay,
Ballard?
and I can't say that completely, Mike, because even with the work you put into a boat a lot of times, which
Mr.
I guess
Gooden
it
votes
depends
no.
on how dedicated you are to the cause. I'll put it that way.
Clerk will record.
I need to get my
Mr.
dad
Chairman,
out.
there are
He's-
5
he's
ayes and
finished this
12
week.
noes.
The motion is not adopted. Who seeks recognition? Ms. Dean from Pennsylvania?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to
Gentleman from
the
Wisconsin is reserved a point of order.
amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Merrick B. Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to.
Without objection, the amendment is read. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania will explain her amendment.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm
Chairman.
gonna head out. I'll see you
I
later,
want
Coop.
to,
All right, now take it easy.
There's
brother.
only so much of this I
builds
can
on
take
the
without, saying something that sets you off.
This information coming from the other side of the aisle is
Hey,
so troubling.
you
It's-
already
it's
said,
funny,
did
but,
you know?
It's really much more troubling than
You've
anything
already given me
else. As we
flashbacks.
all know, Special Counsel Herr
I'm
was
good,
not called
good.
in to do some sort of
You
a
deserve it.
competency hearing. It was to find out whether or not
I
President
really do.
Biden would be charged for mishandling of documents. I refer you to Mr.
I don't think I
Herr's,
saw it
Special
yet, man.
Counsel Herr's report here. We have every page of it.
Where's my
Forget how
phone?
big it is here.
Here
Hold
it
on,
is.
350, 60 pages. Line 1, page 1. This is Special Counsel Herr's finding. And he said here to us, right at thought very interesting, reported here by Special Counsel Herr.
Please tell me you sent that to Dark too.
His has been charged. It is not our role to assess the criminal charges pending against Mr. Trump, but several material distinctions between Mr. Trump's case and Mr. Biden's case are clear. You'll remember I asked Special Counsel Herr to read this. Unlike the evidence involving Mr. Biden, the allegations set forth in the indictment of Mr. Trump, if proven, would present serious aggravating facts, as my colleague read also. Most notably, continuing in the report, after being given multiple chances to return classified documents and avoid prosecution, Mr. Trump allegedly did the opposite. According to the indictment, he not only refused to return the documents for many months, but he also obstructed justice by enlisting others to destroy evidence and then lie about it. End quote. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. Why do my Republican
Now I
colleagues
see
need
the
this
other one,
audio
man.
file at all? After all, DOJ has
Man against
provided
the Mask has got me in a
92,000
bathtub with rubber
documents,
duckies
plenty to
talking
go
about
through,
drinking Bud
including the
Light.
transcript, and let me hold that up, 2 days worth of testimony,
I've
transcript
still
of
got
the
to be the man
president
against the mask
cooperating in
meme
the 2
stream.
days following the attack in Israel on October the 7th. But this president, this sitting president, cooperated fully and completely. Every word of his testimony is reported here. Do you think the Republicans really want to listen to the president's vocal tone, pace, but only because they think they can manipulate President Biden's voice to make it the next Trump for president ad? After all, they've done it before. Take a look, March 2020, an edited video that cut off President Biden's sentence to make it sound like President Biden was endorsing Trump. Later that year, Steve Scalise shared an edited video of President Biden
What's
that
up, Liv
falsely
Life?
made it appear that he was supporting defund the police. And back in 2019, President Trump and Rudy Giuliani both retweeted a manipulated video of
connection
Speaker
going? Goddamn
Pelosi that
speaker
had been
beans.
doctored to make the speaker appear incompetent. Unfortunately, we know that our chairman, our very chairman, has taken part in these phony manipulations too. I have to admit to you, as a mother and a grandmother, this next example hurts the most. Last year, Ms. Nina Jankowicz testified in her deposition that Chairman Jordan actually tweeted a manipulated video of her that contributed to a deluge of death threats against her. She was 8 months pregnant, while strangers online called her a Nazi and told her she should die. She had to attend her
Will the
prenatal.
gentlelady shall
I will-
suspend for a second?
I will not yield.
I'm not asking you to yield. We
What
are
is it?
citing a deposition. I have a point of order. There you go. The gentlelady,
I ask you to
yeah, it's 40 seconds.
restore the clock.
Yeah, I have a point of order. You are citing a deposition in your amendment that has not been released in violation of House rules.
Let me check with my team.
Yeah.
I'll make the point that they should release the deposition.
We're happy to release it.
And she should
All
be
right,
able
then
to
it's
quote it.
decided. They're happy to release the deposition. I ask for thank you for restoring my time.
We have to strike the language that is citing the deposition that has not been released by House rules.
Because you don't want to release it? You don't want to release what Mr. Jordan did?
I can't release it in real time.
I think you could. Ask the chairman.
Fucking clown shows.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Can the chairman make a point of order? If so, then who rules whether the point of order is in order or not? No, the point of order is made by the chairman.
They got all the
I can make
parliamentarians
a
trying to
sua
do all the
sponte,
fucking
make a point of
wrangling on
order.
the
I'm in
planet.
charge of ruling or enforcing the rules.
On
of
your
the
own
House.
point of order?
Yes.
Can someone else be heard on the point of order?
May I speak to the point of order? No?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the sitting chairman of this committee knows that this transcript was from last April. The committee has every ability and has awesome time to have released that. It seems to me and this side of the aisle that it is trying to be withheld in order to protect the chairman from something quite embarrassing. I ask that it be released today.
Would the gentlelady yield as
Hold on.
well?
I sure will.
Hold on.
Okay.
That requires consultation with majority and minority counsel, and the fact that you wish that it was released prior to that does not supersede the fact that a cited deposition that has not been released by this committee is cited in the amendment that is in violation of House rules.
Is the irony visible to anyone else here? Anybody else notice the irony here?
Mr. Chairman.
Objection. Release the
Mr.
deposition.
Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
You've got the whole transcript here and you're afraid.
Gentleman will state his inquiry.
What precisely in the amendment are you objecting to? Which quotations?
Never put it past Democrats to turn everything into a complete fucking clown show. Or Republicans to just be weak as fuck.
Question, so it is fair to say the 1-minute video that Mr. Jordan linked to
Yes,
just made
that's
it
the
sound like,
quotation.
let me finish.
Right?
Just made
I
it
know what
sound like you
everybody
were
knows.
endorsing.
Objection, Mr. Chairman.
Correct. I was referring to
Objection.
it
Gentleman is out of order.
As a minute.
Objection.
Gentleman is out of order. Gentleman will suspend.
And yes, they do, Matt.
So Mr. Jordan relied on this kind of.
Gentleman is
manipulative-
out of order. The gentleman will suspend.
Who is out of order?
You are, Mr. Knapp.
Oh. I made a parliamentary, why am I out of order? What am I violating?
You're disclosing the content of a deposition that has not been released by the House.
It's disclosed in this amendment that's already
Which
been
is,
published
which is
publicly.
the entire point of the parliamentary inquiry.
Well, then I'm
Point of
happy
order.
to amend my amendment to take out only the Q&A that you do not want revealed. Because the chairman would be embarrassed by it. I will.
Is there
take that out.
objection? You, yeah.
Wishful
Take it out
thinking.
of the record. Thank you.
On the point of order.
I want to be heard on the point of order. She's disclosed all this, she being Ms. Jankowicz, in interviews on multiple.
That doesn't matter. I
occasions.
mean, her testimony towards that versus the transcript of the deposition are not the same. Disclosure
Well,
of the
but
committee.
the point there is, and I think the author. of the
Point there
amendment
is we want her to be able to lie
strike
through her
the
fucking
exact
teeth.
quotes, but the substance of the statements is public information.
Yeah.
No, I'm right there with you, Chess.
Committee record that has not been released in violation of House rules.
Well,
How
but
about my amended amendment? I'm taking out the testimony which this committee, the majority on the committee, does not want revealed. And I guess I don't even want to ask, can we get the audio of that?
I mean, I mean, if you look at the footnotes, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentlelady ask for unanimous consent to amend the amendment?
I ask for unanimous consent to amend the amendment to take out the language that you don't want revealed. Take out the Q&A.
Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank you. I think I had 40 seconds, but I'll take 30. Again, the irony is just extraordinary in this committee. Misrepresentation, a finding of incompetence by the former president, when you know this special counsel found. We conclude no criminal charges are warranted in this matter. It is absurd that the chairman of this
Why in the
committee,
hell my
who
connection goes
sits
so
in
freaking stupid sometimes?
offense to his own subpoena, hundreds and hundreds of days, is seeking the voice of the president, whose voice he knows very, very well. The testimony is rich and complete. I ask that my amendment be considered and be honored and passed, because otherwise we could see the use of this video, this audio, excuse me, to be doctored, to be deep faked, and to be Trump ads. I urge all my colleagues to support my amendment. Thanks so much.
Anybody else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Virginia.
I'm hesitant to speak because
Can't hear you.
I'm hesitant to speak, Mr. Chairman, because I'm so stunned by the amendment proposed by the gentlelady to get around House rules to disclose documents that have not been released by this committee. Is that how we're going to play now? Is that how the other side is going to play? Because
no, Anthony, they do not want
violates
people
not
to
just House
see
rules,
or
but
to be able to hear
general rules
Biden
of
in that
decorum.
deposition.
General rules of decency. I mean, this committee has been a respected body in this Congress and many previous Congresses for many years. And one of the things that it emphasizes is
Come on, connection.
not just
Jesus
the rule of
Christ.
law, but the balancing of the branches of government. When the executive branch overreaches its authority and says, we don't have to hand over these tapes to the legislative branch of government, we should be united in saying, how dare you? We should be united in saying, we represent the people. We are entitled to these tapes. We ask for them, we should get them. And to not just say no, but to say,
This freaking connection is
to
like
hell
a
with your
goddamn
request, and
yo-yo
to hell with
today.
House
It's killing
rules,
me.
and to hell with decorum. We're gonna make a mess of the rules that have been followed by this committee and many others for years and years is just offensive. So I oppose this. I'm going to reluctantly, well, the gentlelady's amendment is
Anthony, how you doing today,
I'm
my
going to
brother?
oppose the amendment, but the way in which she went about her amendment, I'm going to strenuously oppose. I yield back.
Ranking members are ranking members.
Maybe that's what it is. It's so
Thank
fucking
you,
stupid,
gentlemen.
even my connection doesn't want to play fair with
I
it.
want to point out two things. One, the striking hypocrisy of the majority in opposing this amendment, which simply reveals some records, while demanding the release of an audio tape of information that's already been released by
That would be a
transcript.
good one. I
And
wish
we
I had like a
know that
soundboard
in the
and I had
past, the chairman of this committee has doctored audio tapes to make them say what they didn't in fact say. This amendment points this out. And I would also point out that even if the quotes are taken out of this amendment, which has happened, and whether or not this amendment passes, which it should, but in any event, this is all now on the public record, so you can't accomplish anything because it's out there. The hypocrisy, the dishonesty of the chairman is out there, revealed in the text of this amendment, whether it passes or not. And with that, I'll yield to Mr. Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I just want to point out a couple of things. One is,
Fucking connect.
you know, with respect to the specifics here, in the footnotes, it's clearly public information. Footnote 5 is Jim Jordan's Twitter account. So it's not like we made this public. That was already made public by the chairman. Footnote number 2 is the letter from the Department of Justice. Footnote number 3 is an article from the Associated Press. So let's not get over the top here and start complaining about, you know, deeply secret or confidential information that's out there. But I do want to say this too, and you know, to my colleague from Virginia, there's 115 plus transcripts from interviews that this committee's done that this committee's refused to disclose and make public. So we should do that. I mean, I hear all the statements today about, you know, the public's right to know, and we need the information.
As much as I pay for
Let's do it.
goddamn
Put the
food,
information
I have
out,
my-
put out the 115. And then with respect to my colleague, and I'll say this too, because this goes specifically to the conversation we had at our last hearing, where I requested email communications between House Republican majority and the departments and agencies that we keep dragging in to produce documents. I moved to request the information. That wasn't agreed to at the time. So, this is not my time to yield, but, you know, look, if you want to get upset about her making a statement, my colleague from Pennsylvania, where it's public information, I think that's incorrect. And to say you're offended by it, I think is kind of over the line. But if we want to turn the page as a committee and you all want to disclose this information, make it public, by all means, let's do it. And I yield back to the gentleman from New York.
I'll yield back.
Anybody seek recognition? Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Thank you. I very much appreciate it. I wanted to tell the rest of the story that is public knowledge about what happened as a result of these misleading narratives. Ms. Jankowicz, after these misleading narratives were spread about her, she received tens of thousands of defulated video. You talk about decency and decorum here. My goodness. She had to go to court to obtain restraining order against the individual who had harassed her and repeatedly doxed her family. She was 8 months pregnant while strangers online called her a Nazi and told her that she should die. And reached out to Chairman Jordan. Well, I'll skip that part. Ms. Jankowicz encountered a staffer responding that Ms. Jankowicz was on the board's public face and should thus be held accountable. Mr. Jordan's role in any of this, because in August of 2020, the current House Majority Leader shared an edited video that changed the words of a disabled activist and spliced clips together to falsely portray President Biden appearing to support defunding all the police, even though Biden has specifically said that the reforms being discussed were not the same as getting rid of or defunding.
Light her on fire. Ought to be cool, brother.
I want to just say that it is strange to hear from the other side of the aisle that they're worried about decency or indecency. They're worried about decorum. Please take a look in the mirror at your own members, what they do to spread disinformation and lies, to confuse the public knowingly, To say that this somehow, Mr. Counsel, special
Democrat-
counsel's report was
Man.
about competency,
Democrats and their false ass
so
moral high
shameful.
ground,
You know
accusing
that's
other
not what it
people
is
of
about. You
doing
just
what
don't
they
like
are
the
actually
results of the
doing.
report. The results of the report
What
being, we
Democrats
conclude that
actually do.
no criminal charges are
And then
warranted
having
in this
nerve enough
matter against President Biden. You don't like
to
that.
fucking
You
point
wish
the
you
finger
could
at
have had it
someone
another
else.
way.
I mean, it just
because
shows
your
you how
own candidate
protected they are
is
by the
rightly
media.
facing charges. With that, I do have one unanimous consent.
That they can even
I
get
asked
away
to
with
enter
running their
into the
fucking
record
mouths
just so
like
that
they
we can
do.
be more complete, because the majority doesn't want to reveal the transcript of their conversation with Ms. Jankowicz. This is public reporting. The article is a surreal experience. Former Biden disinfo chief details harassment. It is.
Oh, it is. It is
from,
a master
March
class
8th of
in
last
gaslighting.
year, and it is Politico.
Without objection.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. And
BT, what's up, brother?
members of this committee on the other side continue to repeat the falsehood that this hearing and this resolution is a part of an impeachment inquiry. Well, the last I heard about an impeachment inquiry by this do-nothing Congress, after having spent President, the last I heard of an impeachment was by the chair of the other committee, the Oversight Committee, which has actually been the committee handling impeachment. And at that point, after they had President Biden's son in, Hunter, to testify and couldn't get anything out of him, the chair pretty much threw the towel in on, he threw in a white towel into the ring. And it was, gave up pretty much on impeachment. And now this committee is trying to drag it out of the garbage can and try to trick the American people into believing that this is to try to make President Biden look bad, in keeping with the report of Special Counsel Hur, who cleared President Biden.
Dude, you can say it all you want. Nothing in that report cleared Biden. Man.
Nevertheless,
nothing in that report said, hey, this is clearing Biden. It said he did these things, he broke the law, but they didn't think they could get a conviction.
Question is on the amendment. Clerk.
Because his mental
All those
state.
in favor? Aye. All those opposed? No. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been ordered. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Issa. Mr. Gates. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Tiffany.
Here we go. Fucking
Mr.
connection
Massey.
today, man.
Mr. Roy. Mr. Bishop. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong.
No.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran. Ms. Lee. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Jackson Lee.
And he is up with his connection.
Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Mr. Correa.
Yeah, Matt, they had her in, and her said the very
Mr.
said
Neguse.
pretty much that exact same thing.
Ms.
Yeah,
McBath.
Biden broke the law.
Ms. Dean.
He had
Ms.
classified
Dean votes
documents
aye.
he shouldn't
Ms.
have.
Escobar.
But I didn't think I could get
Ms.
a conviction
Ross.
out of it because of
Ms. Bush.
the way the
Mr.
jury
Ivey.
would perceive him.
Mr. Ivey votes aye. Ms. Ballant.
His report was
Ms.
like a
Ballant votes
feeble
aye.
old man.
Mr. Iser recorded.
Mr. Issa, you're not recorded.
There's nothing in
Mr.
that
Issa
report
votes
that
no.
says Joe Biden didn't break the law. He is completely
Tiffany?
exonerated. None of that.
Mr. Fitzgerald, you're not recorded. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no.
How's Mr. Tiffany recorded?
Mr. Tiffany is not recorded. Mr. Tiffany votes no.
How's Mr. Roy recorded?
Mr. Roy is not recorded.
Skilly,
Roy
what's
votes
up, my
no.
brother?
Mr. Gooden?
Mr. Gooden votes no.
Have all members voted?
Yeah, I got no doubt about that,
Clerk will
Agarizer.
record.
Mr. Chairman, there are 5 ayes and 12 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Every time Hank opened his mouth, I'd asked him about the
Gentleman from
fucking
Wisconsin
island.
is reserved a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. MAGA Republicans have spent $20 million this Congress investigating conspiracy theories and have nothing, absolutely nothing to show for it. To date, MAGA Republicans have
Beginning
used
to think
this
Democrats
$20
are
million
hacking my
in
connections. They
taxpayers'
don't want
money
everybody to see how
to hold
stupid they
10
are.
hearings before the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government, 6 of which have been on the same topic. They have conducted 121 transcribed interviews or depositions with witnesses from over 24 different companies, nonprofits, or federal government agencies. They've spent 555 hours of staff and witness time in these transcribed interviews and depositions. They've sent more than 60 subpoenas to executive branch agencies and private entities, and they've solicited over 3 million pages of documents from executive branch agencies and private entities. And despite MAGA Republicans' reckless and irresponsible spending of American taxpayer dollars on their witch hunt quest to find incriminating information on President Biden and his administration, they've been repeatedly excoriated in right-wing media for not accomplishing anything this Congress. In fact, as recently as April 28, 2024, Fox News host Maria Bartiromo stated, quote, "I mean, look, with all due respect, people are sick and tired of congressional investigations that go nowhere. People are sick and tired of letters being written and sent to the people who we know are bad in the first place," end quote. This is from their own gallery of supporters. To date, there is no evidence of any impeachable offense committed by President Joe Biden. There's no evidence of misconduct in President Joe Biden's administration. MAGA Republicans' witch hunt.
Yeah, they're not
will
going to
go
talk
down
about
in
that, Matt.
history as a
They won't
total
even
and
talk about
complete
how much they
failure,
spent going
especially
after
when
Trump.
viewed in light of the fact that we're reduced
Just throwing
now
money
to
up a bull's
seeking,
ass.
verification of an erroneous report about President Biden's mental acuity. While I do not support the underlying report, I think that if the committee refers it to the full House, it should at least be accurate. A key part of that accuracy is including the details of this protracted and over-the-top investigation
Wadler in the
background on the investigation section of the report, recommending contempt and
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman withdraws a point of order. Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. Gentleman is asked, is requested to record a vote. The clerk call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
My
No.
connection was
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa?
fucking bad
Mr.
right
Issa
now. I
votes
looked
no.
up.
Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Bartz? Ms. Bartz votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald?
This is
Mr.
fucking
Benz?
pissing me off.
Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Andrew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Ms.
I'm gonna
Lee?
try switching. that
Mr.
votes.
Hunt? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Swallow? Mr. Liu? Ms. Shiapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon?
Jesus Christ, man, this is killing me.
Mr. Nagoose? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no.
It's already painful enough watching this shit, but when your connection's going to hell on top of it, it makes it even fucking worse.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 5 ayes and 12 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Yeah, pretty much, Jess.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature.
Objection, the amendment be considered as read. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I object.
It's,
It's brief.
Clerk will report, no problem.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Merrick v. Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with the subpoena duly issued by the Committee on the Judiciary offered by Ms. Dean of Pennsylvania. On page 3, after the paragraph ending, quote, when his son Beau died, unquote, insert. However, it is in fact false that President Biden could not remember when his son died. In the transcript of President Biden's interview with Robert Hur, President Biden clearly recalls the date of his son's death, saying, quote, what month did Beau die? Oh God, May 30th, unquote.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment corrects the record regarding the president's recollection.
I love how they
of
just,
his
they're
own
editing
son, Beau
shit.
Biden's death. And I saw in this
It's a fucking lie.
markup today a welling up of decorum and decency and doing what is right. Just moments ago, you missed it, Mr. Chairman. And so I would think this will be an amendment that all of us can agree upon. It's an amendment about decency and facts and getting the record straight. As I pointed out
Something
when
that
Mr.
Congress
Kerr was
knows
before
jack
us,
shit
President
about, by the way.
Biden clearly recalled the month and day his son passed. As on page 82 of the transcript, the complete transcript of his 5-hour deposition, he says, what month did Beau die? Oh God, May 30th, end quote. I find Mr. Hur's mischaracterization of that exchange in a government report to be inaccurate,
What's
grotesque,
inaccurate
and
is the
gratuitous.
text transcript.
That was nothing to do with the
Hence
task he was given.
why we want
It
the
was
audio.
just a free shot at a father grieving the grievous death of his son. Even more
Grieving the grievous
distasteful are
death.
Republican attempts to repeat that mischaracterization for political ends. Everybody in this room, everybody in this House must do better. But I suppose, you know what? Indecency is too often the point here. Finally, I'll note that in addition to his gratuitous and misleading statements concerning Mr. Beau Biden's death, Mr. Hur also determined on behalf of DOJ that President Biden would not be prosecuted for improperly storing sensitive documents, because in truth, the same cannot be said for Donald Trump. That's all the unrest on the other side. Mr. Trump remains the only former commander-in-chief to be criminally charged with endangering the service members he once led.
Yes,
by
they
leaving
are
classified documents
basically
strewn
trying
around
to edit
ballrooms
the
and
record.
bathrooms, and then hoping others would destroy or remove them. My amendment corrects the record on the important point of the president's searing memory of his own son's death. And I urge all members, those of decorum and decency, to support this fact.
Yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, speaking of the amendment,
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the gentlelady for making my point with her amendment. Not only did the transcript continue on after her amendment says May 30th, it continues, and I'll quote the transcript, with the question, was it 2015 when he died? Audio, we can't tell how much time passed between the question, what month did Bo die? And the words, oh God, the words May 30th, and how it was intoned.
Well, that's exactly
because he
it,
followed
Chess.
that with a question.
This is the reason these people can come in
Was, oh God, May
and
30th,
in a lot of cases
intoned as a
just about
question?
broke. And then within a couple years,
We
they're
don't know because
millionaires
we don't have the recording.
on a government salary.
Exactly why we need it. It's exactly why we've requested it over and over
They
again.
get book,
subpoenaed it,
so-called
and
book
now,
deals, which are nothing more than
holding the
people
Attorney General in
laundering
contempt
money
because he's not providing it, because we can't do our jobs
for
for the
fake.
American people accurately unless we have the most accurate information. And that's why we need the tapes, and that's why we're pursuing them, and that's why we're holding the Attorney General in contempt. So I oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you. That's an interesting explanation, but I got to say, it's hard for me to figure out how the length of a pause between an answer and a question would have, any kind of dispositive merit one way or the other. Let's just hypothetically say, okay, pause for 2 seconds as opposed to 30 seconds. If it's 30 seconds, then it's an impeachable
But the
offense
fact
in
is, he
some way.
probably
That
locked
somehow
his brain up for like
transforms
20
this
minutes.
transcript into the basis for legislative action or some sort of impeachment, or even if you want to go there, because you guys have
These
offered
people
about 5
all
different
know Joe
versions of
Biden
why you need this,
fucking
none of
incompetent
which are based
and mentally
are included
compromised.
in the report that at least the one that you passed out. But just say hypothetically, what does that prove?
But what they're playing
the
to is
comments about the
first
demeanor
gonna get their
evidence,
5-minute soundbite on
which I think are equally
MSNBC,
problematic.
never going to get the full
Because
context.
again, I don't.
And then they'll just
Nobody's
rip that
asserting,
lever
and
down
certainly
for
Hurd didn't
Biden
assert
because
that he
they're
thought
absolute morons.
Mr. Biden's answers were deceitful or disingenuous or anything like that. But the issues that you all have raised as potentially the basis for impeachment of some kind have nothing to do with when his son died or not. So it's just hard to figure out where you're trying to go with this from a legitimate standpoint. Now, I'm not questioning anybody's integrity over there, but I
Looks
mean,
like this connection's holding a little better.
there's this sort of
Hopefully,
obvious alternative track where it would be, they want the audio tape so they can use it, maybe not them personally, but somehow it might end up in a video, maybe a campaign video, maybe an election video.
if Joe Biden
that supports
was so
President Trump's
competent,
effort
you
to be
wouldn't worry
reelected
about
in his
that.
race against President Trump.
You'd be happy for him.
Biden. I got to say, that sort of makes more sense than the explanations I've heard from the other side. And, the legislative purpose issue, which I really haven't had much of a chance to touch on yet.
Joe
but we can do
Biden
it
had their
now.
photographic memory, like they
The
said.
Supreme
if
Court
he
said
was
one
so
of the
sharp
bases of oversight
and
of
his
seeking this
cognitive
information is
cognitive
there's a
skills
legitimate
weren't so
legislative
far in
purpose
decline,
for getting it.
that interview
And
would be out there because
I'm
Biden
not
would
seeing the
portray
legitimate purpose
somebody who is, in
that
charge
isn't
of their
served
own
by the
faculties,
transcript.
who is a
Because if you have the
strong leader,
transcript
and they
you have
know
and it's a verbatim
fucking
transcript, and as I said
video
earlier,
transcript, audio
nobody over there is asserting that somehow
proves
the
otherwise.
court reporter doctored it, fabricated it, did anything wrong with it, anything like that. As far as I know, nobody's made an inquiry with respect to the court reporter to ask her, if she did something, inappropriate. And certainly Mr. Hur, who came in here and testified, and you could have asked him about that. He never said anything about a doctored transcript either. So I'm not seeing where you're going with
The
this.
gentleman yield.
I will.
Does the gentleman agree that the
Yeah, I
amendment
mean, all you got to do is watch
is
one of his
incomplete
campaign
when it does not include the
speeches
question
where he
that
can't speak
follows
more than
that
20
statement
minutes.
of May 30th?
I mean, I don't think so,
And you'll,
but I
you'll
mean,
see
she
this
might be
dude,
open
like
to
reading the
offering an
teleprompter and
additional
actually
amendment
reading
to
pause
add
on the
language if you
teleprompter and
want.
locking
But the
up.
bottom line is, from the standpoint
You
of
can't walk across
at
the
least
White
having a
House
fuller
lawn to get the
transcript, because
Marine One
there's no doubt that
without
the way the
people
report
damn
was
near
written, at least the
carrying
one
him.
that, I don't know what the final one's going to look like because we don't know, we don't have it yet, but it was about as one-sided a document as you can get. And so from the standpoint, and I'll say this again, because this is going to be the basis. We went through this on the Hunter Biden version of this as well. This is going to be what we send to the court. And I hope the Department of Justice does take this to court, because I want to see it litigated. I want to see a judge rule on this, because I think the majority is way over the line and the way it's abusing the authority here. But I'm really not seeing the
Democrats just
reasoning
projecting
behind
their shit
why
on
it's so
everybody else.
critical to have the audio tape in a way that's not, not addressed by the actual transcript, which again, nobody has questioned its accuracy. Nobody has questioned, that it was doctored or in any way. Well, actually, somebody did sort of throw out that assertion on the fly, but there's absolutely no factual basis for it. Nothing certainly that was sustained by Mr. Herr, who again was here, testified, and y'all could ask him
Well, if
about
all
it,
that's
but nobody
copacetic,
did.
why are
So,
you even arguing over it? Just release it.
not saying anything about bad faith here, but the only explanation for why you all are making such a big deal about this is that you want the audio tape, and it might turn up in campaign ads down the road in the race for president. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from
And as
LA from
usual, if you
Pennsylvania.
listen to the
Those in favor
Democrats,
say
they
aye.
tell you the game.
Those opposed, no.
They know that if the
Continue, Chair, the
the
no
audio or the video comes out, then it's going to be everywhere, because it's going to show Joe Biden to be the absolutely incompetent
Mr. Jordan.
buffoon that he
Mr.
is.
Jordan votes no.
And it's going to end up in every
Mr.
campaign
Issa.
ad from now till the election.
Mr. Gates. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Tiffany.
Oh,
Mr. Tiffany
yeah.
votes no.
Democrats
Mr.
talking
Massey.
about abusing
Mr. Roy.
authority
Mr. Roy votes
is
no.
hysterical.
Mr. Bishop. Ms. Sparks. Ms. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Swalwell.
Yeah, if
Mr.
they knew
Liu.
these transcripts
Ms.
would prove
Jayapal.
Joe Biden to be this
Mr.
sharp,
Correa.
in charge of his
Ms. Scanlon.
faculties,
Mr.
you know,
Neguse.
strong
Ms.
leader,
McBath.
they'd have no problems
Ms.
with the
Dean.
transcripts,
Ms.
the
Dean votes
video or
aye.
audio
Ms.
coming out.
Escobar.
But they know it's
Ms.
just going to
Ross.
show him to be the feeble
Ms.
old
Bush.
man that they were talking about in the
Mr.
report.
Ivy. Mr. Ivy
Which
votes
again,
aye. Ms.
all you
Ballard.
got to do is watch
Ms.
him on the
Ballard votes
campaign
aye.
trail to see that.
Mr. Issa, you're not recorded. Mr. Issa votes no.
You know, and he's supposed to
Texas.
debate Trump. Now I'll
Mr.
say it
Gooden
again.
votes no.
I want him drug tested before he goes up there to debate Trump. Because if he comes up and he's actually lucid and can string a half decent sentence together, I want to know what he's on. Hell, I might need some of it my damn self.
Mr. Chairman, there are 5 ayes and 12 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from North Dakota.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Merrick B. Garland in contempt of Congress.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment just to walk through it briefly. This goes to the issue of the distinctions between the case against Mr. Biden and the case against Mr. Trump. There have been multiple allegations today about
they have Biden trying to look
Republican
distinguished,
side that
and they
somehow
got
the
Trump's
Department of
mugshot up
Justice
there, which is
gave
awful
favorable
funny.
treatment to President Biden. But I wanted to offer this amendment to make sure the record is clear, and also to make sure not just that the record of the discussion today is clear, but also that the report that ends up being sent forward, and I think is going to be the lead document if this gets to court. And again, I hope it does. But I think it balances out the one-sidedness, or helps to start and move it in that direction of the report that the committee has floated, the Republicans have floated. There are, on this point, Special Counsel Hur, who testified here and said this in the report as well. Several material distinctions between Mr. Trump's case and Mr. Biden's are clear. There are serious aggravating facts in the Trump case, most notably after being given multiple chances to return classified documents to avoid prosecution. Mr. Trump allegedly did the opposite. According to the indictment, he not only refused to return the documents for many months, but he also obstructed justice by enlisting others to destroy evidence and then lie about it. In contrast, Mr. Biden,
And we all know
turned
we
in
need to
classified
believe
documents to the
that
National
that
Archives
report on Trump, because
and the Department of
you know,
Justice,
Trump, he's evil.
consented to the search of multiple locations, including his homes, sat for a voluntary interview, and in other ways cooperated with this investigation. And the final point here, I think, is that unlike the deliberative acts of former President Trump to retain and conceal classified materials from the federal government, Special Counsel Hur found likely inadvertence and or mistake. And
what's
so
funny is you
we
can
go
go
on
back
to
and watch
quote
him
some of the language
in
from his report as well.
hell as early as
We find the evidence as a
2016,
whole insufficient to
and
meet the
then
government's
compare it
burden
the
of
way
proving
he
that
is
Mr.
now,
Biden
and
willfully
you
retained the
can see a
Afghanistan documents
massive decline
from
in
Virginia
cognitive
home in 2017. For other recovered classified documents, the decision to
What are you doing,
decline
Leroy?
criminal charges was straightforward. The evidence suggests that Mr. Biden did not willfully retain these documents and that they could plausibly have been
bounce on
brought
that
to these
couch with me.
locations by mistake. Unlike President Biden, Donald Trump intentionally and flagrantly took and concealed highly classified documents. Mr. Trump's actions are extremely serious and warranted the 32 counts of willful retention of the documents as he was charged. I want to say this as well, and I think I mentioned this earlier. Former Vice President Pence faced a similar factual scenario. There were documents
you tell a lie
found in,
long enough,
I
you tell
believe,
a
in one
lie
of his
enough
residences. Unlike Mr. Trump, Mr. Pence turned them over. He cooperated immediately. There was no evidence of any type of an effort to try and obstruct the investigation, hide the documents, or anything like that. Certainly didn't ask anybody to move the documents for him, as Mr. Trump, I think this was raised in the indictment, had done. So I asked that this be included for the point of completeness. We want to make sure we send a document. I would oppose the whole thing, as I've stated repeatedly today, but if you're going to forward this document, at least send a document that has some semblance
what
of
difference
balance
does
to
it make? Good old Hillary.
I think shows the effort to try and
does it make?
Present the court with a full take on information with respect to this particular issue. As I mentioned earlier, this wasn't a place I was
These
expecting
days,
to
Mike
need
and
to go
Sam
today.
Lyle
I thought
travel
we were
around the
gonna be
world 15
focusing
times
more on
before the truth
the
gets
specifics
on.
of, especially the executive privilege issue after it was
And the thing is,
asserted by the White House.
they'll put
There's
these
almost
stories
no
out.
discussion on the legal merits.
These stories will
of that
be
from the
proven to be
Republican side.
absolute horseshit.
And I guess with good
And then they'll
reason.
put a
They
retraction
don't seem
in
to have a strong argument to
days
address
and
it.
days later.
But since you brought this up,
And the
since you brought up the
retraction
Trump
never sees the light of
contrast
day.
with,
It just gets
Mr.
put down in a
Biden, and
footnote
sort
somewhere.
of coupled it not only with allegations of misconduct by the overall Department of Justice, but specifically Mr. Hur, who I don't necessarily agree with everything he wrote, but I certainly am not going to sit here and essentially slander him for, trying to be unfair, tilting the system, trying to cover up for the president. None of that is merited. And I don't think there was anything about the report or his testimony that he presented here that would support that. So, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Strike the last word in opposition to the amendment, but it almost passively aggressively proves the point. This wasn't substantially similar to Vice President Pence. It wasn't substantially similar to Donald Trump. We have a 40-year history of keeping classified documents, 40 years. It's why the audio is important. He's reading classified documents to his ghostwriter, reading them to him. Like,
Dude, what's up, my brother?
I've worked with the DOJ in an adversarial way, and you know what I've never seen for a regular defendant in criminal court? The DOJ making the plausibility defense over a 40-year history. And we talk about disingenuous and all of those things. If you spent 40 years robbing liquor stores and then you cooperated with law enforcement, they're not going to charge you. That is a sentencing factor. That's an obstruction factor. That is a different factor. If you're going to the underlying offense of maintaining and disclosing classified documents, that is a significantly different thing. And only in this world would you go to that place where we'll say, hey, you committed the underlying crime and you did it for 40 years, but you cooperated with us, so we're going to allow you to skate. That's the difference. You spend a lot of time talking about the obstruction charge, but we don't spend enough time talking about the egregious nature of the underlying maintaining and disclosing classified documents. Like, that's the difference. And that's the problem. And that's why audio matters, because the audio matters, and there's inflection and there's different ways in which you do it. I mean, if you're telling your ghostwriter in a laughing matter that you are reading classified documents to him as he's writing your book, that's different than a lot of different ways in which you do it. And the transcript is all of that. But there is no other scenario. And by the way, I would have gotten into this with Special Counsel Prosecutor Herr, but we have the 5-minute rule, and I had a lot of other things to get out. But you can talk about the secondary part of this case all day long. But I don't think anybody who reads the report, looks at the nature, he did it when he was a senator, he did it over 45 years, he had been warned about it and continued to do it. You have to seriously jump through some hoops to get to the inadvertent part of it. And so you're talking about maintaining and disclosing classified documents. And if anybody thinks that the information in the Herr report doesn't give a valid reason for that occurred knowingly and willingly, then the question is, why wasn't it knowingly and willingly? And that's where we're at this point. So
Would the gentleman
talk about
yield?
obstruction. I'm going to yield to the gentleman, Mr. Bentz.
Thank you. Just a question. If I recall correctly, when I asked Mr. Herr if his report exonerated the president, his answer was unequivocally no. Is this consistent with your thought?
Well, and absolutely. And we've heard that over the course of this whole thing. There's no claim of innocence. There is no finding of innocence. That is not how reports work. But we keep going past the underlying offense.
That's because Democrats are never going to be honest.
Why wouldn't you cooperate? Like,
Yeah.
why wouldn't
They're
you
never
cooperate
gonna
when
tell
you
the
have the
fucking
ability and knowing exactly how everything works through and where
And the
and where the
mainstream media
differences
is
lie?
never going to
Thank
correct
you for the
them.
yield. It just seems to me that Mr. Herr was saying we don't exonerate. What we're going to do is say that the president is an older gentleman who is incompetent, and we don't think we can get a conviction. Therefore, we're not going to prosecute. But to that point, I want to ask you as a federal prosecutor.
Oh no,
excuse
as
me,
a defense attorney.
The best evidence rule. You can talk about that just for a moment, because I know it goes both ways lots of times, but is there any doubt in the world that the best evidence of what we're trying to get at here is the verbal recording?
There's a reason for the last 5 years in Congress, I have worked with my friends on both sides of the aisle to get to custodial interrogations being recorded by federal law enforcement. Take it completely out of this room and this political thing. And to be honest, oftentimes I fight with my side of the aisle on that issue more than I fight with your side of the aisle. The reason you want audio, the reason you want video, the reason you want those things is because it is without a doubt the best
For
evidence
any of this
that
information,
exists in
you
which
should
to
have
overall
to have
deal with the issues
the
that you're trying to
absolute
incorporate. And if you wanna talk about
verbatim
legislative
audio
purpose,
recordings
as somebody who has been
to
watching
back
this
up the
happen from the
transcripts.
minority and the majority.
How
for
else
5
can you
years,
tell
there
if
is
there's
the
an error in the
application of
transcript
justice
if you don't have the
from this
original
answer.
record?
We have a guy that was prosecuted a year after he altered an affidavit in front of a court, and he's currently practicing law in Washington, D.C. right now. And so with that, I see my time has expired and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Young lady from Vermont's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivy.
Thank you. I just want to run through some of the statements that were just made a moment ago. I guess I can work my way backwards to some extent. With respect to the recording of statements, and I share the gentleman's view about the importance of the federal investigators recording statements, but I would make a couple of notes to that. The first is, for example, there are no videotapes of grand jury testimony. For example, they're all electronically transcribed by court reporters in the room. And nobody would argue that I'm aware of that that's not evidence sufficient for use in court, for use to charge for criminal purposes, for example, for false statements or perjury,
Would the
or
gentleman yield?
impeachment. I will.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that because in that scenario, it's the best evidence.
And I'm surprised they haven't
It's
really
certainly
let it happen.
sufficient for the basis for criminal charges. And
You know, if
with
they
respect
lose
to
Biden,
scenarios where you have a
they
transcript
lose
and a
control.
videotape, if the videotape,
Now, if they
you can use the
keep Biden in office,
tape or the
and then
transcript for impeachment purposes or whatever.
either
I mean,
change him
it's
out just before the
So,
election, which I still
the
think
point
should
here, I
happen,
think, though, given the
or
nature of the proceeding,
change
it's
him out
incumbent on you all
after
to show
the
that there's
election.
some additional
Because I almost
evidence
don't
that you
see
can
Kamala
get from
Harris
the
going in this
videotape
next time.
that you can't get from the transcript. Yeah, you may have given me the
Then
funny
they
look,
can
but
cement their
that's what's
power
going
in
to
the
be required.
presidency. They can
If this
cement
goes
it in
to
the
court,
Senate,
we
and
would
they
have to
hope
justify a
they are
finding of
hoping to
contempt
gain control of the House.
because it's the
And
burden
then
would
it's
be
a
on this
lock.
committee to show contempt, right? So, what's the difference between the transcript and the tape? And you've talked about the lapses in time, and I just questioned a moment ago. I don't know how that gets you from, you know, it's a 5-second pause, it's a 15-second pause. I don't know how that gets you from a statement to that's therefore impeachable or chargeable or anything along those lines, which is what's required. In the legislative purpose standard, I haven't heard a reason for how it's not satisfied by the verbatim transcript, which you've already been presented with.
Because it's not
And
a
there's no
verbatim
question about it
transcript.
being verbatim and accurate, based on what Mr. Herr said and based on the certification that this received at the time that it was recorded and printed.
And let's not forget, guys, the
mind if I
Biden
yield to the gentleman from
administration and their
I
lawyers
yield to the gentleman from California.
got to see
Thank you,
this
Mr. Ivey.
report before it came
is
out and
it's
suggest
never going
any
to be enough.
changes.
Like, you guys are not doing oversight, you're doing overkill. And as soon as you get the audio, you're going to say, well, we wish there should have been a video. And then you'll get a video. And then you'll say, well, we wanted his health records. Like, well, who knows, like, if he, wasn't on some medication.
Oh, man, you can see him doing that on
And then
the
once you
floor
get that, you're
during
going to say,
vote.
well, there was not a polygrapher there.
Right.
We don't know
Or
if he
they're
was telling
getting
the
together
truth
and
or
you
not.
see the Democrats
You
and
have been
Republicans all
thoroughly,
mingling.
and I
yeah,
want to
where we going to
emphasize,
lunch today?
thoroughly
And,
humiliated in
you
your
know,
impeachment quest, which, by the way, is that happening? Is that dead? I pronounced it dead a couple weeks ago. Is it happening? I don't think it's happening. And so you're humiliated. And so you're digging and digging and digging and digging, and you just want more. But guys, it's not happening. You're not impeaching him. You have nothing. I just invite you to move on. Like, let's do something that actually helps people. Just move on. And we're never going to make you happy
actually help
because
people
you just don't accept him as president.
resign. You
And so
piece
we're
of
wasting
shit.
everyone's time by doing this exercise. Now you'll.
Would you yield for a minute?
I yield to Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Mr. Ivey, I very much like Governor Armstrong and happy to work with him. Well, he's still been here, but he won't be here soon. But this whole thing was about whether or not the president, when he was the vice president,
Dude looks
violated
like
the
the
law.
absolute
Mr. Herr said he
prick
definitely
keeper.
took these documents. There's no question about that. But he couldn't get a conviction because he was a sympathetic character. So what good is it going to do if they get to hear him say he was a sympathetic character and why they thought that? That's not the issue. The issue is, did he take the stuff or not? Herr said he took it. There's no question about it. He took the stuff and for his biographer. And Jordan says motive.
And
And
please,
that's
for the love
blah,
of
blah,
God,
blah,
with the
indictment.
freaking mask in the
It's
background.
about the fact he's a sympathetic character and you couldn't get a conviction. That's the issue. So we're off on rabbit trails. You should never get off on rabbit trails.
And just to sort of make a final statement here, the amendment I'm offering doesn't actually go to that. It just goes to the fact, the distinctions that Herb drew between Biden and Trump with respect to the mishandling of documents and the obstruction of justice that occurred afterwards. So I would hope that we can get a vote on the merits from my colleagues on the Republican side on that amendment.
Gentleman yields back, or gentlelady yields back. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman has asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparks? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein?
I see exactly what he's
Armstrong?
doing.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels?
That graphic behind him, if you're
Mr.
talking
Moore?
about the board that was behind Ivy over
Kiley?
there, probably cost a few $100 to
Hageman?
make.
Mr. Moran?
I said it earlier. It's got,
Ms.
Trump's
Lee?
mug picture on
Ms.
it,
Lee
and then it's
votes
got
no.
Biden's
Mr. Hunt?
all
Fry?
dignified by the flag picture.
Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren?
These are
Ms. Jackson Lee?
some of the most vile people on this
Mr.
planet.
Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Swalwell?
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Nagoose? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush?
It looks like Nadler's waddling back
Mr.
in.
Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Ballant?
Aye.
Ms. Ballant votes aye.
Chairman, am I recorded?
Ranking member?
Mr. Nadler, you're not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye.
Gentleman
And
from
he's
Virginia?
waddling back out.
Mr. Klein votes no.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Gooden votes no.
Gentleman from Kentucky?
Mr. Massey votes no.
Clerk will report.
Yeah, Chess, that's it.
Mr. Chairman, there are 8 ayes and 9 noes.
The amendment is not agreed on.
People, they're so
Seeks recognition.
freaking
Mr. Chairman.
dishonest
Amendment
about
passed.
everything
Gentleman
they
from
do.
California? Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature
Without
of a
objection, the amendment will
substitute.
be considered as read.
I object, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Merrick B. Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with the subpoena duly issued by the Committee on the Judiciary offered by Mr. Swalwell of California on page 6 at the end of the paragraph that begins, quote, to further the committee's constitutionally mandated oversight and legislative duties, end quote, insert a new sentence which reads, quote, however, taking into account that multiple members of this committee, including the chairman, remain out of compliance with subpoenas issued to them by another committee of the House of Representatives, no member of Congress will be permitted to vote to hold any other person in contempt of Congress until such time as they provide the testimony that has been required of them regarding their participation in the planning and execution of the events that took place on the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021, end quote.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment plainly says that if you have not responded to your own subpoena,
and this is where I'd come
you
back
can't
and
bring
Swallows well
a
with,
subpoena
hey,
or seek compliance
slept with any more
upon
Chinese
anyone else.
guys these
In the
days?
law, we
Cheated
call it
on your wife
the
lately? Or have you just
unclean
spit your
hands
tongue?
doctrine, or the clean hands doctrine. It's a legal principle in common law that prevents a party from receiving relief from a court if they have acted unethically or unjustly in relation to the matter at hand. At our own home, it's called the wash your hands before dinner doctrine. And my 6-year-old and 5-year-old and 2-year-old, they're not coming to the dinner table until they themselves have clean hands. There are dirty hands on the other side. Multiple times, 2 members of this committee have been
you
asked
just got
to
a dirty
comply
dick,
with a
huh?
subpoena related to January 6th. One of those members, I don't think is here today. I think he's up watching Mr. Trump's trial. But most simply, don't come at us about anyone else's compliance if you are out of compliance. And the chairman is 735 days, 17 hours, 19 minutes, and 24 seconds out of compliance of his own subpoena. And so this amendment would prohibit the chairman or anyone else from bringing compliance or contempt upon somebody for another matter. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Point of order being withdrawn. Gentleman from Virginia.
Speaking of the amendment,
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the chairman and I thank the gentleman for his remarks. I've heard them a couple times. And in responding, I would just say that, first of all, the subpoenas for the members of this committee are no longer in effect because the last Congress has finished. We'll just make that point first. But we also want to look at the responses that were made by the chairman to the January 6th committee. The chairman never declined to testify. The chairman, in fact, wrote every time he was asked to testify and responded with further requests for either statements or further requests for responses from the committee, and never received any responses from the committee. Never expressed an unwillingness to testify. So the characterization that he refused is inaccurate. And it's clear that Democrats were subpoenaing Republicans for political reasons at the time. Chairman Thompson stated that he pursued these subpoenas in part to, quote, weaken Republicans if they took the majority in the future. And so we see through the political motivations of those who issued the subpoenas to begin with and those who want to make it a political point now. So I oppose the amendment and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleague from Virginia, yes, we've had this discussion before, but just a couple quick things to clarify the points you just made. The first was, yes, there was an exchange of correspondence between the chairman and the committee. The problem was the chairman made, in my view, demands that were unusual, to say the least, in response to a subpoena, like, tell me how you're going to use the information and give me the information that you have about my, this related to my testimony in advance of me coming. In other words, he wanted discovery before he showed up to give the statement. Now, let's compare that to what we've got before us with respect to the Department of Justice. And in this particular instance, not only has there been substantial compliance with respect to, I wish I had it in front of me, the number of subpoenas and document requests, and I remember it's 92,000 pages of documents. I think it's like 40 witnesses from the Department of Justice. And as I mentioned earlier, some of those witnesses were prosecutors in, mid-investigation who the department still produced for statements and transcripts here before the committee, which I think is totally inappropriate and actually potentially interferes with the legitimate prosecution efforts by the Department of Justice, ironically, in one instance with respect to Hunter Biden. So, let's be clear about that piece. And then, as I mentioned earlier today, if we're going to stay on the substantial compliance standpoint, just in this particular request, there was a report generated by Mr. Herr that the department was not required to turn over, but Mr. Garland decided to turn it over anyway on his own initiative with respect to the transcript Again, there's no statutory requirement that he turned that over, but he did turn it over. And, you know, he made Mr. Hur available to testify. And Mr. Hur, you know, he resigned right before he gave the testimony, which was fine. But it's clear that the department was not trying to block him providing testimony to this committee. So from the standpoint of substantial compliance, this is an outstanding record for the Department of Justice. Now, I won't go into the contrasting point that Mr. Swalwell made. I think he laid it out pretty good. But let's be clear about this. The compliance we've had here, I think, has been really extraordinary. The executive privilege claim, which was raised by the department, again, really has not been addressed, certainly not on the legal merits by the Republicans in this committee. And as I mentioned earlier today, you know, I have a letter that was dated May 1, 2019 from the Bar Justice Department to Mr. Nadler, who was the chairman at the time, raising basically most of the same points that we're talking about today. Now, with respect to the chilling effect issue, which you all sort of poo-pooed a few minutes ago, similar access by the department could be impeded in future investigations if the White House were given reasons to believe that Congress would receive each and every document shared with the department. Now, this is Barr's department objecting to turning over documents where there was no predicate provided already. In this instance, you've got the transcripts, you just want additional information. As Mr. Swalwell said, apparently, you know, you'll never get enough. And then the Bar Department of Justice said, the committee has not articulated any legitimate legislative purpose for its request for all of the special counsel's investigative files. This is for the Mueller report. The committee has no legitimate role in demanding law enforcement materials with the aim of
man,
simply
Bart, these
duplicating a
people have
criminal
no
inquiry.
fucking shame.
Now
man.
here, the Merrick Garland Justice Department gave you the transcript, gave you the report, gave you the lawyers to testify about what they'd done. Barr objected to all of it with respect to the Mueller report, raised the same sorts of issues. Now, those have been addressed in a different forum.
Mr. Swallow
here,
will.
You guys are ignoring the compliance that's been provided by the Department of Justice over and over and over again. I'm running out of time, but my point here is that you've got substantial compliance from the Department of Justice. You know, Mr. Chairman, the record is what it is. I think we've discussed it before on multiple occasions, and Mr. Swalwell's raised it as well. But I think it's a contrast that bears noting in this particular instance, especially where we're seeking contempt against the Attorney General of the United States. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman for Virginia for unanimous consent.
Ask
These
unanimous
Republicans
consent to
always trying to
insert
play
into the record
nice
3 letters
sometimes.
From you to Chairman Thompson.
Fucking anytime
dated January
Swallows will
9th,
open his mouth,
2022,
I'd be
May
talking
25th,
about him,
2022, and
cheating
June
on his
9th,
wife with a
2022.
Chinese fucking spy. Ask him if he's
Six record issue.
still doing that, or
Question
just
occurs
drag
on
that
the amendment
motherfucker
offered
through
by
the
the
mud. They're
gentleman
gonna do it to you
from California. All those in favor say
over some
aye.
horse shit.
Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote, please.
Gentleman asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Isa? Mr. Gates?
Thanks, Ben.
Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop?
There's a lot of them around,
Sparks.
Barton, that are like that.
Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz
If
votes
it
no.
wasn't for
Mr.
all the
Klein?
money that
Mr. Klein
gets
votes no.
thrown
Mr.
after,
Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no.
most of them wouldn't
Mr.
be able to be
Gooden?
a fucking dog catcher.
Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr.
That's
Nels?
probably why a lot of them are lawyers.
Mr.
It's
Moore?
pretty much the lowest forms of life.
Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman?
Bob, what's
Ms.
up, my
Hageman
brother?
votes no. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff?
I'm going to try
Mr.
something.
Schiff votes
Maybe
aye.
Me and
Mr.
my
Swalwell.
connection will
Mr.
keep
Swalwell votes
hanging out.
aye.
It's been
Mr.
hanging pretty
Lou.
solid for a minute.
Ms. Jayapal. Mr. Correa. Ms. Newman votes aye. Goose. Ms. McBath. Ms. Dean. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Ivy.
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 12 noes.
Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without objection, the
substitute.
amendment be considered as read. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you. If there were any question about whether today's hearing is a legitimate exercise of Congress's legislative or oversight powers, our colleagues across the aisle have effectively eliminated that possibility with their combined remarks today. They've spent hours trying to defend the indefensible conduct of the leader of their party, misstating the conclusions of the special counsel's report and smearing the President of the United States with politically inspired lies and innuendo. This markup is, in fact, nothing more than political theater by Donald Trump's allies in the House Republicans who've wasted more than a year of the people's time and 20 million taxpayer dollars on a blatant act of petty vengeance. Now, rather than admit that they found nothing and been embarrassed every step of the way, they're shamelessly plowing ahead. Instead of cutting their losses, they're once again trying to drag the president, this chamber, this committee, the American people, and now the Attorney General down a rabbit hole of conspiracies and untruths. What we have here today is not a legitimate oversight or legislative effort. It is guided not by our Constitution, but by the former president's calls for retribution against his political rival and the cowardice or complicity of his supporters. And it's nothing but an attempt to distract from Mr. Trump's ongoing criminal trial and to prop up his reelection bid. In case it's not clear enough already, constitutional scholars are not driving the House Republicans' impeachment stunt. So my amendment adds important context about the actual purposes and parameters of impeachment to this exercise. In his report, Special Counsel Hur noted that laws about handling classified material do not apply to a sitting president or vice president. So even if Hur determined there were criminal conduct, which he did not, it could only have applied to the time before Joe Biden was elected. Even House Republicans' longtime favorite pet legal scholar, Jonathan Turley, testified before the Oversight Committee last year that impeachment proceedings for pre-office conduct unrelated to current actions is controversial and must be approached with abundant caution. As Turley acknowledged, launching investigations on that basis would convert impeachment into a rationalization for subjecting officials to limitless inquiries. Contrary to that advice, there's been no abundant caution in this illegitimate process. Clearly, there's no real basis for Republicans' claim that they need these audio files besides political theater. And the Department of Justice has rightly pointed out that allowing the House majority to weaponize investigative materials in this way would pose a strong risk of jeopardizing the willingness of other witnesses to come forward in the future. Ultimately, as our colleagues have proved time and again, their impeachment stunt has no basis, no evidence, and no high crimes or misdemeanors to show for it. And today is just another desperate attempt to save face and suck up after their bogus investigation has failed to bear fruit. The American people can see this for what it is, and they deserve better. We should have enough of these ridiculous games and get back to working for the American people. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Point of order is withdrawn. I'll recognize myself to speak against the amendment. Special Counsel Hur could have said that. Could have written the report and he could have said, we don't prosecute sitting presidents. That's not what he said. It just simply isn't. The report went through in detail, and now we're asking for the best evidence of why that report was written that way. And with that, I yield back. Anybody seek recognition? The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I would request a recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Isa, Mr. Gates, Mr. Biggs, Mr. McClintock, Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop. Ms. Sparks. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong.
No.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Mr. Kiley. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Nadler. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen.
Yeah, politicians are way worse than prostitutes, for sure.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Mr.
Here's
Correa.
the politicians,
Ms.
even
Scanlon.
methed out
Aye.
crack
Ms.
whores
Scanlon
have
votes aye. Mr.
standards.
Nikus. Ms. McBath. Ms. Dean. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy.
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes aye.
Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Mr. Gooden.
Mr. Gooden votes no.
Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Bishop votes no.
Clerk will record.
Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 12 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Who seeks recognition?
It's probably so, Bob.
I have an amendment.
What's my child doing in there?
Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Attorney General Merrick B. Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Committee on the Judiciary offered by Mr.
Without objection.
I reserve a point of order.
The amendment is considered as read. Gentlelady reserves a point of order. Chair now recognizes myself to explain the amendment. A mere 2 hours before this markup session was scheduled to start, the committee received letters from the White House and the Department of Justice, and the President is invoking executive privilege to prevent the department from producing the audio recording of his and his ghostwriter's interviews with Special Counsel Hurd,
Well,
among other
Connection
materials.
was doing good for a
The
while.
committee has numerous concerns about the validity of the president's assertion. First, the president has already waived any potential assertion of executive privilege over the information discussed in his interviews with Special Counsel Hurd when he leaked the transcripts of his and his ghostwriter's interviews with Special Counsel Hurd to the press. This conclusion is consistent with the court's decision in U.S. v. Mitchell, which rejected a presidential claim of privilege over audio recordings where, as here, the president caused to be reduced to transcript form and published the information in the subpoenaed recordings. The Mitchell court concluded that the executive privilege claim was non-existent since the conversations are no longer confidential. Accordingly, when the president leaked his and his ghostwriter's transcripts, his ability to invoke executive privilege was no longer existent. The president and the department could have taken steps to protect the confidentiality of the transcripts, but failed to do so when they released them to the press prior to providing them to this committee. Second, the assertion of privilege is 3 months late and therefore not valid. To have been timely, any privilege should have been asserted by March 7th, 2024, the subpoena return date. Third, even if the president's invocation was valid, which it is not, it is certainly overcome by the committee's need for this information. The committee has demonstrated a sufficient need for the audio recordings as they are likely to contain evidence important to the committee's impeachment inquiry and legislative oversight. Additionally, the audio recordings sought by the committee cannot be obtained from any place other than the department. Without these audio recordings, the committee's important legislative work will continue to be stymied by this president and the Department of Justice.
What are you doing, little boy?
Audio recordings are necessary to evaluate what government reform is necessary within the department. This amends the Ains contempt resolution in light of the president's
You gonna be ready to go get
invalid
monkey in a little
assertion
bit?
of the executive privilege. However, this
Dad's got
assertion
some
does
clothes to
not
put on.
change the fact that the Attorney General is in contempt of Congress today for his failure to turn over all responsive material to the committee's subpoena.
I
yield back.
withdraw my point of order.
Gentlelady withdraw. Who seeks to be recognized?
Oh, hell no,
Gentleman
Bob.
from
Nay, you know
Maryland
they
is
ain't going to do
recognized.
that.
I
Not
have
unless you're
a question.
part of another protected group.
What does the amendment do for, did it strike the language of executive privilege throughout the amendment, or what did it do? I'd ask that my time be stopped.
It updates the report to the department and the president's office of waiving executive privilege.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm specifically asking, though, is my recollection is I came across 7 instances where executive privilege was cited in the report. That was the amendment in the nature of a substitute this morning. What's been done with those?
It updates those assertions of privilege to account for the letter we received this morning.
So I see, we'll see, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. Let me do this with the time I've got left. I'll have to try and read through it quickly to see, but the waiver issue, I think, is, I just wanted to address that because the department specifically spoke to that, and it's May 16th letter to both committees. Finally, I note that the department's disclosure of the transcripts of the interviews does not constitute a waiver and does not preclude an assertion of privilege with respect to the audio recordings. As I have explained, audio recordings have distinct features in law enforcement uses, which implicate privacy interests and risks of misuse to a greater degree than transcripts, and disclosure to Congress of the recordings would have a chilling effect on future cooperation in similar investigations. So I think it's pretty clear that
I didn't see that, Jess.
the waiver issue has been addressed, and I think the assertion here and the amendment I haven't had a chance to read yet because I only got it 30 seconds ago. Actually, 2 minutes ago, 2.5 minutes ago. I apologize. But I think that's been directly challenged, and so I'm curious about how the report addresses that challenge. That's raised in the letter that I guess this report is supposed to be responding to.
Well, a couple points. One, it's the leaking to the press in the Mitchell case. I mean, giving the transcript to the committee is one thing. They also leaked it to the press. And two, I mean, you can read through it, but we got the letter from DOJ this morning. So that's where we're at and why.
No, this letter is that I'm talking about here is from May 16th.
Well, I'm saying the amendment is because of the letter we got from today. Today is May 16th.
I'm sorry.
May 16th. Today is May 16th. Jackass.
No, that's where is that? I'm sorry, this is yesterday, May 15, where they raised this point.
That's when the letter was dated. They got it today, you idiot.
It was an enclosure yesterday. They didn't send us the letter yesterday until this morning.
Well, in any event, I haven't had a chance to look at the Mitchell case. I'm not familiar with the executive privilege.
Well, in any event, I'm
bar,
just going to reject your reality and
cases where it's been
substitute my
raised. In
own.
fact, I think just off the top of my head, some of them have been raised months, maybe even years after an initial request has been made, because frequently it takes a long time for these sorts of disputes to play out. So I do want to challenge the language in the report with respect to the changes for executive privilege. And the claims that they've made waiver of the privilege, which I don't believe is the case. And I think there's been no showing of need with respect to the contrast between the transcript and the tape. And that the courts, well, the committee's essentially set an artificial deadline here, which is not sufficient line to time bar the assertion of the executive privilege. And with that, I yield back.
Anybody
Oh,
else?
they will try to bury or lose
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
the
Move to strike the
audio
last word.
from that interview.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you.
Oops.
I
Shit.
still
Sorry, we
don't
lost it.
see that the committee has, or that the majority has made out sufficient legislative or oversight purpose. I mean, we seem to keep getting this word salad of it's important that we review the actual audio tape as opposed to the transcript because it's important, because we have important interests we're trying to address, so it's important. It's kind of a lot of word salad, kind of like saying that you need an appropriate rule, which would be one that's appropriate. So I would just object to the amendment on the grounds that the majority has not made out a clear legislative or oversight purpose, unless they're suggesting that there's been some kind of chicanery or something here in the Department.
How do you
or
not get the
Department of
point behind
Justice
this,
or
lady?
by the special counsel.
We want
So
to
I would just
compare the
say that I don't think that
transcript with
there's
what
been
was
the
actually
the
said
basic premise has not been met by the majority, and I would yield to Mr.
in the audio
Hardy.
transcript.
I thank
So
the
we can
gentlelady. I'm just
see
taking a
whether
quick
the
look at Mitchell
type
here
transcript is
now, and this
consistent
was a subpoena
with reality.
to John Mitchell,
Because if
who's then the
Joe
Attorney
Biden
General from the
actually
special
showed to be
counsel.
cognitively
I haven't had a full chance to
functioning
read
in
this,
the
but in the
interview,
Watergate litigation, one of the
why is he
points that
not
was
being
made by the
charged?
courts repeatedly was that intra-branch disputes were treated differently than disputes between the executive branch and the legislative branch. And it looks like here, this is also another one of the mid-trial requests for the information, which has an exigency requirement or impact that's not present in the scenario here today. So I would urge the majority to reconsider reliance on this particular case because I think it's inapplicable for those reasons. And with that, I yield back to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
And I would yield back.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Strike the last word as to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
So I just want to say, resorting to the phrase word salad when one doesn't want to accept what we're trying to do here is unfortunate, but not unpredictable. I just would say that this committee is the Judiciary Committee, not the take it for granted committee or the, yeah, we'll accept whatever you say, Mr. Herr committee. We're engaged in an oversight exercise, and the best evidence is the transcript. And the only way we would know if the transcript, excuse me, I said transcript, I meant the recording. The only way we would know if the transcript is inappropriate is by comparing it to the recording. So to sit here and say we haven't called into question the transcript when we're asking for the recording is to ignore the obvious, which is we need the recording to see if the transcript is correct. We need to check on these kind of things because these are within our oversight capability and certainly duty. So to ignore all this and bring all the other peripheral stuff up that we've had to endure for the last couple of hours is interesting, a diversion, and a lot of fun conversation. But the truth of it is, if we're going to engage in our oversight function, we need the recording. And that was proven, by the way, when the gentleman from Georgia showed an audio of former President Trump. Why didn't he just rely upon his words that were written in his amendment? No, he wanted us to see the exact words.
Well, he didn't show the exact words. He showed highly edited
to that which
clips.
was written down. Of course, we need to compare the audio.
I want the entire
that's
audio
why
of
we have the
Joe
best evidence
Biden's
rule.
interview,
The best evidence is
and let's
the
watch
audio.
it or listen
That's
to
why
it.
we're asking
Yeah.
for it. That's when we don't get it. We move to contempt to try to do so. I yield back.
Move to strike their last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
So I'm a little confused because we keep hearing, of course, we need to match the audio with the transcript. And my understanding, based on the testimony we heard during the
Oh, they're
hearing, was
terrified of that
it's a
audio coming out.
certified transcript. It's a certified transcript. So this is a red herring talking about
You guys
needing to
didn't
match
accept the transcript of
audio
Trump's call that you
with what
impeached
is
him over,
written.
bitch.
It has
Come
been
on.
established that that is what has happened.
Oh,
So when we talk about
these people have
wasting
no
time, this whole
standard.
conversation in which you bring up over and over and over again that we need to match these two things, it has been certified. We know what's in it. I yield back.
Yeah, so you guys remember the
Gentleman
arguments
from
over Trump's
Wisconsin is
phone call, and
recognized.
it was
Well,
just
yeah,
a
that
transcript, and they
just
didn't have
came up earlier.
audio, and
I mean, it's right here. The
it's that
absence
same
of a
old saying,
legitimate
if the
need for
Democrats
the
didn't
audio
have double
recordings lays
standards, they
bare
wouldn't
your
have any at
likely
all.
goal to chop them up, distort them, and use them for partisan political purposes. So if they're identical and should be perceived as identical, then why is that actually in the White House's correspondence? I mean, they blew it. They blew it. They put the wrong line in here. Some attorney late yesterday was composing this and basically showed their hand, which is they believe it's going to be used for political purposes. Well, if the transcript and the recordings are exactly the same, why couldn't you just do that with the recordings anyways? I mean, it doesn't make any sense at this point. They need to turn it over. They need to turn it over at some point. I yield back.
We know why they're hiding it.
Anybody else?
Democrats know why they're hiding it.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
What I can't understand is why anyone would claim executive privilege when they've already waived it. The medium at issue isn't the deciding factor. By giving us the transcript, they've already waived any claim of executive privilege. So there is no legitimate reason to withhold the transcript or to withhold the recordings. We're entitled to them. As has already been repeatedly stated, it's the best evidence rule. As the Oversight Committee, we're entitled to hear exactly what Mr. Herr heard. With that, I
Gentlelady
yield.
Gentlelady yield.
Yes.
Adding to that point, thank the gentlelady. I just note that I was kind of digging through my friend, Mr. Ivey from Maryland, was trying to filter through the letters and find what had been said about waiver. And the only thing I see is at the top of page 7, there's an argument that I note that the department's disclosure of the transcripts of the interviews does not constitute a waiver. You go on and read that paragraph, find the citation in that paragraph that says that once certain testimony has been released in written form, that there's some basis that you could possibly contend that another version of the testimony, in this case in the form of an audio recording, is protected from waiver. There's just not, you would think if they want to say there's an argument that there's no waiver, they could cite some authority from some court at some point in history that came close to addressing that issue and making that ruling. But there is no such authority, and it is absurd on its face. I yield back to the gentlelady.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
I find it particularly interesting that in this conversation about will the White House release the audio recording when we already have the transcript, we already had your guy come and testify and said that the president did nothing. But did you know that you all are sitting on
He didn't say he did nothing.
115 transcripts videotapes, audio recordings for your Hunter Biden investigation that you will not release to the public?
How many hours of
wanna
video
release
do you
that
have
right
from
now?
Jan 6 that you guys didn't
Are you
release?
willing to release that to
douchebag?
the public and show us what you have? Because again, this all just seems really interesting that you get subpoenaed,
You guys
don't
have
respond, but you
thousands
are
and
upset
thousands
that
of
the president and his
hours
team won't respond
of video
to
from
that
January 6th.
You have a
from
guy on your
hundreds
side
of
who was
cameras
investigated for
that you guys
sexual
refuse to
trafficking,
release.
and you're not interested at all in subpoenaing or getting any notes of that
Him bringing
investigation,
that
but you
shit up
want
with Gates again.
every part of this
Someone
investigation.
please ask him
And then with
about his
Hunter
little
Biden,
Chinese spy
you've
girlfriend
done
and cheating
a
on
year
his wife.
plus of investigating him. You've found nothing.
Please.
Your best witnesses are
One
now
Republican grow a set of
locked up
balls.
for lying to the FBI, but you won't give the public any audio recordings or video recordings. And I keep hearing this phrase by some drive-by lawyers over there of best evidence. Okay, well, isn't that the best evidence? So why don't you show us what you have? And if you're not going to show us what you have, tell us why you won't show the public what you have. Yield back.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
You know, my good friend from California makes a point, and I always take his point seriously. I'd like to make a point. The point is, this committee, back when Chairman Conyers was the chairman, asserted that when we're doing an investigation, whether it's an impeachment or an inquiry of more general case, and in the case of Chairman Conyers, whose picture is practically right behind the ranking member, Chairman Conyers said, we have to be the committee that oversees the president. We have to be. We were under Richard Milhouse Nixon. We have to be under George W. Bush. To give that up, simply because now the shoe is on the other foot, is to give up the authority of this committee and the importance of what we do.
Well, yeah, you got me there, Bart.
I agree with
he probably did ask
the
her to
gentleman
do it
from
again.
California that this should not be used for partisan purposes. I think Mr. Fitzgerald said very
It would
well
be too
that
funny
the
if it proved that
accusation
she was a
is
tranny.
probably false on its face. But if the other side were saying, well, let's make sure that the audio isn't
Poor little
released to the
tiny thing.
public, at least until there's a full committee vote, until we have had an opportunity to hear it in its entirety and see whether it gleans additional information, we probably would have a bipartisan moment. But we're not doing that. We're really debating the question of the authority of this committee. And just as Chairman Conyers grew the real respect for this committee in the Bates decision, which was taken not just through his time, but was continued, and today is what we rely on for whether or not someone is to appear before this committee from the White House, we have to do the same thing here. The committees of Congress may be political bodies, but so is the White House. And in fact, the other side of the aisle is constantly telling us so is the Supreme Court. If we are political bodies, that does not change our constitutional responsibility.
fine.
So I, for one, will be voting
It's like
to hold in contempt if we do not get that which we have asked for under some reasonable term, which we have
I'm
not
not.
even begun. That is what we're discussing today. I hope that the gentleman from California will think
soul.
again about where this body will be in 4, 6, 8, or 10 years, just as Chairman Conyers, Chairman Hyde, and other chairmen before them have asserted
fine.
that Congress has a right, and consistently the court at all levels, under all types of courts, have held those rights to be reasonable if they are in fact pursuant to our obligation. And our obligation clearly is to oversee the Department of Justice. And I thank the gentleman and yield back.
Anybody else seek recognition? Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman. Just quickly, just a few points to be made here. I mean, if we get down to the real issue, you're afraid to reveal the demeanor, which is the best evidence here, not just what you said, how you said it. Did you ramble on? Did you have cognitive thought here? Were you just, not under any particular control of what you were saying or doing?
And without
And that's something the American people deserve to
can
know.
be
It's something we
absolutely
deserve to know. And that's point number one. Second thing is,
And it can
there is
be
an
very
executive
much
privilege here
manipulative.
because it was given up when the transcripts were given
But
to
if I
us.
play the
We know
raw
that.
audio
So again, what are we afraid of? Are we afraid to
of it,
hear the audio? Why?
then we
Because I think there's
get the
concern that it's going to be
context.
very revealing as far as the
We get the
cognitive state
mannerism,
of this president.
the
If there's no
inflection in
problem,
speech.
if there's no issue, just send it over. We don't have to have this hearing. You know what? I think there's a good number of us wish we didn't need to
I
have this
guarantee you,
hearing.
when you
It
read
just would
the
have been simpler to
transcript of
say,
a
yes,
Biden speech,
abide by the subpoena, give us the
you don't
information,
hear all of us
let us look
mumble
at it. It would
rapping,
already be done.
word
But it isn't,
salad,
and we have a right to it. And there's
puking
no
up
executive
alphabet
privilege. There's no protection. The information
parts
was
of his
already given
speech.
in a transcript. Now the audio needs to be given too. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Al. I have some short remarks. I
Oh,
find it
God. Hey, Hank, did
ludicrous
the
to
island tip
think
over
that
yet?
my fellow members on the other side of the aisle believe that they have the ability to determine whether or not
I probably have to
someone
stop him right
is
then and go, "Nah, dog, I ain't your
mentally
friend.
competent by listening
Don't even let
to
that fall out of
audio
your face,
recording."
referencing
I
me."
mean, that's all that you all want to have is just some audio so that you can probably splice and dice and then use it to mislead the public into buying
That's
your
all you
narrative.
guys ever do with
But the
Trump. You
American people are
fucking
not
oh,
going for that. They see through the
aneurysm. Need more
hollowness of
Motrin.
this exercise that we're going through today. They know that the only thing you want to do is try to get something to embarrass the president with. And this is what you're reduced to after spending $20 million of taxpayer money compiling a data bank of information which reveals no wrongdoing by the president. You were hoping to find some,
Again,
but you didn't.
that's not what the
And now you're
report
reduced
said.
to trying to find evidence that he is somehow unfit mentally for office when people
Oh,
can see the man doing his job every day.
yeah,
They
yeah.
can see what he's
Which is
doing.
more
They can
proof
see
he's
what he's
mentally
done.
unfit,
They can
just
see
like
him in
you.
action, listen to him. We don't need further waste of taxpayer money going down this rabbit hole any further. I ask my colleagues to get serious about it. We got stuff that we need to be doing on behalf of the American people, as opposed to sitting up here for 4 hours now, debating the hollowness of a resolution that you all are offering, trying to hold Merrick Garland to account.
Of course,
For
it's
not
like
turning
Holder.
over an
Eric
audio
Holder never
file
got held
that
accountable for shit either. So
really has no relevance to what the American people are going through today. Please stop this.
of
And
course,
let's get
were the
to work doing
Republicans in
something that
control of the
benefits
House when they
American
have
people.
tried to
And I'll
hold Eric
yield to
Holder
the
in
gentleman from
well,
Tennessee.
no, they did hold
Thank
him
you,
in
Mr.
contempt,
Johnson.
didn't they?
I believe one of the members on the other side incorrectly said that there was something in her testimony that said the president was incompetent. He never said that. He never wrote that. No one has said or wrote that. He said he was a sympathetic character, elderly person who had a little problem with their memory. That's not saying you were
It
incompetent.
wasn't a little problem with his
And
memory.
Nobody suggested that. The previous term we had, President Biden's first 2 years, has been compared to the 1964 Lyndon Johnson era as the most effective legislative actions, congressional actions in our country's history.
Oh!
The IRA, the quote-unquote bipartisan
I seriously just need to crack the window open and mag dump real fast.
transportation bill, jobs and transportation bill, highways bill, the CHIPS Act, you name it. Biden got it done. He even got done finally after lollygagging monies for Israel and Ukraine. Far too late for Ukraine to resist the Russian expedited attacks, strengthened attacks while Ukraine was suffering without the equipment they should have had in the East.
Dude, Biden has done
But they're
nothing
still standing.
but
We
make
got them
things
money
easier
finally, even if it was late,
for
because
Putin,
Biden put it together.
for
And we could
Iran,
have had and
for
should have
all
had
the enemies of the United States.
a bill on immigration that the Senate was going to pass that would have dealt with immigration
and not made it a political issue to dilly-dally up here for a year and let all these arguments that you make about these terrible
someone
people
run up
coming
there
into our
and
country
stick a
continue to come into our
suction cup
country
in that dude's head.
only if they
'Cause he's
advance the
gotta be
opportunity of
fucking
having a
dumb as
terrible person become the president of the United States again. A person who has been said by more of his colleagues that he does not shouldn't get anywhere near the White House again. Almost all of his cabinet members. And the ones that haven't said that have gone to jail. Mr. Navarro.
Dude, I can almost
Contempt.
guarantee
Mr.
you,
Bannon,
Bob, that if
going
Democrats
out of prison near
actually
you.
gain more control this next election and Biden stays in,
Cohen went
they
to
won't
jail
have
for
to
2 years
invade
because he
Taiwan.
did
They're
what
just
Mr.
going to
Trump
tell
asked him to
Taiwan,
do,
you're ours
work
now.
out the
This
hush
is the
money
way it's
payments
going
to the
be.
porn star.
And Taiwan's
He went
going
to
to
jail.
be
You
stuck
work with down, you lay down with dogs, you get up with fleas. Be careful, my colleagues. I yield back my balance of my time.
The gentleman from
There's
Texas
one
is
thing Cohen
recognized.
should know about is laying
Thank you,
down
Chairman.
with dogs.
Wanted to try to recenter the conversation just for a moment, and might engage with a colloquy with the chairman on a simple point. When the Democrats were in charge of the committee in 2019, as I believe the chairman has mentioned today, was it not true that they held the Attorney General of the United States, Attorney General Barr, in contempt for effectively redacting material from the Mueller report that he was legally obligated to redact?
Yes, it was grand jury transcripts.
And so that's the standard, just to be clear, set by our Democratic colleagues, was to hold somebody in contempt for doing what he was legally required to do under the law.
Yes.
And here we are having a conversation about an amendment, I believe, is what we're actually debating at the moment, an amendment to add language to clarify that we were in receipt of the assertion of executive privilege, that we received a mere minutes before we began this markup here today, and that this amendment asserts privilege, and it's asserting privilege after having, as the gentlelady from Wyoming was noted, effectively relinquished their claim to privilege, having provided the transcript. And that our position is that now have the transcript, that we want to be able to look at the actual audio or listen to the actual audio, because of, to be very specific, the assertions by her throughout the entirety of her report, that it was in fact the president's demeanor, the way the president was responding, or his lack of response. And like, I'm trying to be careful, by the way. I mean, with all due respect to the assertion made about by the gentleman from Tennessee that, oh, there were just so little problems with the memory. I mean, her report is littered and filled with concerns about the nature of the president's memory. I don't even want to go down that road. He's the president of the United States. I'm not looking to dive into that, other than as it relates directly to this question about what we can take away from the actual testimony by testimony to Mr. Hur. That's
I think
it.
a lot of these
So back to
Democrats spend
recentering
a
the
hell of a
question,
lot of time
all we're
smoking
doing
a
is debating
lot
this amendment
on
that's
Johnson.
talking about adding this language in about the assertion of executive privilege, which we are saying has already been essentially set aside by giving us the transcripts, and we believe that is our oversight function to be able to simply listen to the audio file. Gentlemen, agree with that, and I yield back to the chairman.
The only other part to that I would say is it was also leaked to the press. It wasn't just given to the committee. And that's, will the gentleman yield? Or go, gentleman from New Jersey.
No, just real quickly, I mean, we were alluding to what was exactly said, and this is right from the report, because they didn't want to go forward with the case. And the reason they didn't is because Biden would be seen as a, quote, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Not a little bit of a memory problem, not a little tiny issue, such a big problem that they felt that he was
In
such
other
a
words, we
sympathetic
have
case. and
all
it
the
was so
evidence in the
sad
world,
they wouldn't go forward with
but
the
we're
case
afraid
because
no
the
one
jury
would
would feel
convict him
bad
because
for
they're
him
going to
because
feel
of his
sorry for
cognitive
him.
state. But that was an exact quote, what I just read. I yield back.
Mr. Roy. Recognition. I'll recognize myself just for real quick. You know, we've heard a lot of different reasons about impugning what motivations are on this side of the aisle, but we've been here for 4 hours and nobody's ever defended the DOJ's reason for not turning it over. And the reason for not turning it over is somehow it's going to have this huge chilling effect on all of these witnesses and the volunteering of cooperation with the DOJ if you somehow release an audio interview versus a transcribed interview. And I think that's a level of sophistication that quite frankly fails on its face in common sense. That is, I mean, we talk about waiving the privilege by giving the transcript, leaking it to the press and all of those things. But that's the other part of this, which is just farcical on its face, is that somehow we are going to chill all of these DOJ investigations because of the medium in which we release something to Congress after we have already waived the privilege. And I think for all of the different things for 4 hours today, nobody's ever actually said, I can name 9 people who would have cooperated,
Bob.
except you gave them a transcript instead of an audio recording. And because that doesn't exist, and it's an excuse, and it's an excuse that we got 1 minute before the hearing, which is why this amendment is important. And so with that, I yield back. The question will...
I'd just like to remind the committee that Donald Trump refused to be interviewed by the special counsel. And if he had been interviewed and it was tape recorded, and they could have used that, could have been used in his campaigns. And I think there's the idea that this could be used politically, while as far as the legal basis, all you
If Joe
need is the
Biden is
transcript.
so
Audio
good right
is
now,
needed for politics,
why are you
not
worried
for
about it being
information
used politically?
Based on what this committee's
I mean, the
jurisdiction
Democrats could have run commercial after commercial after commercial showing Joe Biden
Question occurs on the
testifying
amendment.
to the council,
All those in favor say aye.
showing that he was coherent, he
opposed
was
say
on
no.
top of his
No.
game and
In the
presenting
opinion of
a
the chair, the
strong
noes have it.
attitude.
I'm sorry. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call has been requested.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes yes. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes yes. Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Swallow? Mr. Swallow votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 11 noes.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Question now is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In pin the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. A reporting quorum being present. The question is on favorably
Mr. Chairman.
reporting the report as amended.
Mr. Chairman, may I raise a point of order?
Sure.
And I won't insist on it, but ordinarily, the committee does not do markups when committees' bills are on the floor. the ranking member is on the floor managing those bills. He's not asking that the vote be delayed because of the time that's been put in. He would vote against it, and I just wanted to put on the record why it is rather unusual for us to be meeting, and I'm not even sure the rules permit it, but he would vote no, and that's why he is not here.
And I'm willing, and I think we
I want to see him drug tested before and after the
chairman to come
debate,
back for the
Bob.
final passage.
I think out of deference to the other committee members, he's not asking for that.
Okay. All those in reporting quorum being present, the question is all in favor of reporting the report as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
We have a roll call vote, Mr.
Sure.
Chair?
The roll call being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Isa? Mr. Isa votes yes. Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Yeah, that'd
Mr.
be
Armstrong
another
votes
good one,
yes.
Blue.
Mr. Gooden?
Just drug
Mr.
test them
Gooden
all.
votes yes.
Make it a
Mr.
drug-free
Vandreau?
workplace where they
Mr.
got to be
Vandreau votes
randomly
yes.
tested. I
Mr.
want to
Nels?
see that shit
Mr.
happen.
Nels votes yes. Mr.
They
Moore?
voted to do that. The
Mr. Moore
company.
votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes yes. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes yes. Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren?
Of course, I want to see all of them
Ms.
involved
Lofgren
in
votes
all their
no.
insider
Ms.
trading
Jackson
shit.
Lee?
I want to see all them in prison
Mr.
too.
Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Swallow? Mr. Swallow votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no.
Be a shame if some of these Republicans weren't there and they were able to vote this shit down.
Have a chance to communicate with the ranking member and see what his wishes are for being recorded. And then we'll move into Mr. Ice's legislation once we get an answer from the ranking member.
Look at Cohen's crypt keeper ass stumbling out of there.
Maybe just a few minutes. We're gonna let Mr. Nadler leave the floor and come here and vote on the report. So we'll have.
Come on, Nadler, waddle your ass back in there.
Committee will just take a break for a second. Been corrected by the parliamentarian, and then we'll once Mr. Nadler gets here and votes, we will move to Mr. Ice's legislation. For Republican members, we have food back there. If you haven't eaten, I don't know if we have enough for the Democrats. Yeah, there's probably some. There's probably some left.
Yeah, you do got a good point there, Bob. It may be scary if these guys were all this stupid and crooked and they weren't on drugs. Nadler's probably fucking getting a diaper change right now. If there's one thing you can say for the Democrats, though, they are team players from the word go. They get on a damn narrative and they just beat it to death. Facts be damned. Meanwhile, you've always got a bunch of little rhino-ass Republicans like, what was it, Tony down in Texas, that God, I hope Brandon Herrera beats. And those sons of bitches, John Cornyn and others, just sell us out every time. In my lifetime, I've only seen about 2 Democrats really, really stand up to the Democrat Party. One was oh God, what's his name from West Virginia, and then Kristen Sinema, who just wouldn't go along with as crazy as Democrats were getting. But other than that, they're all good little party members, man. They get in there and they Manchin, that's who it is. Yeah, Joe Manchin. Other than that, they get in there and they march in their little communist fucking lockstep and just you got too many of these little just absolute coward Republicans that are too worried about the news being mean to them instead of growing a fucking spine. People like Mittens Romney, John McCain when he was around. God knows that dude fucked us so many times it ain't even funny. Lindsey Graham would be another good fucking case of a rhino ass. And of course, it goes all the way down to the states. Hell, we got this Republican in Alabama right now that just wants to completely screw our permitless carry, put it right back in the hands of the sheriffs. We'd still have to ask for permission and these fucking sheriffs down here, they are not worried about public safety. They are worried because they lost money when they lost those permit fees. Now, what did Nadler do? Get up there and get lost in the bathroom? If he couldn't find that 9-foot long zipper he's got because his pants go all the way to his freaking armpits.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Escobar votes no.
Watch, it would be Republicans that wouldn't show up, and then the Democrats would have more people there to vote, and they would lose it on the vote.
Mr. Massey, you're not recorded.
I have to see what's
Mr. Massey
going
votes
on
yes.
the House floor right now. Because there's some big names missing from this hearing right now. And if they're on the House floor doing some shady shit.
Was the gentlelady recorded?
Ms. Bush, you're not recorded. Ms. Bush votes no.
Oh, what the hell? All right, we back. I have to pick through what's going. Like I said, I have to pick through what's going on the House floor. They were supposed to vote on some more of the Leosa stuff, and then there was supposed to be something condemning Biden for withholding the aid to Israel, and there's one or two other things that they were supposed to be doing today. So I'll scan through that. Probably when I get back from picking my daughter up. I'll leave here right about 3 to pick her up. He'll probably be gone for about 45 minutes, so who knows? All right, so it looks like right now they've been running their mouths about the border. Now this was the
Mr. Bishop votes aye.
impact on law enforcement that they're talking about. So that's where some of these people have been versus being in a hearing that really is, it really can be an important hearing. And I have to go back because I almost guarantee you today, if they were talking about the Leosa bill, you had Democrats jumping up and down about guns and ghost guns and all kinds of shit like that. Assault weapons bans, you name it. I know they were talking some shit about it yesterday. Come on, come on, come on.
Instead of solving the problem, Republicans want to continue to weaponize the border as a political issue for this election year. Rather than debating meaningless bills, we should be exploring how to meaningfully reform the broken immigration system to expand lawful immigration to the United States, given the very clear and documented benefits that that brings. In 2021 alone, DACA recipients paid $6.5 billion in taxes. Refugees paid almost $28 billion in taxes, and TPS holders paid $2.2 billion in taxes. Likewise, in 2021, undocumented immigrants paid approximately $18.6 million in federal income taxes and $12.2 billion in state and local
How many
taxes.
crimes did they commit? How many
Recently,
people
the
were
Department of
murdered
Health
and
and
raped
Human
and robbed?
Services released a study demonstrating that refugees and asylees generated $124 billion in fiscal benefits over 15 years. And the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan entity, recently released a report finding that recent immigrants who joined the workforce will actually add $1 trillion of revenue to our country's GDP between 2023 and 2034. It's also estimated that putting undocumented immigrants on a roadmap to citizenship would not only increase U.S. GDP by
so close the border
$1.7
down,
trillion
control
over the
immigration,
next
and then
decade,
let's figure out
that action
citizen
would
status.
also raise wages for all Americans and create hundreds of thousands of new jobs. Unfortunately,
The only
Republicans
jobs
talk a
this
big
administration
game
is
when it
so-called
comes to
created
immigration and
are
border
all
security.
part-time
But instead of trying to
and
pass
typically
thoughtful
held by,
bipartisan
guess what?
legislation to
Illegal.
address the problems in our immigration system, they waste our time on bills like the one before us today. And listen, you don't have to just take it from me. The fact is that the second most conservative Republican senator in the United States Senate crafted a bill with some Democratic support to put forward before us on immigration reform. And Republicans decided that they didn't even want to consider that bill or vote on that bill. You know why? Because Donald Trump told them not to, because it would take away what they see as an election issue. Well, I believe the American people are smarter than that. I urge my colleagues to oppose this
The American
meaningless
people were
bill
smarter than that,
and to
lady.
see
You
very
would
clearly that Republicans are
never
not
get elected.
interested in solutions. They're not interested in governing. They're just interested in meaningless messaging bills that try to divide us, when really we should be celebrating the tremendous benefits that immigrants contribute to our country every single day. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll begin my close by yielding time.
I'm still
to,
keeping an eye on the other hearing. I got about 10 or 15 minutes, and then I'm going to have to count.
The chair and Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of HR 8146, the Police Our Border Act on national report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 18 ayes and 15 noes.
The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The report is ordered to be reported to the House. House members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the staff is authorized to make technical
All right, so they got it through.
changes. We now call up.
I didn't know they were calling up another bill. I may let this play while I go pick my daughter up. I'll just be in the chat.
Pursuant to notice, I call up HR 7803 to amend Title 35 of the United States Code to provide a good faith exception to the imposition of certain fines and for other purposes, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee reported favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
HR 780.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In short, this bill is a win for small businesses and long overdue. Right now, small businesses may qualify for reduced application fees with the United States Patent and Trademark Office when filing for patents or trademarks. Under 35 U.S.C. Section 41 and 123, a small business may claim small entity or micro entity status. For example, the cost of filing a utility patent is $320. A small entity, however, is charged only $128, and a micro entity is charged only $64. I might note that those are set by the PTO, and under this bill, we will continue to have the Patent and Trademark Office set them. However, when Congress passed the Unleash American Innovation Act in 2023, a law required the USPTO director to impose punitive fines on entities falsely asserting or certifying their entitlement to these reduced fees.
I don't know.
To ask this administration and its apologists in this Congress, how do we make our streets safer by making it all but impossible to deport criminal illegal
I'm
aliens
just going to
as
stay
the
with the
law
House.
requires? How do we make our families safer by flooding our communities with deadly fentanyl? How do we make our children safer by not vetting every person who enters our country to keep the criminals out? How do we make our neighborhoods safer by refusing to prosecute criminal illegal aliens to the fullest extent of the law? How do we
I'll
make our
probably be listening to
highways
this
safer
horseshit.
by creating the
Anyway.
conditions of deadly high-speed chases and drunk driving? How do we protect our country as untold numbers of terrorists enter among the 1.9 million known gotaways who have entered under Joe Biden's nose? How do we make our communities safer as criminal gangs and criminal cartels set up shop in our cities for their lethal business of child trafficking,
I don't know whether they
drug
debated
trafficking,
the
extortion,
other
and
Leosa
crime?
bills yet.
These are the questions that have gone unanswered since this
I'll
administration
be
took
interested
office,
to hear that.
and
too.
with which our local law enforcement officials must grapple every day at the peril of their own lives in order to protect ours. The Democrats just don't seem to care. But America cares. Americans are dealing with this entirely preventable crisis every day, and our law enforcement officers are the heroes who protect our families and our communities every day. We owe it to them to document the truth, to acknowledge it, and to act on it. That's what this bill would do, and I urge the House to adopt it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as an original bill for purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118511. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to an amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The chair understands amendments 1 and 2 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118511. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise as the designee of the gentleman from New York and have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-511, offered by Mr. Diaz-Pizito of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Diaz-Pizito, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, my good friend, Mr. Diaz-Pizito.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment offered by our good friend and adopted, it would ensure an all board in time to interview countless law enforcement professionals from all across this nation and at every rank. Mr. Speaker, we have heard time and time again that today's political climate, both in terms of the demands made of law enforcement, but also the flagrant lack of respect and appreciation for law enforcement by many on the other side of the aisle, has made it difficult to recruit and retain law enforcement officers. It is for that reason that I am proud to offer and support Mr. Molinaro's amendment to my bill. It is in the interest of the American people that we learn all the effects of this tragic Biden border crisis on law enforcement, including and especially this crisis's effect on recruitment. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this amendment furthers the major drafting problems in this legislation by asking the Attorney General to report on how the so-called Biden border crisis impacted law enforcement recruiting. Now, as I said earlier, there is no definition for the, quote, Biden border crisis, and this amendment highlights just how unserious this legislation is. How on earth is the Attorney General supposed to determine how the border impacts law enforcement recruitment? Are local law enforcement agencies going to have to go to all the candidates who turned down job offers and ask them if their decision was influenced by the border? This bill is a huge waste of time, and this amendment serves only to make this poorly drafted bill even more incomprehensible. I therefore oppose its adoption, and I encourage my colleagues to oppose it as well. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady has the only time remaining. Does the gentlelady wish to yield her time?
I yield.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report 118511. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-511, offered by Mr. Nunn of Iowa.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The administration's failure to secure our southern border has turned all of our states into border states. The administration's open border policies have allowed an influx of over 8 million illegal migrants and more than 27,000 pounds of deadly fentanyl. And that's just what we know of to enter into our country. Earlier this year, fentanyl hurt so many of our families. And I invited folks right from my district. Derek and Kathy Kidd joined me to hear what our country could do during the State of the Union to help fight the fentanyl crisis, the synthetic drug made in China that enters into our country illegally, primarily through our southern border, that has so far been left completely unprotected. We honor the loss of their son. At 17, he lost his life and became one of 150 Americans every day dying from the fentanyl crisis. We looked for answers from the administration to close the border that they could do on day one, to be able to stand up and make sure that stop and release is ended, and to reinstate remain in Mexico. The administration chose to do none of those things, and they have put our law enforcement on the front lines of defending our communities, not just from local policing, but from the threat posed by this deadly drug. Mr. Speaker, no family should experience what the Kidd family did. This, in their own words, could and should have been prevented. But unfortunately, it remains. Most recently, Interstate 35 that extends from Mexico north right into my district in Iowa was the site of the largest seizure of fentanyl near Des Moines. A 35-year-old male traveling from the southern border was intercepted not by Border Patrol or federal law enforcement, but by local police. And in that, they seized 30,000 fentanyl pills in his car. Let's not forget, 1 teaspoon is more than enough to kill an entire community. Luckily, our law enforcement officers were able to intercept these drugs and make sure they should not have made it to our state and were not on our streets. There's no doubt that we must secure our border to prevent drugs from flowing into our country, but we also need to address the strain that this places on families and our local first responders. In conversations with sheriffs and police departments in my district, I've talked with too many officers who have shared their work and how it has been consumed by the fight against fentanyl. The bottom line is that local law enforcement officers should not be overloaded with these issues when we have a federal responsibility to assist them. To better understand how big of an impact fentanyl is on our communities, my amendment would require the Department of Justice to detail how much states have spent on local law enforcement efforts to investigate, intercept, and process fentanyl that has been trafficked across U.S. borders. By understanding the root of this challenge, we can better allocate resources and make sure our local law enforcement has the support they need. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and the underlying bill by Representative D'Esposito. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition, although I am not opposed.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the Nunn Amendment requires the Attorney General to report on how much each state spent on investigating fentanyl trafficked through the border. I do not oppose this amendment because it does not repeat the same misleading talking points that Republicans often use when discussing fentanyl, and I am grateful to my colleague across the aisle for that. I did want to make a couple of points on this because I think fentanyl is such an important issue in all of our districts. It is a scourge on all of our districts, all of our communities. We are all seeing the effects of fentanyl that is coming into this country. We know that fentanyl is being smuggled into our country and that some of it comes through our southern border. But I do want to make clear that fentanyl is seized primarily at the ports of entry. In fiscal year 2023, CBP seized approximately 27,000 pounds of fentanyl. Less than 10% of the drugs were actually seized by Border Patrol. The vast majority, roughly 90% of the drugs, were seized by the Office of Field Operations, which is the entity that mans the ports of entry. And I wanted to make clear that the evidence does not show in any way that asylum seekers are bringing drugs to our shores. In fact, increasingly, drug cartels are being very smart about this. They're recruiting American citizens to bring drugs across the border through ports of entry. In 2022, over 89% of convicted fentanyl traffickers were American citizens. And so if my Republican colleagues were serious about stopping the flow of fentanyl, the flow of drugs across the border, then I think we should be giving additional resources to the agencies that are manning those ports of entry. Instead, all but 6 current House Republicans voted against the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which provided additional funding to ports of entry to combat smuggling of people and drugs. All but 2 current House Republicans voted against providing robust funding for border security operations in the 2023 appropriations omnibus legislation, which provided more than $17 billion to Customs and Border Protection, including funding for an additional 300 Border Patrol agents. And the omnibus also included $60 million to hire 125 CBP officers and $70 million for non-intrusive inspection technology to detect narcotics and firearms at ports of entry. That is exactly the kind of technology that our Border Patrol agents are asking us for. Republicans have also refused to consider President Biden's emergency supplemental funding request for additional border resources, which included $239 million to hire 1,000 additional CBP officers to stop fentanyl and other contraband from entering the United States. It included $100 million for ICE Homeland Security investigations to investigate and disrupt transnational criminal organizations and drug traffickers, and it included $849 million for cutting-edge detection technology at ports of entry. This is the work that Democrats have been doing to try to address the scourge of fentanyl that's coming across our southern border and coming into our country by supporting law enforcement in stopping that fentanyl. And so fentanyl is a huge problem in our communities. It's important that we support our law enforcement in fighting against it. This amendment would simply inform Congress about how much states are spending to combat fentanyl, and therefore I see no reason to oppose it. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from the state of Indiana.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my good friend from Iowa's amendments and in the underlying bill by Mr. D'Esposito, H.R. 8146. The Nunn amendments will provide policymakers with the information we need to better support our local and state law enforcement officers. This is especially important given the strain the crisis at our southern border has placed on our local communities, like the ones we are privileged to represent in Iowa, in Indiana, and New York. Biden's border crisis has made all districts across the country battlegrounds where police are fighting the scourge of fentanyl every day, an epidemic funded by China, driven by the drug cartels, and assisted by Biden's disastrous border policies. During National Police Week and every week, we should be doing everything in our power to support the men and women in blue. That's why I'm grateful to the gentleman from Iowa for his leadership and the gentleman from New York, and encourage all of our colleagues to support the Nunn amendments and Mr. D'Esposito's bill, the Police Our Border Act, H.R. 8146. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize the gentleman from New York for 30 seconds.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, is recognized for 30 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone knows the reality of the crisis at the southern border. We know that narco-terrorist groups are exploiting President Biden's weakness to import record amounts of fentanyl into the United States. Just 2 milligrams of fentanyl, the size of a few grains of sand, is a lethal dose. Seizures of this uniquely dangerous drug by law enforcement agencies has doubled, if not tripled, in some places. We are catching only a fraction of the fentanyl entering our nation, and more data on this issue is the first step towards stopping that. I encourage all of my colleagues to support Mr. Nunn's amendment. I yield.
The gentleman from Iowa has 5 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to think that this can be not only a bipartisan solution, it impacts all of our communities, all of our cops, all of our families. I urge passage of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I
The
yield.
gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report 118511. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-511, offered by Mr. Nunn of Iowa.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The influx of fentanyl at the southern border has truly impacted every American community. Since 2021, overdose losses due to fentanyl have exceeded 200,000. And friends, we are losing over 150 neighbors, community members, and children due to this deadly drug. It is truly a weapon of mass destruction, produced in China and sent to the United States with a clear result of killing our country. This crisis has persisted, and due to the open border policies of this administration and the mass importation of fentanyl it's creating, this is resulting in more and more of not only communist China's ability to influence, but Mexican-based cartels to enter and terrorize every American community. It is a flood of illicit drugs, and it is costing every single community more. The lack of enforcement on our southern border to deal with this flow of fentanyl is being felt most poignantly by our frontline defenders. The brave men and women in uniform, our first responders, who many of them are already facing staffing shortages back home. And so I want to thank, Mr. Chair, the men and women who are both the front line and now the last line in the battle against fentanyl in our communities. You know, I do a lot of ride-alongs with my sheriffs and my local law enforcement, and I've seen firsthand how fentanyl has hollowed out communities and created great pain for so many. There is more that we can do, and our officers are left thinly spread out, our constituents under siege, and our communities literally dying as a result of failed policy. We need to better understand the full scope of the fentanyl crisis, including the impacts that are occurring for our local law enforcement. My amendment to this bill would require the Department of Justice to report to Congress on how many law enforcement officers have been reassigned, how many local resources have been reallocated, how many community policing programs have been reprioritized, or in some cases, not prioritized, because fentanyl has become the #1 issue that so many of our local law enforcement has had to address. Gaining visibility on where our local officers are, spending their time, prioritizing the threat, and appropriately separating and addressing the issues at the state and federal levels respectively is not only imperative, it is simply prudent. I'm proud to offer this amendment in order for my colleagues to support it along with the underlying text. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition, although I am not opposed.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment requires the Attorney General to report on how local officers and resources have been reallocated to combat fentanyl trafficked through the border. I do not oppose the amendment because the amendment itself, like the previous amendment, does not repeat the same misleading talking points. But unfortunately, I was ready to give my colleague across the aisle some credit again, but unfortunately the same misleading talking points were just repeated in talking about the amendment. Fentanyl is not coming across the southern border because of some failed border policy. It is coming across the southern border primarily carried by American citizens, primarily at ports of entry. This is about providing resources to our law enforcement officers on the southern border to be able to have the technology to detect that fentanyl. It's about providing enough people so that they can actually do the kind of monitoring that they're asking for. It's about providing the resources that Democrats put forward as the answer to this question, and Republicans opposed time and time again. So I want to be very clear that I appreciate the data that we are getting, because fentanyl is a scourge. I have gone out with my local firefighters across Seattle multiple times, and I will tell you, 99% of their calls are responding to fentanyl overdose, to opioid overdose. And it is heartbreaking to see what is happening. And in fact, I worked in my first year, I worked with then Speaker Mike Johnson on a bipartisan allocation of money to provide other ways of dealing with overdose due to opioids and fentanyl on the streets by actually providing supportive services for law enforcement. So law enforcement wasn't having to deal with all of this. I don't think that this is something that the majority of our law enforcement members want to be dealing with in our cities. So I just want to be clear, we should be fighting the scourge of fentanyl. We should be doing it in a bipartisan way. We should not be doing it as part of some legislation that is meaningless, that puts the blame for what is happening with fentanyl on some, quote, Biden border policy that has failed. Combating fentanyl should be a priority for all of us, regardless of what side of the aisle we're on. We should not repeat the talking points that are divisive and untrue in talking about this issue. Fentanyl seizures shot up during the Trump administration, have continued to rise during the Biden administration. It is a bipartisan problem. Fentanyl poisoning is killing so many beloved members of our communities, and we have to do everything to stop it. Republicans often assert without any evidence that asylum seekers are the ones that are bringing fentanyl into our shores, even though the data suggests otherwise. The vast majority, once again, I'm going to repeat this, of fentanyl that is seized coming into this country is seized at ports of entry, smuggled in by United States citizens. Playing politics about such a deadly substance is extraordinarily irresponsible. Fortunately, the amendment itself is straightforward, and it aims to get more data about combating fentanyl so we can be better informed about how it's impacting our communities. The underlying legislation, on the other hand, and some of the talking points that are used by my colleagues across the aisle is not that. The underlying legislation is poorly written, it's misleading, the talking points are misleading, but the amendment is clear. And so because of that, I see no reason to oppose it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I think we can all agree, not only that fentanyl is a challenge, not only that it's killing Americans at an unprecedented rate, fentanyl now kills more Americans my daughter's age to my age, and I'm getting to be an old man. We should not be in this position. The reality is that our frontline defenders have become our local law enforcement. And collectively, I think we absolutely agree that this should never have happened. This amendment moves forward with the ability to identify this and to help to prioritize these resources. Now, I will say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, there is a way to end this. We recognize immediately that fentanyl comes largely from China. We recognize immediately that it is coming across our southern border. In this, there is no dispute. Shut down the border should be a great mantra for all of us to be able to save lives. Today, the administration can do that. It can end the catch and release program. It can reinstate a remain in Mexico policy. It can ensure that the drugs flowing across our southern border are intercepted there so they don't end up being intercepted on our streets in our hometowns in the heart of the heartland of communities like mine in Iowa. I don't want to see another child, friend, or neighbor die because we at the federal level have failed to do our job. By prioritizing these resources, we can better identify what other services are being left behind and what other communities are endangered because their first priority has to be on intercepting fentanyl. With that, Mr. Chair, I encourage passage of the amendment and the underlying bill, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. And gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, here I was coming to the floor thinking that I could support an amendment that made sense to me about fighting the scourge of fentanyl. And I do support the amendment because I think data is good for us. I just would say to my friend across the aisle, shutting down the border is not going to fix this problem. And by saying that, and by continuing to use those divisive talking points, you are moving us away from a solution to the really dire issue of fentanyl that is killing our communities. Let's work together in a bipartisan way to actually deal with the scourge of fentanyl. Let's not put it on the border, and let's not pretend that shutting down the border is going to help, because as I said, fentanyl poisoning rose under the Trump administration, and Donald Trump did try to shut down the border until the courts prevented him from doing that. So the reality here is we have a real problem. We have a real problem. I was willing to come to the floor and support this amendment because I think the data is important. And I hope my colleague across the aisle will recognize that sticking to the facts, as he did in his amendment, is the most important thing to actually addressing the issue of fentanyl. I yield back.
Thanks, Jerry.
Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Okay. It is now in order to consider amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report 118-511. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-511, offered by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the woman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment that would remove unnecessary and partisan language from the legislation that is under consideration, the Police Our Border Act. Let me read what my amendment says, because it's only 2 lines. Page 2, strike line 17 and all that follows through line 19, and redesignate succeeding provisions accordingly. Strike the term Biden each place such term appears. Let me tell you what line 17 through 19 says. The Southwest border crisis created by the Biden administration has made every state a border state. I also want, before I continue on, to thank Ranking Member Nadler for his leadership on this issue on the Judiciary Committee. The reason I read that amendment and the lines that it refers to is it's really important that people, Americans, know that the situation at our border requires our action. I agree. We agree. The vast majority of Congress agrees. But if you listen to this chamber, and many of you all have lately, you would think that this is not a bipartisan issue. Unfortunately, this is intentional. I want to let the American people know, and in on an important and poorly kept secret, that too often bills are written to be intentionally inflammatory, to divide Republicans and Democrats. And my amendment seeks to bring us together, back to the middle, and back to the middle ground that we all share, because real and substantive and durable action will need the support of both of our parties. We know our police and law enforcement need and deserve support. We know our border needs and deserves to be addressed. We know that fentanyl is an issue requiring our attention. But bipartisan action is what's required and what is demanded by us of our bosses, and our bosses are the electorate. We in Congress must be doing a better job than just be simple partisan hacks, political reporting with no chance of ever making it past or to the president's desk. The American people, our bosses, deserve better, which is why this amendment, my amendment, plainly just asks for data on the facts and facts alone. A report like the one in the bill that is proposed, with my proposed changes, is important, not only for our law enforcement, but also for the American people as well. It will allow us to take a step towards understanding things such as the estimated dollar amount of all the resources that would be devoted to addressing the situation at the border, and the extent to which such resources are not available to law enforcement agencies. It would help us understand the exposure to and possible injury as a result of the fentanyl crisis on our law enforcement. And with this data, we can finally address these issues. As is demonstrated by the way that this legislation was written, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are likely to falsely claim that President Biden is boasting of an open border. But this ignores the fact that under numerous administrations, both Democrat and Republican, the situation at our border has worsened. And in fact, this issue is not just about Republican or Democratic administrations, it's also about the Congresses that have not addressed this issue either. Record migration to our southern border, coupled with a woefully inadequate and overwhelming processing system here in the U.S., has caused existing challenges to get progressively worse over time. And we know that our law enforcement agencies have faced many new challenges as a result. This is a serious issue, which we must address with serious legislation. And I believe if my amendment passes, that you will find many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle will find it in their ability to be able to vote for the underlying bill. And I would encourage you on that side of the aisle to find it within your heart to see not everything as a bipartisan issue. I urge my colleagues across the aisle, on both sides of the aisle, to reject the deeply cynical and deeply political option in the current text, and to instead vote yes on my amendment that will enable the underlying bill to move forward in a bipartisan fashion. I reserve my time.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, who does the gentlelady think she's kidding? And who does the gentlelady suggest we assign responsibility for this catastrophe that has overwhelmed our country and its social services, its criminal justice system, and its citizens? On January 20th of 2021, the border was secure. The Trump policies were working. On that day, our laws didn't change. The presidency changed. And on that day, the Trump policies were reversed by one person, Joseph Biden. With that, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota.
I want to thank my friend for yielding. What the heck, Mr. Chairman? When he was president, President Truman had a placard on his desk, "The buck stops here." It was a sign of responsibility that the commander-in-chief, the chief executive of our great country, wouldn't pass off as an excuse any responsibility that would be that he was responsible for. And yet what my colleague proposes to do is to disassociate the border crisis from the chief proponent of it and to pass the buck to somebody else. 64, not 1, not 2, not 10, not 20, not 60, 64 different actions the president has taken to undermine border security through executive orders and other administrative actions, which have opened the border wide, which have canceled mass parole, which have repositioned border agents away from the border, which have paroled millions into the interior, causing crises in cities like New York. It's the president's border crisis. There should be no renaming of this. There's one individual in our great country who can today, with a stroke of a pen, start to solve this crisis, undoing the same executive orders that he issued to get us into this crisis. It's President Biden. I'm in strong opposition to this amendment. Bipartisanship does not mean blind. It does not mean that we need to be ignorant to the facts that the commander-in-chief, President Biden, is the sole person responsible for this border crisis. I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestations of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
May I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
Gentlelady has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's rebuttals and comments like these that I find, frankly, deeply distrustful, and they are nothing but finger pointing and really the genuine politicization of this body and this government. My colleagues are self-defeating in their efforts to try to put the words into this piece of legislation that require us to assign one single point of blame when there clearly is quite a lot to go around, and it's gone around for a very long time. By politicizing this issue in this way, it's self-defeating because we have no ability to actually pass this piece of legislation. And so in and of itself, this becomes a self-defeating effort. I believe if my colleagues truly wanted the information that this bill purports to want, if they truly wanted to understand what is causing the border issues and what it could be done to be helpful, then they would work with us as Democrats to make that indeed happen. That we would then be able to pass this bill in the House, and as is the custom with our Constitution and with Schoolhouse Rock, send it to the Senate and send it to the President's desk for signature. Here we have no opportunity to have this happen, and with that, I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California
Mr.
is
Chairman, I yield
recognized.
1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Esposito.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side of the aisle said that our bosses deserve better. And she's right. The American people do deserve better, because over the tenure of Joe Biden, he has made this country less safe. Like my friend from New York mentioned, by the stroke of a pen, President Biden can begin changing the course of this country. But unfortunately, he won't, because he doesn't want to. And as a matter of fact, in his first days in office, he used that same pen to create this disaster that we are dealing with right now. An unprecedented, historical amount of migrants illegally coming into the United States of America, some involved in terrorist organizations, smuggling illegal narcotics into this country. So you are correct. Our bosses do deserve better. The American people do deserve better. And I encourage you to encourage your side of the aisle
Time has expired.
to please have Joe Biden use that pen and put this country back on
Gentleman's
track.
time has expired. Members
Reserve.
are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair.
Reserve.
Gentleman has the only time remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this is not a question of incompetence, and it's not a question of chance. This is a deliberate policy by this administration, and we should have the courage and candor to say so. And my Democratic colleagues should have the courage to look their constituents in the eye and admit what they have brought upon this country. You know, people ask me all the time, how could this be happening? The answer is pretty simple. Elections have consequences. Sometimes elections have terrible consequences, and that's what we are facing. This catastrophe will end when this administration ends, and that will be done by the American people at the ballot box. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment
I
is
would
not
like to
agreed to.
request the yeas and nays, please.
Does the gentlewoman request a recorded vote?
Yes, I do.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 7, printed in Part B of House Report 118-511. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise as the designee of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, and have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-511, offered by Mr. LaLota of New York.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1227, the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
The cartels have more control over the U.S.-Mexico border in Cochise County than either governments of Mexico or the United States. That's what law enforcement officers from the Tucson sector, America's southern border, told me on my 4th trip to the southern border recently. The cartels have more control over our border than we do. And what are the cartels doing with that control? To America's detriment, they're smuggling people and drugs across it every day. And I suppose we could blame the cartels. They are vicious and ruthless, but we should look closer to home for the blame. We should look to the person most responsible for creating the disaster at the southern border. We should look to the very person who, when he took office, repealed 64 very effective policies which were keeping our border safe. Canceling border wall construction, instituting a mass parole system, taking border agents away from the border to place them in migrant processing centers to process more and more migrants into the interior of the country. So who's responsible for the disaster at the southern border? It's not climate change or migratory patterns. Rather, it's illegal immigration's best friends, President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas. President Biden's open border policies have allowed nearly 10,000 pounds of fentanyl to enter the United States so far this fiscal year. This scourge has led to over 200,000 fentanyl deaths in the United States since President Biden started repealing those very effective border policies. In fact, fentanyl is the leading cause of death of Americans ages 18 through 45. In response to President Biden's open border policies, my good friend and fellow Long Islander, Congressman D'Esposito, has proposed an effective bill that would modify the requirements for reporting by the Attorney General on the impacts of the border crisis. Included in Congressman D'Esposito's bill is language to better understand when law enforcement is exposed to fentanyl. This legislation is critical to understanding the challenges law enforcement officers face every day, while giving further insights into the crises at our southern border, those crises caused by President Biden. I, alongside with my good friend from Florida, Congressman Carlos Jimenez, am proposing an amendment to Congressman D'Esposito's bill that would further get to the roots of the fentanyl crisis. Our amendment requires the nationality of a migrant be included in the underlying report when said migrant exposes a law enforcement officer to fentanyl during an encounter at the border. It is imperative that we as a nation collect more information on who and where these drugs are coming from so we can put an end to the fentanyl scourge. We know from the DEA that most of the fentanyl consumed in the United States is produced in Mexico using precursors that come from China. And also China is producing it on their own and sending it across the southern border as well. Fentanyl is not only deadly in minuscule doses, but is also frequently unknowingly contained in other substances, which multiplies the risk and the range of its impact. 75,000 Americans died in 2022 due to the scourge of fentanyl. Mr. Chairman, enough is enough. I would urge all of my colleagues to support this common sense amendment that would help better identify where the fentanyl is coming from. And I reserve the balance of my time.
New York reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I claim the time in opposition, although I am not opposed.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would update the report required by this bill to include the nationality of any non-citizen who exposes a law enforcement officer to fentanyl during an encounter at the border and in the United States. Just like the underlying bill, this amendment is another attempt to incorrectly paint undocumented migrants as being the prime source of fentanyl brought into the country. We already know that the vast majority of fentanyl is seized at ports of entry, trafficked by U.S. citizens. As I stated previously, in fiscal year 2023, CBP seized approximately 27,000 pounds of fentanyl. Less than 10% of these drugs were seized by the Border Patrol. The vast majority, or roughly 90% of fentanyl, was seized by the Office of Field Operations, which mans the ports of entry. Now my Republican colleagues always respond that this is the case because ports of entry are where we have resources to interdict the drugs. But this is also wrong. Unfortunately, because Republicans refuse to adequately fund ports of entry, only 2% of passenger vehicles and 16% of commercial vehicles are inspected. We would likely catch even more drugs carried in by U.S. citizens if CBP had all the resources it needed. However, at every turn, it has been Republicans who have voted against giving DHS the resources it needs to do its job. But this bill is so full of misinformation, it could actually use some facts. So I will not oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Gentleman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman is recognized from New York.
Chairman, the gentleman, my colleague from to the west of me in New York, says how most of the fentanyl is being seized at the ports of entry. I would hope the gentleman would also simultaneously criticize the president for repositioning border agents away from those places where vehicles and people are coming to traffic the drugs across, and instead repositioning those same agents at migrant processing centers just to parole more and more people into the country. The gentleman is sincere about his concern for fentanyl coming in at ports of entry. He must call on the president to stop repositioning those agents away. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 8, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-511. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise as a designee of the gentleman from Tennessee, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-511, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1227, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since Joe Biden numbers of Americans have been murdered by people who should never have been here. To the Americans watching, Joe Biden does not care about you. He does not care. Illegal aliens have entered our country, and untold numbers of Americans have been murdered by people who should never have been here. To the Americans watching, Joe Biden does not care about you. He does not care about your family. For him, it is worth letting hundreds of thousands of illegals in every month and hundreds of foreigners on the FBI terrorist watch list if it means the Democrat Party's base turns out in November. The purpose of this amendment is that President Biden already has existing authority to secure the border, and he needs to use it. But he doesn't want to because he's afraid of his far left base. President Biden is choosing to keep our border open and allowing the American people to be kept in harm's way. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentlelady yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would update the findings section of this bill to include a provision that states that it is in the best interest of law enforcement officers and the communities they serve for President Biden to use Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act to secure the southern border. System in over 30 years. The more broken the legal immigration system is, the President Biden cannot simply use the border as the only means of entry. This notion that the president has all the authority crossing the border, in fact, that he needs to solve all the issues at the border with a stroke of his pen, is immediately shot down by the court. Congress must work together to provide the legal tools and the resources necessary. The best way to secure the border, I know that there are Democrats willing to put in the hard work, but we have yet to find any House Republicans who are willing to do so. This amendment is as unserious as the underlying bill. I will oppose both, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Does the gentlelady ask unanimous consent to reclaim her time?
Yes. President
Gentlelady's
Biden,
recognized.
thank you. President
Without
Biden
objection.
does have authority to secure the border, and he did use his pen to open the border. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8146, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 8146 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
And the House gaveling out now and in recess. Today, members are working on law enforcement measures during this National Police Week. Representatives are also working on a bill to halt the Biden administration from blocking some weapons shipments to Israel. Live coverage when members return here on C-SPAN.
Do you solemnly swear that in the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Saturdays, watch American History TV's Congress Investigates as we explore major investigations in our country's history by the U.S. House and Senate. Each week, writers and historians tell these stories. We'll also see historic footage from these periods and examine the impact and legacy of key congressional hearings. This week, we look at the investigation that followed the deadly 1993 siege at the Branch Davidian compound near Waco, Texas, and what that event has meant in the years that have followed. Watch Congress Investigates, Saturdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN 2.
Friday nights, watch C-SPAN's 2024 Campaign Trail, a weekly roundup of C-SPAN's campaign coverage, providing a one-stop shop to discover what the candidates across the country are saying to voters, along with first-hand accounts from political reporters, updated poll numbers, fundraising data, and campaign ads. Watch C-SPAN's 2024 Campaign Trail, Friday nights at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN, online at cspan.org, or download as a podcast on C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or wherever you get your podcasts. C-SPAN, your unfiltered view of politics. C-SPAN is your unfiltered view of government. We're funded by these television companies and more, including WOW.
The world has changed. Today, a fast, reliable internet connection is something no one can live without. So WOW is there for our customers with speed, reliability, value, and choice. Now more than ever, it all starts with great internet. WOW.
WOW supports C-SPAN as a public service, along with these other television providers, giving you a front row seat to democracy.
At our table this morning, Christine McDaniel. She's a former White House senior trade economist during the George W. Bush administration and now a senior research fellow at the George Mason University's Mercatus Center. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Greta.
Talking about trade policy with China, what is a tariff before we get into our policy right now under the Biden administration?
A tariff is a tax on imported products. So let's say you buy this pen, you import this pen, it's $1, and let's say the government puts a 10% tariff on it, then you pay $1.10 instead of $1.
And why do countries like the United States have tariffs?
Well, it used to, a long, long time ago, countries used to have tariffs because it was a good revenue raiser. But over time, countries got better at having income taxes, personal income tax, corporate income tax. They got better at collecting those taxes. And now tariffs are very, de minimis part of the revenue stream.
Compare tariffs put on products by the United States to other countries.
Oh, the U.S. tariffs are still pretty low, even though they're in the news a lot right now, and they have been the past few years. The U.S. Tariffs are still pretty low. The average tariff is still about 2-3%. But now we have these big spikes, in key sectors. Other countries, their average tariffs can range anywhere from 5 to 25%. In some countries, like India, a lot of their tariffs will go up to north of 35%.
Who thinks tariffs are a good idea?
Well, it depends. It depends on who's in office, and a lot of it's political. It's I think if you talk to really any member of Congress or any politician or policymaker one-on-one, if just the two of you with no cameras around, it's pretty clear. Tariffs are a tax on on imports and imports, that's consumers, and consumers are also businesses, right? So half of U.S. imports are intermediate inputs like primary goods, raw materials, capital goods, intermediate inputs, things that U.S. manufacturers need to make stuff here. So I don't really think there's many people that think a tariff is a good idea. Some people, well-intentioned but misguided, feel that tariffs might help to balance our trade deficit, and that's doesn't work like that. But
why doesn't it work like that?
Well, our trade deficit is really driven by macro factors. So we have the U.S. We just have a pretty big propensity to consume and a pretty low propensity to save. Other countries are flipped, and so they basically finance, our spending and investment. The U.S. is a pretty popular place to invest your money, so we bring in a lot of capital, but we also they make a lot of money here, but we also tend to run a capital account surplus and current account deficit. And for my students out there that are listening, they'll know what I'm talking about. But a tariff, does not affect trade balance. Some countries have trade surpluses, some have trade deficits. There's nothing to do with trade policy. It is driven by saving and investment behavior.
All right. Well, our viewers may have questions on that. So if you do, or we'll take your comments as well, dial in this morning. Democrats 202-748-8000, Republicans 202-748-8001, and Independents 202-748-8002. Remember, you can text, include your first name, city, and state at 202-748-8003. Join us on Facebook.com/C-SPAN or on X with the handle at C-SPAN WJ. Let's get to the news. President Biden announcing yesterday a series of tariffs on Chinese products. Here's what he had to say.
Back in 2000, when cheap steel from China began to flood the market, U.S. steel plants across Pennsylvania and Ohio were hit hard, and any of you from those areas know well. More than 1,800 iron workers and steel workers in Pennsylvania and Ohio lost their jobs. I'm not going to let that happen again. That's why today I'm announcing new tariffs in key sectors of the economy that are going to ensure that our workers are not held back by unfair trade practices. They include the thing I'm announcing today, 25% tariff on Chinese steel and aluminum products, and we'll counter China's overcapacity in these industries. And we're making major investments in clean American steel and aluminum. It's a big deal. Clean because of the way we manufacture it here. It emits half as much carbon as steel made in China. Last month, my administration announced the largest investment in clean manufacturing in all of history, up to $1.5 billion in 6 clean steel projects across America, creating and supporting thousands of union jobs. Next, a 100% tariff on electric vehicles made in China. People say, wow. Because we're not going to let China flood our market, making it impossible for American auto manufacturers to compete fairly. We're also implementing a 25% tariff on electric vehicle batteries from China and a 25% tariff on critical minerals that make those batteries. Folks, look, I'm determined that the future of electric vehicles will be made in America by union workers.
Christine McDaniel, was this announcement significant?
Yes, I mean any presidential announcement on trade and trade policy, I think is significant. There's the economics aspect of this, and then there's probably the political aspect of this. The timing is interesting, but this comes at a time when the current administration is trying to increase the number of electric vehicles on the road, trying to increase the share of electric vehicles on the road. And that's going to be a big transition for the U.S. auto industry. And the administration is trying to do what it can to make sure, that transition happens in a way that doesn't wipe out the U.S. auto industry. And so, when China, can make and sell an EV for, $10,000, $15,000, it's and if they do invest heavily in that, and then start to ship those cars to the U.S., then it'd be great for consumers. It would be great for our climate policy, but it would be very disruptive to the U.S. auto industry and those workers.
You heard the president say that he is doing this because of overcapacity in those industries that he named. What did he mean by that?
So overcapacity is a term a lot of people are using a lot lately, but it's basically means that there's more supply than demand. And so, often this happens really in any market. We often have, we never are at equilibrium. We're always hovering around equilibrium. But so sometimes the supply is greater than demand. Sometimes demand is greater than supply. The things that can cause, as long as those are market driven, that's one thing. But when they're driven by other government actions, foreign government actions, and those actions can be disruptive and harmful to U.S. industry and workers, that's when policymakers, lawmakers tend to want to step in and invoke tariffs. So overcapacity here, it's really referring to China. They have a largely, non-market economy. Their government is very involved in their economy. They when they decide, these are our top 5 sectors we're going to invest in, they go for it. And just owing to their sheer size, when China wants to make a lot more blue widgets, they can literally flood the global market with blue widgets. So, that's great if you're a consumer of blue widgets. But if you're working in the blue widget sector, or you're a small or medium business, even large business in the blue widget sector, maybe that you've just invested a lot, in, that's going to be very disruptive. And so when that overcapacity is driven by non-market forces, then that tends to be a real problem, and frankly, it's not compliant with WTO rules.
We'll get to calls. Ron is first in Suttons Bay, Michigan, independent. Hi, Ron.
Good morning. I have 2 questions, and we can get into this thing pretty deeply because I do some trading on the stock market. Number one, I think the amount of trade that deficit you put on the companies that are from outside the United States by 100%. That is to me, a diluting factor that is going to cut competition going forward. Number 2 is is Biden doing? I'm not a Democrat or a Republican, so I don't think I'm totally independent. But why is Biden doing it now? Why didn't he do it last year, the year before, the year before? It seems like this being an election year, it almost seems like he's trying to grasp the fact that he's going to be making more money in the long run by putting this on. So I think competition is very important in any manufacturing. That's about all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, Ron.
Yeah, Ron, this is a great point. I mean, obviously, yeah, definitely. Tariffs eventually hurt the competitiveness of U.S. industry, and especially when half of our imports are intermediate products. We put tariffs on those things. It just has this cascading effect, and over the long run, it definitely hurts U.S. competitiveness. It also it raises prices. And it tends to be inflationary. And, so while it can have short run benefits for the industry and the workers that are, directly affected, it has medium to longer term adverse effects, some pretty non-trivial costs on the rest of the economy. The costs tend to be more spread out, but, this is sort of like death by 1,000 cuts. A tariff here, tariff there, tariff here. Any one individual, well, it's a paper cut, but there are a lot of paper cuts now in the economy, and it's starting to, and the competition effects are worrisome to many people.
How could China respond? How could they retaliate?
China can definitely retaliate, and in fact, we saw Catherine Tai, U.S. Trade Representative, yesterday talking about this, and they're watching very closely how China's going to respond. China could retaliate in terms of putting tariffs on its imports from the United States. It could decide that Brazil corn looks a lot better than U.S. corn, and and other countries' agriculture products look a lot more attractive than U.S. agriculture products. It could start to put some controls on key components that U.S. auto industry is going to need for making batteries, like graphite. So last year or so, China started talking about just putting in place the option to do, to control its exports of these key raw materials. That frankly, they're one of the only producers of these right now so far, and they haven't used it yet. But it was definitely a warning that they could use it if they wanted. So whenever you see, trade tensions heat up like this, you always worry that China is going to start cutting off things that the U.S. is going to need.
Roger in Middletown, Ohio, Republican.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to say that we need to clean Washington up, and the situation today isn't. Now, the Chinese, because of cheap labor, put all of our mills out of business in the United States, the cotton mills and stuff. So people were looking for cheap stuff and they had to pay for it. But if the Chinese bring those little cars over here, they're totally unsafe, and we know that. And the electric cars are subject to.
You just don't hear me.
Fire. Chevrolet had one of cut on fire underneath the driver's seat. So we can't compete with their labor because they make $20 a day.
We are going
and our people making $20 an hour.
All right, let's take Roger's last point. Christine.
Do
McDaniel.
this.
Yes, they do definitely have lower labor costs than the United States. I mean, look, production is just not our comparative advantage and hasn't been for a long, long time, right? So our comparative advantage tends to be in the higher end.
And after a long day listening to this horse shit, we're doing this.
But look, I mean, we don't import and really many autos at all from China. And there's very few imports of Chinese electric vehicles in the U.S. right now.
Let me stop doing that. Because the only thing that they're explaining to you is that Biden's trashing the economy even more than he already fucking has. It's the only thing they're saying. That's the only thing the tariffs are going to do. Ta-da! Oh, dear freaking God. I might look at some other stuff, but I'm opening up the floor for anybody who wants to jump in and say, hey, or what the fuck. Again, I need quite a few more doses of these after the absolute ridiculousness of today. Take about another 800 milligrams. 1,000-ish. Because oh my God, that's all about I can say about today already. There was some other stuff that was happening too. Like I said, I'll have to pick back through. Let me see something. Da-da-da-da. Well, they're talking about border security in the Senate too. Go figure. It looks like Lankford, the Republican so-called that came up with this last border bill, is the one talking right now, which he's the one that, I mean, in his bill, it would have been like, what, 1,500 illegals could come across the border a day. And then if it reached 5,000, then they'd have to shut down the border for the day, which literally equates to hundreds of thousands of people walking across our border every year. And it just being, not necessarily like now where they're just looking the other way. It would actually be part of the process if this bill passes. Let me see. I'm going to have to go with this a little bit different way because I want to be able to look at a couple different things. So, needless to say, our country's burning to the ground, and it's pretty well by design. This shit is not an accident. Where's that? Hold on, let me look at this real fast. I want to be able to go and I want to look at a couple of things. Because I really want to see what the hell is it down? Oh, I see.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. Apparently, my network decided to shut down. So what I'm going to do is I am going to probably just go ahead and reset my network and then start up another stream, and we'll just shoot the breeze about whatever comes up. So anyway, we'll see you guys probably just a couple minutes. You perps be cool. Keep that thing on you at all times. And I'll see y'all in a couple minutes. So let me end this one.